flickering neon sign of the Starlight Motel cut through the misty darkness, a beacon of hope after hours of driving. I hadn't planned on stopping, but my heavy eyelids and the relentless drumming of rain on my windshield made the decision for me. As I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, I had no idea that this unassuming motel would become the stage for the most terrifying night of my life. The office was dimly lit, with peeling wallpaper and the faint smell of cigarette smoke. An old man sat behind the counter, his rheumy eyes fixed on a small TV playing an old western. He barely looked up as I approached. "Room for one, please," I said, stifling a yawn. He grunted, pushed a registration card towards me, and fumbled for a key. "Room 217, up the stairs, end of the hall." I nodded my thanks, signed the card, and headed back out into the rain. The stairs creaked under my feet as I climbed to the second floor, my small overnight bag feeling heavier with each step. The hallway was long and poorly lit, the faded carpet muffling my footsteps. Room 217 was exactly where the old man said it would be. The key stuck in the lock, requiring a bit of jiggling before the door finally swung open with a groan. The room was basic: a bed, a nightstand, a small desk, and a door leading to what I assumed was the bathroom. It wasn't much, but it would do for the night. I dropped my bag on the bed and headed straight for the shower, eager to wash away the grime of the road. The water pressure was weak, and it never quite got hot enough, but it did the job. As I toweled off, I could hear the rain picking up outside, pounding against the window. Exhausted, I crawled into bed, the sheets cool against my skin. Despite the unfamiliar surroundings, I fell asleep almost instantly. I'm not sure how long I slept before the noise woke me. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a faint scratching sound, barely audible over the rain. But as I blinked awake, the sound became clearer. It was coming from the door. My heart rate picked up as I sat up in bed, straining my ears. The scratching continued, followed by a metallic click. Someone was trying to open my door. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and scared in the darkness. The noises stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was only silence and the sound of rain. Then, slowly, the door handle began to turn. Panic surged through me. I leaped out of bed, fumbling for the light switch. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded me, but I could see that the door was still closed. The handle, however, was moving, twisting back and forth as someone on the other side tried to get in. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I'm calling the police." I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, my hands shaking as I dialed 911. But as the call connected, my blood ran cold. There was no ring, no operator, just dead silence. The door handle stopped moving. Instead, I heard footsteps, heavy and deliberate, walking away down the hall. I stood frozen, phone still pressed to my ear, listening as the steps faded away. After what felt like an eternity, I finally lowered the phone. My mind was racing. Who was trying to get into my room? Why couldn't I call out? I needed help, but I was afraid to leave the relative safety of my room. With trembling hands, I picked up the room phone and dialed the front desk. It rang once, twice, 3 times before the old man's gruff voice answered. "Front desk." "Someone just tried to break into my room," I said, the words tumbling out in a rush. "I need help. Can you call the police?" There was a long pause. "Are you sure, miss? Sometimes the old doors stick a bit. Might have just been the wind." "No. Someone was definitely trying to get in," I insisted. "Please, can you just come check?" Another pause. "All right, I'll be up in a minute." I hung up and waited, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes ticked by, stretching into what felt like hours. Where was he? Surely it didn't take this long to climb a flight of stairs. Just as I was about to call again, I heard footsteps in the hall. Relief washed over me, until I realized these steps were different. Lighter, quicker, not the slow shuffle of the old man. The footsteps stopped outside my door. Then, the handle began to turn again. My heart hammered in my chest as I backed away from the door. This couldn't be the manager. Whoever was out there, they weren't here to help. The door opened slowly, revealing a man I'd never seen before. He was younger than the manager, with dark hair and cold eyes. In his hand, he held a key card. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What do you want?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Just checking on our guests, making sure everything is satisfactory." I glanced at the phone on the nightstand, wondering if I could reach it before he could stop me. As if reading my mind, his smile widened. "I wouldn't bother if I were you. Phone lines are down due to the storm. No cell service out here either. It's just you and me." My mind raced, searching for a way out. The window, no, too high. The bathroom, I'd be trapped. I needed to get past him, out into the hall. "What do you want?" I asked again, trying to keep him talking while I inched towards the door. He stepped further into the room, closing the door behind him. "What we want is simple. Your valuables, your car keys. Cooperate, and this will be over quickly. There were more of them. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't a random break-in. This was planned. "My wallet's in my bag," I said, nodding towards the bed. "Take it, take everything. Just please, let me go." He chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. You see, we can't have you running to the police, can we?" As he spoke, I noticed something on his belt, a set of keys. Hotel keys. That's how he got in. He must work here, or at least have access to the master keys. I knew I had only one chance. As he turned to look at my bag, I lunged forward, catching him off guard. My shoulder connected with his chest, knocking him back against the door. Before he could recover, I yanked it open and ran. The hallway was a blur as I sprinted towards the stairs, my bare feet slapping against the worn carpet. I could hear him behind me, shouting for others. More footsteps joined the chase. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling in my haste. The lobby was empty, the old man nowhere to be seen. Had he been in on it too? I didn't have time to wonder. I burst out into the parking lot, the rain soaking me instantly. My car was just a few spaces away. If I could reach it. A hand grabbed my arm, spinning me around. It was the man from my room, his face twisted with rage. "You shouldn't have done that," he snarled. I reacted on instinct, bringing my knee up hard between his legs. He doubled over with a grunt of pain, his grip loosening just enough for me to break free. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys. Behind me, I could hear shouts and footsteps. The key slid home. The lock clicked, and I was in. The engine roared to life as I slammed the car into reverse. Gravel sprayed as I peeled out of the parking lot, nearly hitting one of my pursuers as he ran towards me. I didn't slow down until the motel was far behind me, nothing but a bad memory in my rearview mirror. My hand shook on the steering wheel, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. As the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, I pulled into a busy truck stop. With shaking hands, I dialed 911, relieved to hear the operator's voice answer. The police took my statement, but I knew the chances of catching those men were slim. By now, they would be long gone, moving on to their next target. I've never stayed at a motel since that night. The memory of that flickering neon sign, once a beacon of hope, now serves as a warning. A reminder that sometimes, the real monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes, they're the ones handing you the room key, waiting for the right moment to strike. The crackle of the fireplace should have been comforting. Instead, it only amplified the deafening silence that had fallen over our family vacation. My wife, Sarah, sat rigid on the worn leather couch, her eyes fixed on our 2 children huddled together on the floor. Jake, our 10-year-old, had his arm protectively around his little sister, Emily. The flickering flames cast long shadows across their faces, highlighting the fear in their eyes. This was supposed to be our escape from the chaos of city life. Now we were prisoners in our own rental cabin, with 3 armed strangers deciding our fate. It had started as a perfect getaway. We'd found this secluded cabin online, a charming rustic retreat nestled in the heart of the Ozarks. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just acres of pristine wilderness surrounding us. The drive up had been filled with laughter and excited chatter about hiking trails and s'mores by the campfire. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. We explored the woods, fished in the nearby stream, and spent our evenings playing board games by candlelight. It was like stepping back in time, away from the constant pings of notifications and the pressure of deadlines. On the 3rd night, as we roasted marshmallows outside, we heard it, the distant rumble of an engine. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably just another family arriving at a nearby cabin, I thought. But as the sound grew louder, an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. A battered pickup truck came into view, its headlights cutting through the darkness. It pulled up next to our rental car, and 3 men got out. Even in the dim light, I could see they were rough-looking, unshaven, wearing dirty clothes, with a hardness in their eyes that set off alarm bells in my head. "Evening, folks," the tallest one called out, his voice gruff. "Seems like we've got ourselves a bit of car trouble. Mind if we use your phone?" I hesitated, glancing at Sarah. We both knew there was no phone here. It was part of the cabin's off-the-grid appeal. "I'm sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We don't have a phone here, but if you need help, I can try to take a look at your truck." The man's face darkened. "Now, that's not very neighborly of you. Surely you've got a cell phone or something." I shook my head, feeling a growing sense of dread. No service out here. That's why we chose this place. The 3 men exchanged glances, and suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The tall one reached behind his back and pulled out a pistol. "All right, let's cut the crap," he snarled. "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to invite us inside, nice and friendly like. Any funny business, and things are going to get real unpleasant real quick. Understand?" My mind raced, looking for a way out, but with the kids there, I couldn't risk it. Slowly, I nodded. "Good," he said, gesturing with the gun. "Now, let's all go inside and have a nice chat." And that's how we ended up here, hostages in what was supposed to be our sanctuary. The 3 men, we learned their names were Dirk, Lyle, and Cody, made themselves at home, rummaging through our supplies and helping themselves to our food. "So, here's the deal." Dirk, clearly the leader, said as he lounged in an armchair. "We're in a bit of a bind, and we need a place to lay low for a while. You folks are going to be our gracious hosts until we figure things out." "How long?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Dirk shrugged. "Couple days, maybe a week. Depends on how things shake out." I felt a surge of anger. "Look, we don't want any trouble. Just take what you want and leave us alone." Lyle, the youngest of the 3, laughed. "Ain't that simple, Chief. See, we're in a bit of hot water with some people you don't want to mess with. This here's the perfect hiding spot." As the night wore on, the reality of our situation sank in. We were trapped, miles from help, with 3 dangerous men who had no intention of leaving anytime soon. The next day was a bizarre parody of normal life. Sarah cooked breakfast, her hands shaking as she flipped pancakes. The kids sat silently at the table, picking at their food. Our captors ate heartily, complimenting Sarah on her cooking as if they were welcome guests instead of intruders. I watched them constantly, looking for any opportunity, any weakness we could exploit. But they were careful, always keeping one person on watch, never letting their guard down. As night fell again, I lay awake, listening to the sounds of the cabin. The kids were asleep in their room, with Sarah watching over them. Dirk and Cody were in the living room, while Lyle kept watch outside. A plan began to form in my mind. It was risky, possibly suicidal, but I couldn't see any other way out. I waited until the early hours of the morning when I was sure everyone but Lyle would be asleep. Carefully, I crept out of bed and made my way to the kitchen. I found a heavy cast iron skillet and gripped it tightly, my palms sweaty. Taking a deep breath, I eased open the front door. Lyle was sitting on the porch steps, his back to me. I hesitated for a moment, my conscience warring with my desperation. Then I thought of my family, and my resolve hardened. I brought the skillet down hard on the back of Lyle's head. He crumpled without a sound. My heart pounding, I dragged him inside and used his own belt to tie him up. 1 down, 2 to go. I crept into the living room, where Dirk and Cody were sprawled on the couch and floor. The skillet felt impossibly heavy in my hands as I approached Cody first. Another swing, another sickening thud. But as I turned to Dirk, I found him awake, his gun pointed straight at me. Well, he said, his voice low and dangerous. Looks like we've got ourselves a hero. Time seemed to slow down. I saw his finger tightening on the trigger. In that moment, all I could think about was Sarah and the kid, how I'd failed them. Then, out of nowhere, a lamp shattered against the side of Dirk's head. He slumped forward, revealing Sarah standing behind him, her face a mask of determination. We didn't waste any time. We tied up Dirk and Cody, then woke the kids and threw some essentials into a bag. Within minutes, we were in our car, speeding down the dirt road towards civilization. It wasn't until we reached the nearest town and contacted the police that the full weight of what had happened hit me. As I gave my statement to a sympathetic deputy, I found myself shaking uncontrollably. Sarah hugged me tightly, the kids clinging to both of us. "It's over," she whispered. "You saved us." But I knew it wasn't that simple. The peaceful family vacation we'd planned had turned into a nightmare, one that would haunt us for years to come. The idyllic cabin in the woods, once a symbol of escape and togetherness, now represented terror and vulnerability. As we drove home the next day, the kids asleep in the back seat, Sarah reached over and squeezed my hand. "We're okay," she said softly. "We made it through together." I nodded, trying to believe it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had fundamentally changed. The world seemed darker now, filled with hidden dangers. I knew it would be a long time before any of us felt truly safe again. Yet as I glanced in the rearview mirror at Jake and Emily, peaceful in sleep, I felt a fierce surge of protectiveness. We had faced the unthinkable and survived. Whatever came next, we would face it as a family, stronger for having weathered this storm. The open road stretched before us, leading us back to the familiar comfort of home. But I knew the real journey, the one toward healing and reclaiming our sense of security, was only just beginning. The security camera feeds flickered in the dimly lit office, casting an eerie blue glow across my face. Rows of shelves stretched into darkness beyond the range of the monitors. It was 2 a.m., and I was halfway through another mind-numbing night shift at Redwood Storage Solutions. Little did I know, this mundane job was about to thrust me into a nightmare that would change my life forever. I'm Mike, 32 years old, and until that night, my biggest concern was whether I'd make my rent payment on time. The night shift suited me fine, fewer people to deal with, and the extra pay helped keep my head above water. Plus, nothing ever happened here. At least, that's what I thought. I leaned back in my creaky chair, sipping lukewarm coffee and idly flipping through camera feeds. Storage Unit 17, empty. Unit 42, stacks of dusty boxes. Unit 108, old furniture draped in sheets, same as always. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement on camera 3, covering the newly constructed north wing. My heart skipped a beat. That section was supposed to be empty. Hell, it wasn't even open for rentals yet. I sat up straight, coffee forgotten, and zoomed in on the feed. There it was again, a shadow moving between the units. It could have been a trick of the light, or maybe a rat. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. My palms grew sweaty as I debated what to do. Protocol said to call the police for any suspicious activity, but what if it was nothing? I'd look like an idiot and probably get chewed out by my boss for wasting police time. No, I had to check it out myself first. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, trying to ignore the tremor in my hands as I clipped it to my belt. The weight of the keys felt reassuring as I locked the office behind me. The main storage area was silent, my footsteps echoing off concrete floors and metal doors. But as I approached the north wing, I heard it, a faint sound like whispers carried on the wind. I paused, straining my ears. There it was again. Definitely voices, too muffled to make out words. I should have turned back then, should have called for backup. But curiosity and a misplaced sense of duty pushed me forward. I eased open the door to the north wing, wincing at the soft creak of hinges. The new section smelled of fresh paint and sawdust. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing rows of empty units. The voices grew louder as I crept forward, coming from somewhere near the back. I rounded a corner and froze. Light spilled from beneath one of the unit doors, Unit 23. The voices were clear now, urgent and angry. I edged closer, heart pounding so loud I was sure they'd hear it. "Can't stay here long," one voice hissed. "The cops will be all over this place by morning." "Relax," another replied, deeper and calmer. "This place is perfect. No cameras, no nosy neighbors. We'll be long gone before anyone even knows we were here." I pressed my ear to the door, trying to make out more. What I heard next made my blood run cold. "What about the guard?" "What guard?" "I saw a car out front. Must be security." There was a pause, then the calm voice again. "If he becomes a problem, we'll deal with him. Now shut up and help me with these crates." I stumbled back, my mind reeling. They knew I was here, and whatever they were up to, it was serious enough that they'd deal with me if necessary. I had to get out, had to call the police. I turned to run, and knocked over a stack of empty paint cans with a deafening clatter. What was that? The voices inside went silent. Panic surged through me. I sprinted down the corridor, no longer caring about stealth. Behind me, I heard the unit door slam open and shouts of, "Get him!" I burst through the door into the main area, gasping for breath. The office was just ahead. If I could make it there, lock the door, call for help. A gunshot rang out, the bullet whizzing past my ear. I dove behind a row of units, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. Come out, wherever you are." The calm voice called, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Let's talk about this like reasonable men." I crawled along the floor, trying to stay low and out of sight. I could hear them spreading out, searching methodically. The office was so close, yet it might as well have been miles away. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Mike, you there? Just checking in." It was Jerry, the other night guard, doing his rounds at our sister facility across town. I fumbled for the radio, but before I could respond, a hand clamped over my mouth. I was dragged backward, kicking and struggling, into one of the open units. The door slammed shut, plunging us into darkness. I thrashed wildly, but my attacker was strong, pinning me against the wall. "Quiet," a voice hissed in my ear. It was the younger one, the nervous one. "I'm not going to hurt you, but you need to shut up and listen." Slowly, he released his grip. I spun around, ready to fight, but he held up his hands. "Please," he said, his voice cracking. "You don't understand. I didn't want any part of this." In the dim light filtering through the door seams, I could see his face. He was young, maybe early 20s, with wide, frightened eyes. "What's going on?" I demanded, keeping my voice low. "Who are you people?" He shook his head. It doesn't matter. What matters is that man out there, the one in charge. He's dangerous. He'll kill us both if he finds us. Why should I trust you? I asked, though I was starting to believe him. Because I'm your only chance of getting out of here alive, he replied. I know their plan, their escape route. Help me and I'll help you. I hesitated. For all I knew, this could be a trap, but what choice did I have? All right, I said. What's the plan? He outlined it quickly. There was a van parked at the rear loading dock, keys already in the ignition. If we could reach it, we could escape and alert the authorities. We crept out of the unit, moving silently through the maze of corridors. I could hear the others still searching, their voices growing more frustrated by the minute. We were almost to the loading dock when a shout rang out. There they are! Gunshots exploded around us as we ran. I felt a searing pain in my arm but didn't stop. We burst through the door into the cool night air. The van was there, just as he'd said. We dove in, the engine roaring to life as bullets pinged off the metal. As we screeched out of the parking lot, I finally allowed myself to breathe. I'm Mike, I said, realizing I didn't even know my rescuer's name. Alex, he replied, hands shaking on the steering wheel. I'm so sorry about all this. I never wanted. It's okay. I cut him off. Let's just get to the police. The next few hours were a blur of sirens, questioning, and paramedics treating my grazed arm. Alex turned himself in, agreeing to testify in exchange for leniency. It turned out the calm voice was a notorious arms dealer using the storage facility as a temporary base. As dawn broke, I sat on the curb, watching police swarm the storage units. My quiet, boring job had turned into something out of an action movie. And yet, all I could think about was how close I'd come to losing everything. Jerry walked up, shaking his head in disbelief. Man, I can't believe this happened on your shift. You okay? I nodded slowly, the events of the night replaying in my mind. Yeah, I think I am. And I was. Mostly. But as I drove home that morning, I knew things would never be quite the same. The world felt different now, more dangerous but also more alive. I'd faced my fears, made a split-second decision to trust a stranger, and somehow made it through. I called my boss from the road, leaving a message that I wouldn't be in for the night shift, or any shift for that matter. It was time for a change, time to stop sleepwalking through life. As I pulled into my driveway, the sun peeking over the horizon, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: hope. Whatever came next, I was ready for it. After all, I'd survived the night shift from hell. Everything else, that was just details. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but an eerie stillness that seemed to swallow every sound. I stood at the edge of a clearing, my camera hanging uselessly around my neck, staring at a sight that shouldn't exist. Nestled in the heart of the Appalachian wilderness, hidden from the modern world, was a village that looked like it had been plucked straight out of the 19th century. My name is Lily Chen, and I'm a freelance photographer specializing in nature and wildlife. I'd come to these remote mountains hoping to capture some unique shots for my portfolio. What I found instead would haunt me for the rest of my life. The village was small, maybe 24 buildings clustered around a central square. Thatched roofs, rough-hewn logs, and hand-carved shutters spoke of a simpler time. But it was the people that truly caught my attention. Men and women in old-fashioned clothing moved about their daily tasks, seemingly oblivious to the modern world beyond their secluded valley. Curiosity overcame my initial shock. I had to get closer to document this incredible discovery. I raised my camera, zooming in on a woman hanging laundry on a line. Through the lens, I noticed something odd about her face. It was unnaturally smooth, almost waxy in appearance. A twig snapped under my foot, and the woman's head snapped toward me with inhuman speed. Our eyes met, and a chill ran down my spine. Her eyes were wrong, too dark, too empty. Before I could process what I was seeing, a shout rang out across the village. Suddenly, every person in sight turned to stare at me. Their movements were synchronized, mechanical, like puppets controlled by the same hand. Panic gripped me. I turned to run, only to find my path blocked by two men who seemed to have materialized out of thin air. They wore the same old-fashioned clothes as the others, but their faces were expressionless masks. "Welcome, stranger," one of them said, his voice flat and emotionless. "We've been expecting you." I tried to back away, but more villagers had appeared behind me, forming a circle. There was nowhere to run. "Please," I stammered. "I didn't mean to intrude. I'll just go." "Go?" the man interrupted. "But you've only just arrived, and we have so much to show you." Rough hands gripped my arms, and I was half led, half dragged into the village. My protests fell on deaf ears as they marched me toward a large building in the center of the square. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of burning herbs and something else, something sickly sweet that made my head spin. Rows of wooden benches faced a raised platform at the far end of the room. On the platform stood a figure in a hooded robe, their face hidden in shadow. "Bring her forward," the figure commanded, its voice a rasping whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I was pushed to the front of the room, my captors forcing me to my knees before the platform. The hooded figure descended slowly, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. "Do you know why you're here, Lily Chen?" it asked. The sound of my name sent a jolt of fear through me. How did they know who I was? No, I managed to say. "Please, there's been a mistake. I'm just a photographer." "There's no mistake," the figure cut me off. "You were drawn here, just as the others were. Your arrival completes the cycle." The hood fell back, revealing a face that was barely human. Papery skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones, and eyes like black pits stared down at me. The mouth opened in a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Every 100 years, we require new blood to sustain us," it explained, running a long-fingered hand over my cheek. Its touch was ice-cold and sent shivers of revulsion through me. "You, Lily, will be our newest member." Realization dawned, bringing with it a wave of horror. The strange, wax-like appearance of the villagers, their unnatural movements. They weren't human, not anymore, and they wanted to make me like them. I thrashed against my captors, desperate to escape, but their grip was like iron. The hooded figure produced a silver chalice filled with a dark, viscous liquid. "Drink," it commanded, pressing the cup to my lips. "Embrace your new life." I clamped my mouth shut, turning my head away, but unseen hands gripped my jaw, forcing it open. The liquid poured down my throat, burning like fire. I choked and sputtered, but they didn't stop until I'd swallowed it all. The effect was almost immediate. The world began to spin, colors blurring and sounds distorting. I felt myself falling, though I never hit the ground. Instead, I was floating in a sea of darkness, aware of my body but unable to control it. Time lost all meaning. I drifted in and out of consciousness, catching glimpses of rituals performed around me. Chanting voices, the glow of strange symbols, the acrid smell of burning incense. Through it all, I felt myself changing, my very essence being rewritten. When I finally regained full awareness, I was lying on a bed in a small, sparsely furnished room. Sunlight streamed through a window, warming my skin. For a moment, I thought it had all been a terrible dream. Then I saw my hands. The skin was smooth and pale, almost translucent. I touched my face, feeling the same waxy texture I'd seen on the other villagers. A mirror on the wall confirmed my fears. My eyes were now dark pools, devoid of white or iris. I wasn't human anymore. The door opened, and the hooded figure entered, flanked by two of the villagers. "How do you feel, Lily?" it asked, its voice now sounding almost melodious to my altered ears. "What have you done to me?" I whispered, my own voice strange and hollow. "We've given you a great gift," it replied. "Immortality, freedom from pain and disease. You are now part of our family." Family. The word echoed in my mind, stirring emotions I couldn't quite grasp. Part of me recoiled at the idea, clinging to memories of my old life. But another part, a growing part, felt a sense of belonging I'd never experienced before. "Come," the figure said, extending a hand. "Let us show you your new home." I took its hand, my movements smooth and precise. As we walked through the village, I saw it with new eyes. The simplicity I'd first noticed now seemed elegant, purposeful. The other villagers nodded in greeting, their faces no longer blank but filled with a serene contentment. We reached the edge of the village, where the forest began. "This is our sanctuary," the figure explained, "hidden from the outside world, protected by ancient magic. Here, we live in harmony with nature, untouched by the ravages of time." I nodded, understanding flooding through me. This was where I belonged. The thought of my old life, of the world beyond these trees, seemed distant and unimportant. But as night fell and I lay in my new bed, a flicker of my old self stirred. Memories of my family, my friends, my passion for photography, they rose to the surface, bringing with them a wave of grief and longing. I realized then that while my body had been changed, a part of my mind, my soul, perhaps, remained my own. And that part screamed in silent horror at what I'd become. Days passed, then weeks. I learned the rhythms of village life, took part in their strange rituals. But always, that small part of me remained apart, watching and waiting. It was during one of our nightly gatherings that I saw my chance. A newcomer had wandered too close to our borders, and the village was in an uproar. In the chaos, I slipped away, running into the darkness of the forest. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized two things. First, that I was hopelessly lost in the vast wilderness, and second, that for the first time since my transformation, I felt truly alive. As dawn broke, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to my old life. I was too changed for that. But I couldn't stay in that village, living in eternity as something no longer human. Instead, I would forge a new path, somewhere between the world I'd left behind and the one that had claimed me. I don't know what the future holds. Perhaps one day, years from now, another lost soul will stumble upon a strange photographer living alone in the mountains. And maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to save them from the fate I narrowly escaped. But for now, I walk these forests, camera in hand, capturing images of a world few will ever see. And in each photo, if you look closely, you might catch a glimpse of eyes that have seen too much, eyes that are no longer quite human. The headlights of my old Chevy cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but an endless stretch of rain-slicked asphalt and the occasional reflective road sign. I'd been driving for hours, the monotonous hum of the engine and the steady beat of the wipers lulling me into a trance-like state. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched, his form briefly illuminated by my passing lights. In that split second, I made a decision that would haunt me for years to come. I hit the brakes. My name's Jack, and I've always prided myself on being a good judge of character. It's a skill you develop when you've spent as much time on the road as I have, driving trucks across the country. But that rainy night on Highway 61, my instincts failed me spectacularly. I pulled over, the gravel crunching under my tires. The man jogged up to my passenger window, rain dripping from his dirty blonde hair. He looked to be in his mid-30s, Maz, with a scruffy beard and clothes that had seen better days. "Where you headed?" I asked. rolling down the window just enough to hear him over the patter of rain. "North," he replied, flashing a grateful smile. "As far as you're willing to take me." I hesitated for a moment. My mama always warned me about picking up strangers, but something in the man's eyes, a kind of desperate hopefulness, made me relent. "Hop in," I said, unlocking the door. "I'm going as far as Memphis." He climbed in, bringing with him the smell of wet clothes and something else I couldn't quite place. "Thanks, man, I'm Dave," he said, extending a hand. I shook it briefly. "Jack, buckle up. It's a long drive." As we pulled back onto the highway, I noticed Dave fidgeting with something in his jacket pocket. Probably just a phone or wallet, I thought, brushing off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. We drove in silence for a while, the only sounds the steady rhythm of the wipers and the low hum of the radio playing some old country tune. I was about to ask Dave where he was coming from when he spoke up. "Mind if I smoke?" he asked, already pulling out a pack of cigarettes. "Rather you didn't," I replied, trying to quit myself. He nodded, putting the pack away. But as he did, I caught a glimpse of something metallic in his jacket. My heart rate picked up. Was that a gun? I tried to keep my voice casual. "So, what takes you up north, Dave?" He turned to look at me, and in that moment, I saw something shift in his eyes. The desperate hopefulness was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating look that sent chills down my spine. "Change of plans, Jack," he said, his voice suddenly hard. "We're taking a little detour." Before I could react, he had pulled out the gun I'd glimpsed earlier, pointing it steadily at my head. "Keep driving," he ordered, "and don't try anything stupid." My mind raced, adrenaline surging through my body. How had I been so blind? I should have trusted my gut, should have left him on the side of the road. "Look, man," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't want any trouble. You want the car? It's yours. Just let me pull over and—" "Did I say pull over?" Dave snapped, pressing the gun against my temple. "I said keep driving. Take the next exit." I did as I was told, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The exit led us onto a narrow country road, winding through dark, dense forest. "Where are we going?" I dared to ask after a few minutes of tense silence. Dave chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "You ask too many questions, Jack. Let's just say I've got some unfinished business, and you're my ticket there." As we drove deeper into the wilderness, my mind raced through possible scenarios. Was Dave an escaped convict? A drug dealer on the run? Whatever his story was, I knew I was in way over my head. The rain had stopped, but a thick fog was rolling in, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. Dave directed me down an overgrown dirt road, barely visible in the gloom. "Stop here," he commanded as we reached a small clearing. I cut the engine, plunging us into silence. In the sudden quiet, I could hear my own heart pounding in my chest. "Get out," Dave said, gesturing with the gun. I complied, stepping out into the damp night air. Dave followed, keeping the weapon trained on me. "Start walking," he ordered, pointing towards a barely visible path leading into the woods. As we trudged through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face and arms, I tried to engage Dave in conversation. Maybe if I could humanize myself to him, he'd be less likely to... Well, I didn't want to think about what he might do. "I've got a family, you know," I said, my voice shaking despite my efforts to stay calm. "A wife, 2 kids. They'll be wondering where I am." "Shut up," Dave growled, but I detected a hint of hesitation in his voice. We emerged into another clearing, this one dominated by an old, dilapidated cabin. The wood was rotting, the windows boarded up. It looked like it hadn't been inhabited in decades. "Inside," Dave said, prodding me with the gun. The cabin's interior was musty and dark. Moonlight filtered through cracks in the boards, illuminating dust motes swirling in the air. Old furniture lay scattered about, covered in cobwebs. "Sit," Dave ordered, pointing to a rickety chair in the corner. As I sat, he began pacing the room, muttering to himself. I caught fragments of what he was saying, something about, "They'll never find me here and just need to lay low for a while." Realization dawned. Dave wasn't some hardened criminal. He was scared, desperate, and probably in way over his head. This gave me a glimmer of hope. Maybe I could reason with him. "Dave," I said softly, "whatever trouble you're in, this isn't the way out. Let me go, and I swear I won't say a word to anyone about this." He whirled on me, his eyes wild. "You don't understand. They'll find me. They always do. I need... His voice trailed off, and for a moment, I saw the lost, frightened man behind the tough facade. But then his expression hardened again. "No," he said firmly. "You're staying right here. I need a hostage, just in case." Hours passed. Dave alternated between pacing nervously and staring out the cracks in the boards, jumping at every sound from the forest. I remained in the chair, my muscles cramping, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. As dawn began to break, casting a gray light through the cabin, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Police sirens in the distance. Dave heard them too. He rushed to the window, panic etched on his face. "No, no, no," he muttered. "How did they find me?" In his distraction, he had lowered the gun. I saw my chance and took it. I lunged from the chair, tackling Dave to the ground. We grappled for the weapon, rolling across the dirty floor. He was stronger than he looked, but desperation gave me strength. Finally, I managed to wrench the gun from his grasp, scrambling backwards and pointing it at him. "Don't move," I gasped, my chest heaving. Dave lay on the floor, defeat written across his features. "Go ahead," he said quietly. "Shoot me, it's over anyway." But I couldn't do it. Despite everything, I couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger. Instead, I kept the gun trained on him as I backed towards the door. The police arrived moments later, filling the clearing with flashing lights and shouted commands. As they handcuffed Dave and led him away, one of the officers approached me. "You okay, sir?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. I nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of exhaustion. "Yeah, I'm okay, but I think I'm done picking up hitchhikers for a while." As I gave my statement to the police, I learned the full story. Dave was wanted for a string of armed robberies across 3 states. He'd been on the run for weeks, desperate and cornered. I had been his last misguided attempt at escape. Driving home that morning, my hands still shaking on the steering wheel, I couldn't stop thinking about how differently things could have turned out. One split-second decision, to stop for a stranger on a rainy night, had nearly cost me everything. But as I pulled into my driveway, seeing my wife and kids rush out to meet me, tears of relief in their eyes, I felt a profound gratitude. I had faced my worst nightmare and come out the other side. And I had learned a valuable lesson about trust, instinct, and the unpredictable nature of human desperation. From that day on, I never picked up another hitchhiker. But every time I pass a lone figure on the side of the road, I say a silent prayer for them, for myself, and for all the desperate souls out there, searching for their way home. The old farmhouse loomed before me, a dark silhouette against the storm-ravaged sky. Lightning illuminated its weather-beaten facade for a brief moment, revealing peeling paint and shutters hanging askew. This wasn't how I'd envisioned my night going, but with my car sputtering its last breath a mile down the road, I didn't have much choice. As I raised my hand to knock on the door, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold rain soaking through my clothes. Something about this place felt off. My name is Sarah, and I'm usually the level-headed one in any situation. As a freelance journalist, I've found myself in plenty of sticky situations, but nothing could have prepared me for what awaited me behind that weathered oak door. The sound of my knocking echoed ominously, and for a moment, I feared no one was home. Then, slowly, the door creaked open, revealing a petite, elderly woman with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. "Oh, you poor dear," she exclaimed, her eyes widening at my bedraggled appearance. Come in, come in. You'll catch your death out there." Gratefully, I stepped inside, immediately enveloped by warmth and the scent of freshly baked bread. "Thank you so much," I said, my teeth chattering slightly. "My car broke down, and I was hoping I could use your phone to call for help." The old woman's face fell slightly. "Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Our phone line's been down since the storm started, but you're welcome to stay until it passes. I'm Martha, by the way, and that's my husband, Tom." I turned to see an elderly man rising from an armchair by the fireplace. He nodded in greeting, his expression unreadable. "I'm Sarah," I replied, forcing a smile despite the unease growing in my stomach. "I really appreciate your hospitality." Martha bustled about, bringing me a towel and insisting I sit by the fire to warm up. As I dried off, I couldn't help but notice how sparsely furnished the living room was. A few old photographs adorned the walls, but there was something odd about them that I couldn't quite put my finger on. "So, what brings you out to these parts, Sarah?" Tom asked, his voice gruff, but not unkind. I explained about my assignment. I was supposed to be interviewing a local farmer about the impact of recent droughts, and how my GPS had led me astray on these back roads. As I spoke, I noticed Martha and Tom exchanging glances. There was something in their eyes, a sort of silent communication that made me feel like an intruder. "Well, you're welcome to stay the night if need be," Martha said, patting my hand. "I'll make up the guest room for you." I thanked her, all the while trying to shake off the growing sense of dread that had settled over me. It was just an old couple being kind to a stranger, I told myself. Nothing sinister about that. But as the evening wore on, little things began to add up. The way Tom's eyes would linger on me when he thought I wasn't looking. The hushed conversations between him and Martha when they thought I was out of earshot. The locked door I discovered when I tried to use the bathroom upstairs. When Martha served dinner, a hearty stew that smelled delicious, I found myself hesitating before taking a bite. "This looks wonderful," I said, stalling. "What's in it?" "Oh, just some vegetables from the garden and a bit of meat," Martha replied vaguely. "Eat up, dear. You need your strength." I took a small bite, then another. It tasted fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As we ate, I tried to keep the conversation going, asking about their life on the farm. Their answers were vague, almost rehearsed, and they kept steering the topic back to me, my job, my family, whether anyone knew where I was. After dinner, exhaustion began to set in. Whether it was from the stress of the day or something more sinister, I couldn't be sure. Martha showed me to the guest room, a small, sparsely furnished space with faded floral wallpaper. "Sleep tight, dear," she said as she closed the door. I waited until her footsteps retreated down the hall before trying the handle. It turned easily, much to my relief. At least I wasn't locked in. Despite my exhaustion, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the old house, every gust of wind outside, set my nerves on edge. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake to the sound of hushed voices outside my door. "Can't keep her here," Martha was saying. "People will come looking." "We don't have a choice," Tom replied, his voice hard. "You know what's at stake?" My heart pounding, I slipped out of bed and pressed my ear to the door. "But she seems like such a nice girl," Martha protested weakly. "They all do," Tom said, "but we can't take any chances, not after what happened last time." Their footsteps retreated, leaving me in terrified silence. What had they meant? What had happened? Last time, I knew I had to get out of there, and fast. As quietly as I could, I gathered my things and eased the door open. The hallway was dark, but a faint light shone from downstairs. I crept towards the stairs, every floorboard creak sounding like a gunshot in the silence. I had just reached the bottom of the stairs when a floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around to find Tom standing there, a grim expression on his face. "Going somewhere?" he asked, his voice dangerously calm. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. In that moment, fight or flight kicked in, and I chose flight. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock as Tom's heavy footsteps approached. Just as his hand closed around my arm, I managed to wrench the door open and burst out into the night. The rain had stopped, but the ground was slick with mud. I stumbled down the porch steps, my heart pounding in my ears. "Martha!" Tom bellowed behind me. "She's getting away!" I ran blindly into the darkness, the wet grass soaking my socks. Behind me, I could hear Tom's labored breathing as he gave chase. In the distance, a dog began to bark. I had no idea where I was going, but I knew I had to put as much distance between myself and that farmhouse as possible. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, providing just enough light for me to avoid tripping over roots and fallen branches. Suddenly, my foot caught on something, sending me sprawling face first into the mud. Before I could get up, a weight crashed down on top of me. Tom had caught up. "You shouldn't have run," he growled, pinning me down. I struggled against him, terror giving me strength I didn't know I had. In our scuffle, my hand closed around something hard and cold. A rock. Without thinking, I swung it backwards, connecting with Tom's head with a sickening thud. He grunted in pain and his grip loosened. I scrambled away, not daring to look back as I resumed my headlong flight through the woods. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. All I knew was that I had to keep going, had to find help. Finally, through the trees, I saw lights. A highway. Gasping for breath, covered in mud and scratches, I stumbled onto the shoulder of the road just as a car was approaching. I waved my arms frantically, praying they would stop. The car slowed, then pulled over. A middle-aged couple peered out at me, their faces a mixture of concern and fear. "Please," I gasped. "Help me. I need to get to the police." They must have seen the terror in my eyes because they didn't hesitate to let me in. As we drove to the nearest town, I told them everything, my words tumbling out in a frantic rush. The police took my statement, their faces grim as I recounted my ordeal. They sent officers out to the farmhouse, but by the time they arrived, Martha and Tom were gone. The house was empty, showing signs of a hasty departure. In the days that followed, as I recovered from my ordeal, the full story came to light. Martha and Tom weren't the kindly old couple they pretended to be. They were wanted in connection with a string of disappearances dating back decades, travelers who had gone missing on those backcountry roads, never to be seen again. I was lucky. I had escaped. But as I sat in my apartment, jumping at every sound and double-checking my locks, I knew that the real escape, from the fear, from the memories, was still to come. The farmhouse was gone. Martha and Tom were in the wind. But the terror of that night would stay with me for a long, long time. The rusty gates of Wonderland Amusement Park creaked open with an eerie groan, sending a shiver down my spine. The abandoned Ferris wheel loomed against the twilight sky, a skeletal reminder of happier times. I raised my camera, the shutter click echoing in the silence. This was going to be the photo series that launched my career, or so I thought. Little did I know, I was about to stumble into a nightmare that would change my life forever. My name's Alex, and I'm a freelance photographer with a passion for urban exploration. Abandoned places have always fascinated me. The stories they hold, the secrets they keep. Wonderland was my holy grail, a massive amusement park left to rot for over a decade. Getting in wasn't easy, but a few well-placed bribes and a hole in the fence got me past security. As I made my way through the park, my camera clicked away, capturing the eerie beauty of decay. Rusted roller coasters stretched towards the sky like giant, twisted sculptures. Faded murals of cartoon characters grinned maniacally, their paint peeling to reveal the grim concrete beneath. It was everything I'd hoped for and more. I was so engrossed in my work that I almost missed the movement out of the corner of my eye. When I turned to look, there was nothing there, just shadows and silence. But as I continued deeper into the park, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sun had nearly set when I reached the heart of Wonderland, a massive carousel, its once magnificent horses now weathered and broken. As I lined up my shot, a flicker of light caught my attention. It was coming from the funhouse, a decrepit building with a clown's face for an entrance. Curiosity got the better of me. I made my way over, the gravel crunching under my feet sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. The funhouse door was ajar, swaying gently in the breeze. I hesitated for a moment, then slipped inside. The interior was a maze of shattered mirrors and toppled props. My flashlight beam bounced off fractured reflections, creating a disorienting kaleidoscope effect. That's when I heard it, a soft shuffling sound like footsteps trying to be quiet. "Hello?" I called out, my voice wavering more than I'd like to admit. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then, a crash from deeper within the funhouse. My heart racing. I knew I should leave. But my curiosity, and the potential for an even better story, pushed me forward. I navigated through the twisting corridors, the air growing thick with dust and the musty smell of decay. Rounding a corner, I found myself in what must have been the main chamber of the funhouse. And there, in the center of the room, was a group of people. They were huddled around a makeshift fire, their faces gaunt and dirty in the flickering light. They looked up as I entered, their eyes wide with surprise, and was that fear? I'm sorry, I stammered. "I didn't mean to intrude. I'm just a photographer." "Shut up," one of them hissed, a scruffy man with wild eyes. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Before I could respond, a siren wailed in the distance. The group exploded into action, grabbing bags and dousing the fire. "They've found us," a woman whispered, her voice trembling. "We have to go. Now." "Wait," I said, confusion and alarm battling for dominance. "What's going on? Who's found you?" The scruffy man grabbed my arm, his grip painfully tight. "You led them right to us, you idiot. Now you're coming with us." I tried to pull away, but he was surprisingly strong. "Let go of me. I don't understand." "There's no time," the woman cut in. "We have to move. Bring him." Before I could protest further, I was being dragged along with the group, deeper into the bowels of the funhouse. We emerged through a hidden door into the cool night air. The siren was louder now, joined by the sound of vehicles approaching. "Split up," the scruffy man ordered. "Meet at the safe house. You," he turned to me. "You're with me. Try to run, and I'll make sure you regret it." We took off into the darkness, weaving between derelict rides and overgrown paths. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who were these people? Who was chasing them? And what the hell had I stumbled into? As we ran, the man, who gruffly introduced himself as Ray, filled me in on bits and pieces. They were squatters, he said, people who had fallen through the cracks of society. Wonderland had been their home for months, hidden away from a world that had forgotten them. "But it's more than that," Ray panted as we paused behind a dilapidated ticket booth. "We found something here. Something they want back." Before I could ask who they were, a spotlight cut through the darkness, sweeping across the park. Ray cursed, pulling me down into the shadows. "We have to keep moving," he whispered. "If they catch us, it's all over." For hours, we played a terrifying game of cat and mouse through the abandoned park. I caught glimpses of the others from our group, always just ahead or behind, always running. The sounds of our pursuers grew closer, then faded, then returned with renewed intensity. As dawn began to break, Ray led me to a maintenance tunnel hidden behind a fallen billboard. We crawled inside, the damp concrete scraping my knees. After what felt like miles of twisting passages, we emerged into a small, windowless room. The others were there, looking as exhausted and terrified as I felt. In the harsh light of a bare bulb, I could see them clearly for the first time. There were 6 of them, ranging from a teenager to an elderly woman. They all bore the same haunted look. "What now?" the teenager asked, his voice cracking. Ray sighed, running a hand through his matted hair. "We wait. They'll search the park, but they won't find this place. Once they're gone, we move on." "Move on to where?" I asked, finding my voice at last. "And who are they? What is going on?" The group exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, the elderly woman spoke up. "Show him, Ray," she said softly. "He's involved now. He deserves to know." Ray hesitated, then nodded. He reached into his bag and pulled out a small, metallic object. It was about the size of a softball, covered in strange symbols and emitting a faint, pulsing glow. "We found this buried beneath the carousel," Ray explained. "At first, we thought it was just some weird prop, but then things started happening. Impossible things." The others nodded, murmuring in agreement. Ray continued, his eyes never leaving the object. "We could move things without touching them, see glimpses of the future, heal injuries in seconds. It was incredible. But then they came." "Who?" I pressed. "We don't know," the woman who had spoken earlier said. "Men in black suits, government types. They tore the park apart looking for this. We've been running ever since." I stared at the object, my mind struggling to process what I was hearing. It sounded insane, impossible. And yet, after what I'd seen tonight, could I really discount it? "So what do we do now?" I asked, surprised to find myself including myself in their group. Ray's eyes met mine, a mix of determination and fear in his gaze. "We keep running. We find somewhere safe to study this thing, to understand its power, and we stay ahead of them no matter what." As if on cue, a distant explosion rocked the room. Dust rained down from the ceiling. "They're getting closer," the teenager whispered. Ray stood, tucking the object back into his bag. "Then we move. Alex," he turned to me, "you have a choice. Come with us. Help us uncover the truth. Or stay here and take your chances with them. But know this, if you breathe a word of what you've seen, they'll never stop hunting you." I looked around at the ragtag group, these strangers who had become my companions in this surreal night. I thought of my life before, my photography, my apartment, my mundane existence. And I thought of the impossible object, the power it promised, and the dangers that came with it. In that moment, I made my choice. A choice that would set me on a path I could never have imagined, full of wonders and terrors beyond belief. A choice that would change everything. "I'm in," I said, getting to my feet. "Where do we go?" Ray nodded, a grim smile on his face. "First, we survive this. Then we change the world." As we prepared to venture back into the dangerous unknown, I couldn't help but think of the photos still in my camera. They were supposed to launch my career, to tell the story of an abandoned amusement park. Instead, they had led me into a story far stranger and more perilous than I could have ever imagined. And it was only just beginning. The snap of a twig echoed through the forest, freezing me in my tracks. I held my breath, straining my ears against the eerie silence that followed. It was just after dawn, the weak sunlight barely penetrating the dense canopy above. I'd been hiking for hours, reveling in the solitude, but now that solitude felt oppressive, threatening, I was no longer alone in these woods, and every instinct screamed that whatever was out there meant me harm. My name is Daniel, and I'm an avid outdoorsman. I've spent countless weekends exploring the backcountry, always seeking that perfect balance of challenge and serenity. This trip was supposed to be like any other, a chance to disconnect from the world and reconnect with nature. But as I stood there, heart pounding, I realized this journey had taken a terrifying turn. I'd chosen this particular trail for its remoteness. It was a grueling 2-day hike to the nearest ranger station, and I hadn't seen another soul since I'd set out yesterday morning. Now, I cursed my desire for isolation. Slowly, carefully, I turned in a circle, scanning the surrounding forest. The morning mist clung to the undergrowth, creating shifting shadows that played tricks on my eyes. Was that movement by that large oak, or just a branch swaying in the breeze? Did I really hear breathing, or was it just the blood rushing in my ears? I took a tentative step forward, wincing as leaves crunched underfoot. The sound seemed to echo unnaturally loud in the stillness. That's when I saw it, a flash of movement in my peripheral vision, there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it. But the prickling sensation on the back of my neck told me it was all too real. Fight or flight instinct kicked in, and I chose flight. I broke into a run, my heavy backpack bouncing awkwardly as I crashed through the underbrush. Branches whipped at my face once, but I didn't slow down. I could hear it now, the unmistakable sound of pursuit. Something was crashing through the forest behind me, gaining ground with every stride. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs trembled, the rational part of my brain screaming that I was only exhausting myself, making myself easier prey. Finally, I spotted a fallen tree ahead, its massive trunk creating a natural barricade. I dove behind it, pressing my back against the rough bark as I fought to catch my breath. For a long moment, there was only the sound of my ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. Then, silence. Had I lost it? I peered around the edge of the log, scanning the forest. Nothing moved. Slowly, I began to relax. Maybe it had just been an animal, startled by my presence, a deer, perhaps, or even a bear. It was probably long gone by now, as eager to avoid me as I was to avoid it. I chuckled softly, feeling foolish for my panic. That's when I saw the footprints. They were pressed into a patch of soft earth just a few feet away, clearly visible in the growing light. My blood ran cold as I studied them. They were huge, much larger than my own boots, and shaped wrong. The toes were too long, the arch too pronounced. Whatever had made these tracks walked on 2 legs. But it wasn't human. A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, scrambling to my feet. There, not 10 yards away, stood something. It was tall, at least 7 feet, its body a mass of matted fur and corded muscle. But it was the face that sent waves of primal terror coursing through me. It was almost human, but twisted, feral. Its eyes, intelligent and predatory, were fixed directly on me. For a heartbeat that seemed to last an eternity, we stared at each other. Then it smiled, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and I ran. I had no plan, no destination in mind. All I knew was that I had to get away, had to find help or shelter, or anything that might save me from the nightmare pursuing me. I could hear it crashing through the undergrowth behind me, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but always there. Hours blurred together as I fled deeper into the wilderness. My body screamed for rest, waiting for water, but terror kept me moving. The forest grew denser, darker, the trees pressing in around me until I could barely see the sky. As the day wore on, a new fear began to gnaw at me. I was hopelessly lost. In my blind panic, I'd strayed far from any trail. Even if I survived this nightmare, how would I find my way back to civilization? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I spotted something through the trees, a structure of some kind. Hope surged through me as I changed course, pushing my exhausted body towards potential salvation. It was a cabin, old and weathered but blessedly real. I staggered onto the small porch, my trembling hands fumbling with the door handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. A sob of frustration escaped me as I pounded on the door, casting fearful glances over my shoulder. That's when I noticed the window. Without hesitation, I grabbed a nearby rock and smashed the glass, not caring about the cuts on my arm as I reached through to unlock the door from the inside. I practically fell into the cabin, slamming the door behind me and sliding the deadbolt home. For a moment, I just stood there, gasping for breath, unable to believe I'd found safety. The cabin was small, just one room with basic furnishings. A layer of dust covered everything, suggesting it hadn't been used in some time, but it was shelter, and right now, that was all that mattered. I moved quickly, dragging a heavy dresser in front of the door for added protection. Then I set about covering the windows, using blankets, towels, anything I could find to block out the fading daylight and obscure the view from outside. As night fell, I huddled in a corner, a rusty fireplace poker clutched in my trembling hands. Every creak of the old cabin, every whisper of wind outside sent fresh waves of terror through me. Sleep was impossible. I knew it was out there, waiting, watching. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard it. Footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate. My whole body tensed as they approached the door. The handle rattled, then the whole door shook as something massive threw its weight against it. The dresser scraped across the floor but held. A low growl of frustration came from outside, then silence. For a moment I dared to hope it had given up. Then came a new sound, claws scraping against wood as it began to climb the side of the cabin. I looked up in horror at the ceiling, tracking the creature's progress by the creaking of old timbers. It was on the roof now, moving with terrifying purpose. A thud from the far corner told me it had found the chimney. Panic seized me as I realized my mistake. In my haste to secure the cabin, I'd forgotten about the fireplace. I lunged across the room, fumbling in the dark for the flue lever. Just as my hand closed around it, a shower of soot and debris rained down. I yanked the lever, slamming the flue shut mere seconds before a massive in-clawed hand thrust through the opening. It groped blindly for a moment, then withdrew with a roar of rage that shook the very foundations of the cabin. The attack on the roof resumed with renewed fury. Shingles and splinters of wood rained down as the creature tore at the ancient timbers. I knew it was only a matter of time before it broke through. Desperately, I searched the cabin for anything I could use as a weapon, anything that might give me a chance against this monster. That's when I saw it, a trapdoor in the floor, half hidden under an old rug. With strength born of desperation, I hauled the rug aside and wrenched open the door. A ladder descended into darkness. I had no idea where it led, but it had to be better than staying here. Just as I lowered myself onto the ladder, the roof gave way with a thunderous crash. I caught a glimpse of a massive, furred body dropping into the cabin before I slammed the trapdoor shut above me. I scrambled down the ladder, my feet finding solid ground in what felt like a narrow tunnel. Above me, I could hear the creature's fury as it realized its prey had escaped. The trapdoor shuddered under repeated blows but miraculously held. I fumbled for my phone, using its feeble light to illuminate my surroundings. I was in some kind of old mine shaft, rough-hewn and claustrophobic, but it was my only chance. I picked a direction at random and started moving, praying the tunnel led somewhere, anywhere other than here. For what felt like hours, I stumbled through the darkness, the sounds of pursuit growing fainter behind me. The tunnel twisted and turned, sometimes branching off in multiple directions. I chose my path blindly, knowing that each decision could lead to salvation or to a dead end where the creature would eventually find me. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, my light illuminated something ahead, a metal ladder leading up to what looked like a hatch. Hope surged through me as I climbed, my muscles screaming in protest. The hatch was heavy, but with a final, desperate heave, it opened. I emerged into early morning light, gulping in the fresh air. I was on the side of a mountain, the forest stretching out below me. And in the distance, I could see something that brought tears to my eyes, the ranger station. As I half ran, half stumbled down the mountain, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Even as I burst into the ranger station, babbling my story to bewildered officials, part of me knew it wasn't over. They never found any trace of the creature. Of course, the cabin showed signs of damage, but nothing that couldn't be explained by normal wear and tear or wild animals. Most people dismissed my story as the ravings of a man driven temporarily mad by isolation and exhaustion. But I know what I saw. I know what hunted me through those woods. And on quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I can almost hear it calling to me, challenging me to return to its domain. I never went camping again. The neon sign flickered weakly, casting an eerie red glow across the empty parking lot. Midnight Diner, it proclaimed, a beacon of light in the darkness of this desolate stretch of highway. I'd been working the graveyard shift here for 6 months, but tonight felt different. The air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. As I wiped down the counter for the 100th time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go terribly wrong. My name's Jessie, and I'm what you'd call a small-town girl with big city dreams. This job at the diner was supposed to be temporary, just a way to save up enough money to move to Los Angeles and pursue my acting career. But as the months dragged on, I found myself stuck in a rut, serving lukewarm coffee to truckers and dealing with the occasional drunk looking for a late-night meal. It was just past 2 a.m. when they walked in. 4 men, all dressed in dark clothes, their faces hard and unfriendly. They slid into a booth near the back, their eyes scanning the empty diner before settling on me. "Coffee," the largest one grunted, not bothering with pleasantries. I nodded, grabbing the pot and 4 mugs. As I approached their table, I could feel the tension radiating off them. These weren't your typical long-haul truckers or insomniacs. Something about them set my teeth on edge. "Anything else I can get you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady as I poured their coffee. The man who had spoken before looked up at me, his eyes cold. "Just keep the coffee coming, sweetheart, and mind your own business." I retreated back to the counter, my heart pounding. Part of me wanted to call my manager, maybe even the police. But what would I say? That I had a bad feeling about some customers? I'd be laughed off the phone. For the next hour, I busied myself with mindless tasks, all the while keeping a wary eye on the group. They spoke in low voices, occasionally glancing towards the door or out the windows. Twice, one of them got up to peer out into the parking lot, as if expecting someone. Just when I thought the night couldn't get any more tense, the bell above the door chimed. A young couple walked in, holding hands and laughing softly. They were clearly road tripping, their clothes rumpled from hours of driving. "2 coffees, please," the guy said with a tired smile. "And whatever pie you've got." I was about to respond when I noticed the 4 men had gone silent. They were staring at the couple with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The largest man nodded slightly, and 2 of his companions stood up, moving towards the newcomers. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. One of the men grabbed the young woman, while the other pressed a gun to her boyfriend's head. The woman screamed, the sound piercing the silence of the night. "Nobody move!" the man with the gun shouted. "This is a robbery! Empty the register, now!" I stood frozen behind the counter, my mind struggling to process what was happening. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen in sleepy diners off the interstate. "Did you hear me?" the man yelled, pressing the gun harder against the terrified boyfriend's temple. "Empty the damn register." My hands shaking, I fumbled with the keys to the cash register. As I started pulling out bills, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. The young woman, tears streaming down her face, had reached into her purse. "Stop!" I tried to shout, but it was too late. She pulled out a small canister, pepper spray, I realized, and sprayed it directly into the face of the man holding her. He howled in pain, releasing her as he clawed at his eyes. Chaos erupted. The man with the gun turned, firing wildly. The boyfriend tackled him, and they went down in a tangle of limbs. The other two men rushed forward, one grabbing the woman as she tried to run, the other joining the fray on the floor. I ducked behind the counter, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. The sounds of struggle, of fists hitting flesh and bodies slamming into tables, filled the air. I had to do something, had to get help. My phone. It was in my apron pocket. With trembling fingers, I pulled it out and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? Please, I whispered, afraid to speak too loudly. There's a robbery at the Midnight Diner off Highway 16. They have guns. People are hurt. Please hurry. Ma'am, stay calm. We're dispatching officers to your location now. Can you safely get out of the building? I peered over the counter. The fight was still raging, but it had moved towards the back of the diner. The front door was clear. I think so, I replied. All right, if you can safely exit, do so now. Otherwise, find a secure location and wait for the police to arrive. I ended the call and took a deep breath. This was my chance. I could run, could get to safety. But as I stood up, ready to make a break for it, I saw the young woman. She was huddled in a corner, blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. Her eyes met mine, filled with terror and a silent plea for help. I couldn't leave her. Staying low, I crept along the counter towards her. One of the robbers noticed me and started to turn, but the boyfriend, still fighting valiantly despite being obviously outmatched, tackled him from behind. I reached the woman and grabbed her hand. Come on, I whispered urgently. We need to go. She nodded, too frightened to speak. Together, we crawled towards the front door, using overturned tables as cover. We were just feet away from freedom when a hand grabbed my ankle. I kicked out blindly, feeling my foot connect with something solid. There was a grunt of pain, and the grip loosened. I scrambled to my feet, pulling the woman up with me. Run! I yelled, shoving her towards the door. We burst out into the cool night air just as the wail of police sirens split the silence. Red and blue lights painted the parking lot as several patrol cars screeched to a halt. Get down! An officer shouted through a megaphone. Everyone on the ground now! I dropped to my knees, pulling the woman down with me. The next few minutes were a blur of shouted commands, the thunder of boots on pavement, and the metallic click of handcuffs. When it was over, when the robbers were in custody and paramedics were tending to the injured, an officer approached me. Ma'am, are you all right? Can you tell me what happened? I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. The adrenaline that had been keeping me going suddenly drained away, leaving me shaky and nauseous. To my embarrassment, I burst into tears. The officer's face softened. He guided me to the back of an ambulance, wrapping a shock blanket around my shoulders. It's okay, he said gently. You're safe now. Take your time. Slowly, haltingly, I told him everything. As I spoke, I could see the diner through the open ambulance doors. It looked like a war zone. Broken glass, overturned furniture, splashes of blood on the linoleum floor. My workplace, the place I'd spent countless monotonous nights, transformed into a scene of violence and terror. You were very brave, the officer said when I finished. You saved that woman's life. I shook my head. I was terrified. I almost ran away and left them all behind. But you didn't, he pointed out. When it mattered most, you chose to help others instead of just saving yourself. That's real courage. As dawn broke, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds, I sat on the curb, watching the flurry of activity around the diner. Crime scene technicians combed the area for evidence. My manager had arrived, looking shell-shocked as he surveyed the damage. The young couple approached me, the woman's face bandaged, the man sporting a spectacular black eye. Thank you, the woman said softly, taking my hand. We owe you our lives. I managed a weak smile. I'm just glad you're okay. As they walked away, I realized something. The diner, this job I'd been so eager to leave behind, had changed me. In the face of danger, I'd found a strength I didn't know I possessed. Maybe I wasn't destined for the bright lights of Hollywood after all. Maybe my purpose was right here, in this small town, making a difference in whatever way I could. I stood up, brushing off my uniform. The sun was fully up now, a new day dawning. And for the first time in months, I felt like I was exactly where I needed to be. The reflection in the mirror wasn't mine. I blinked hard, rubbing my eyes, certain I was hallucinating from exhaustion. But when I looked again, the face staring back at me from the hotel bathroom mirror was still wrong. It was me, but distorted, older, angrier. And as I watched in horror, it smiled a smile I knew I wasn't making. I'm Tom Hartley, 35, a software engineer from Seattle. I was in Chicago for a conference, staying at the Lakeview Hotel, a mid-range place with decent reviews. Nothing special, nothing out of the ordinary. At least, that's what I thought when I checked in yesterday afternoon. The first night was uneventful. I attended the conference opening, had a few drinks with colleagues, and crashed early, jet-lagged from the flight. It wasn't until the second night that things started to get weird. I returned to my room around 10 p.m., tired but wired from a day of presentations and networking. As I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something odd about the room across the courtyard. The curtains were open, and I could see a man standing at the window, staring directly at me. At first, I brushed it off. Hotel rooms often face each other. It was probably just coincidence. But as I moved around my room, I realized his gaze was following me. Every time I looked up, there he was, watching. Unsettled, I closed my curtains and tried to forget about it. But sleep eluded me. The weight of that stranger's gaze seemed to linger, even with the curtains drawn. Around midnight, I got up to get a glass of water, and curiosity got the better of me. I peeked through a gap in the curtains. He was still there. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't normal behavior. Who stands at a window for hours, staring at another room? I debated calling the front desk, but hesitated. What would I say? That I was scared of someone looking out their own window. I retreated to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. That's when I saw it, the distorted reflection. My heart began to race. Was I losing my mind? A loud thump from the main room snapped me back to reality. It sounded like something heavy hitting the door. I froze, listening intently. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, the door handle began to turn. Panic surged through me. I had locked the door, hadn't I? I was certain I had, but the handle kept turning, metal scraping against metal. I looked around frantically for a weapon, something to defend myself with. The best I could find was the lid from the toilet tank. I grabbed it, hefting its weight in my trembling hands. The door opened with a soft click. I held my breath, pressing myself against the wall next to the bathroom door. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, entered the room. They paused, then started moving towards the bathroom. My palms were slick with sweat as I gripped the makeshift weapon. The footsteps stopped just outside the bathroom door. I could hear breathing, ragged and heavy. The bathroom door began to open. I swung with all my might, the porcelain lid connecting with a sickening thud. There was a grunt of pain, and a body hit the floor. The adrenaline coursing through me cleared my vision, and I found myself staring down at me. It was the man from the window, the one who had been watching me. But his face, it was mine. Older, harder, but undeniably my own features. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This was impossible. I had to be dreaming, hallucinating. Anything but this reality where I had just knocked out an older version of myself. The man, my doppelganger, groaned, starting to stir. I panicked. What if he woke up? What would he do? What did he want? Acting on instinct, I grabbed the sheets from the bed and quickly bound his hands and feet. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely tie the knots. But somehow, I managed. Once he was secured, I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, trying to make sense of what was happening. Theories raced through my mind, each more outlandish than the last. A long-lost twin, a government experiment, time travel. The last one stuck. I looked at the man's face again, really studying it this time. It was me, no doubt about it. But older, maybe by 10 or 15 years. The beginnings of gray at his temples, lines around his eyes that I didn't have yet. If this really was an older version of me, why was he here? What could possibly drive a person to stalk their younger self? As if in answer to my unspoken questions, the man's eyes fluttered open. He looked around groggily for a moment before his gaze settled on me. His eyes widened in recognition, then narrowed with an intensity that made me flinch. "You have to listen to me," he said, his voice a rougher version of my own. "We don't have much time," I laughed, a high, hysterical sound. "Time? You break into my room in the middle of the night, and you're worried about time." He struggled against his bonds, frustration evident on his face. "I know how this looks, but you have to believe me. I'm you, from about 12 years in the future, and I'm here to stop you from making the biggest mistake of our life." I shook my head, unwilling or unable to process what he was saying. "This is insane. You're insane. I'm calling the police." "No!" he shouted, with such vehemence that I froze with my hand halfway to the phone. "If you do that, everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed to get here, will be for nothing." Something in his voice, a note of desperation and genuine fear, made me hesitate. "Okay," I said slowly. "Let's say, for the sake of argument, that I believe you're me. Why are you here? What mistake are you trying to prevent?" He sagged in relief, clearly glad I was at least willing to listen. "Tomorrow at the conference, you're going to meet a woman named Sarah. She'll seem perfect, smart, funny, everything you've been looking for, but she's not what she seems." I frowned, confused. "So, you've come back in time to stop me from meeting my future wife." "Ex-wife," he spat, his face twisting with a bitterness that shocked me. "She ruins us, Tom. Takes everything, our money, our career, our friends. And that's not even the worst of it." "What could be worse than that?" I asked, a sense of dread growing in the pit of my stomach. His eyes met mine, filled with a pain so raw it took my breath away. "She takes our daughter, turns her against us. By the time I left, I hadn't seen Emily in 3 years." I sat there stunned. A daughter. I'd always wanted children, but hearing about a child I hadn't even conceived yet, a child I might never even meet if I listened to this man, it was overwhelming. "And so what am I supposed to do?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Just avoid this woman. Change the entire course of my life based on what you're telling me." He nodded emphatically. "Exactly. I know it's a lot to ask, to give up a future you don't even know. But trust me, the pain isn't worth it. The years of fighting, of trying to see our little girl. It breaks us, Tom. I couldn't take it anymore. That's why I'm here." I stood up, pacing the small room as I tried to process everything. Part of me still couldn't believe this was happening, but another part, a growing part, was starting to accept the impossible reality before me. "How did you even get here?" I asked. "Time travel isn't possible." A wry smile crossed his face. "Not yet, but it will be. Let's just say that in our timeline, our work takes a very different direction after everything." I ran a hand through my hair, feeling overwhelmed. "This is a lot. I don't know if I can do this. Change everything based on what you're telling me." "You have to," he insisted. "Please. If not for yourself, then for Emily. She deserves better than what happens in my timeline." The mention of my future daughter, a daughter I might never have if I listened to him, tugged at my heart. I found myself nodding slowly. Okay, I said. I'll avoid this, Sarah. Go home early, maybe. Relief washed over his face. Thank you. You have no idea what this means. I untied him, still half expecting this to all be some elaborate trick. But as he stood, rubbing his wrists, I could see the truth of his words written in every line of his face, every gray hair at his temple. What happens now? I asked. To you, I mean. He shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'll cease to exist. Maybe I'll go back to a changed future. Either way, it's better than the life I left behind. As dawn began to break, casting a pale light through the gap in the curtains, my future self prepared to leave. He paused at the door, looking back at me with a mixture of hope and sadness. Take care of yourself, Tom, he said softly. And remember, the future isn't set. You have the power to change it. With that, he was gone, leaving me alone in a room that suddenly felt too big, too empty. I sank onto the bed, my mind reeling from everything that had happened. As I sat there, watching the sun rise on a day that was supposed to change my life, I realized that it already had, just not in the way I had expected. The future stretched out before me, a blank canvas where anything was possible. I had been given a second chance, a chance to avoid pain and heartbreak. But as I thought about the daughter I might never know, I wondered if I was also giving up the greatest joy of my life. In the end, all I could do was move forward, one day at a time, and hope that whatever future I created would be worth the sacrifice of the one I'd left behind. The rev of our engine echoed off the dilapidated buildings as we cruised down the empty main street. Faded storefronts with peeling paint stared back at us like hollow eyes, their windows dark and uninviting. I shifted uncomfortably in the passenger seat, a chill running down my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Guys, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, I think we should turn around. My best friend Jake, behind the wheel, just laughed. Come on, Alex. Where's your sense of adventure? It's just a little detour. But as we drove deeper into the heart of Millbrook, population 213 according to the weather-beaten sign we'd passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd made a terrible mistake. I'm Alex Chen, 22 years old and fresh out of college. This road trip with my friends Jake and Mia was supposed to be our last hurrah before diving into the real world of 9-to-5 jobs and adult responsibilities. We were on our way to a music festival in Colorado, taking the scenic route through the back roads of America. It was Jake's idea to cut through this tiny town in the middle of nowhere, claiming it would save us an hour. Now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in ominous shades of red and purple, that hour seemed like a small price to pay for the unease creeping over us. Seriously, Jake? Mia piped up from the back seat, her usual cheerful tone tinged with worry. This place gives me the creeps. Let's just find the highway and get out of here. Jake opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, a figure stepped out into the street right in front of our car. Jake slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest as we skidded to a stop mere inches from the person. Heart pounding, I squinted through the windshield. It was an old man, his weathered face impassive as he stared at us. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a gnarled hand and pointed down a side street. What the hell? Jake muttered, rolling down his window. Hey man, you okay? We almost hit you. The old man said nothing, just kept pointing. That's when I noticed others emerging from the shadows of the buildings around us. Men and women of all ages, their faces eerily blank, all pointing in the same direction. Jake, I said, my voice shaking. We need to go, now. For once, Jake didn't argue. He threw the car into reverse, but as he did, a loud pop followed by a hiss filled the air. Our car lurched to the side, and I knew without looking that we had a flat tire. Shit. Jake slammed his hand against the steering wheel. What do we do now? The crowd was getting closer, their synchronized movements unnaturally fluid. I fumbled for my phone, desperate to call for help, but the screen remained stubbornly dark. No signal. We have to make a run for it, Mia said, her voice surprisingly steady. There's too many of them. We can't stay in the car. Jake nodded grimly. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. We burst out of the car, sprinting down the street in the opposite direction from where the townspeople were pointing. I could hear footsteps behind us, steady and relentless. We ran blindly, taking random turns, trying to lose our pursuers in the maze of streets. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we ducked into an alley, pressing ourselves against the cold brick wall. We held our breath, listening. The sound of footsteps faded, then disappeared entirely. What the hell is going on? Mia whispered, her eyes wide with fear. It's like they're possessed or something. I shook my head, trying to make sense of it all. I don't know. But we need to find a way out of this town. There has to be a main road somewhere. Jake peered around the corner of the alley. I think I see a gas station up ahead. Maybe we can find a map or something. Cautiously, we made our way towards the flickering neon sign of Earl's Gas Grocery. The store appeared empty, the only sound the buzz of fluorescent lights and the hum of refrigerators. As we entered, a bell above the door chimed, shattering the eerie silence. We froze, half expecting the strange townspeople to descend upon us. But nothing happened. Hello? Jake called out. No response. We split up, searching for anything that might help us. I headed towards the back, hoping to find a storeroom with a phone. As I pushed through a door marked Employees Only, I stumbled upon a sight that made my blood run cold. The room was filled with old TV sets, their screens flickering with static. But it wasn't the TVs that terrified me. It was what was on the walls. Hundreds of photographs, all of people I assumed were travelers like us. Each photo had a date scrawled beneath it, some going back decades, and every single face wore an expression of abject terror. Guys, I called out, my voice cracking, you need to see this. Jake and Mia appeared behind me, their gasps echoing in the small room. What is this place? Mia whispered, her hand covering her mouth in horror. Before anyone could answer, the TVs suddenly crackled to life. A face appeared on every screen, the old man who had stepped in front of our car. Welcome, travelers, he said, his voice distorted and inhuman. You have been chosen to participate in our little, experiment. What experiment? Jake demanded, his fists clenched at his sides. What do you want from us? The old man's face split into a grotesque smile. Want? My dear boy, we want nothing more than to observe, to see how you handle the game. Game, I repeated, a sinking feeling in my stomach. What game? It's simple, the old man continued. You have until sunrise to escape our little town. If you succeed, you're free to go, none the worse for wear. If you fail, his eyes gleamed with malice. Well, let's just say you'll be joining our permanent collection. The screens went dark, plunging us into silence once more. This is insane, Mia said, her voice trembling. We need to call the police, the FBI, someone. With what? Jake snapped, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Our phones don't work, remember? We're on our own. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Okay, let's think this through. They said we have until sunrise. That gives us, 6 hours? We can do this. We just need to stay calm and work together. Jake nodded, some of his old confidence returning. Alex is right. We've got this. Let's start by finding a map of the town. There has to be a way out. We searched the store, eventually finding a dusty local map pinned to a corkboard near the register. As we studied it, our hearts sank. Millbrook was surrounded on all sides by dense forest, with only one road leading in and out, the same road we'd come in on. "So we go back the way we came," Mia said, tracing the route with her finger. Simple, right? But we all knew it wouldn't be that simple. The townspeople were out there waiting for us, and something told me they wouldn't just let us walk out. We gathered what supplies we could find: flashlights, water bottles, a few candy bars, and steeled ourselves to venture back out into the night. As we stepped outside, the air felt thick, oppressive, like the whole town was holding its breath. We moved cautiously, sticking to the shadows, every noise making us jump. The streets seemed to twist and turn in ways that didn't match the map, as if the town itself was changing around us. Hours passed, each minute stretching into an eternity. We encountered groups of townspeople several times, their blank faces and synchronized movements sending chills down our spines as we hid or ran. It was like a twisted game of cat and mouse, with us as the helpless prey. As the sky began to lighten, panic set in. We were no closer to finding the exit than when we started. Exhausted and terrified, we found ourselves back in the town square where our nightmare had begun. "No," Mia sobbed, sinking to her knees. "We can't have failed. We can't." I put my arm around her, trying to offer comfort even as despair threatened to overwhelm me. Jake paced back and forth, muttering to himself, trying to figure out what we'd missed. That's when I saw it. A glint of metal in the early morning light, half hidden behind an overgrown bush, was a sign. "Millbrook City Limits. Come back soon." "Guys!" I shouted, pointing. "Look!" We ran towards the sign, hope surging through us. As we passed it, the air seemed to shimmer, like we were breaking through an invisible barrier. Suddenly, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, and we found ourselves on a normal stretch of highway, our car parked on the shoulder just ahead, the tire miraculously repaired. We didn't stop to question it, just piled in and sped away, not daring to look back. As Millbrook faded in our rearview mirror, we sat in stunned silence, trying to process what had happened. Days later, as we tried to explain our experience to skeptical police officers, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had been part of something larger than ourselves, something ancient and malevolent that used that small town as its feeding ground. We never found any record of Millbrook's existence. No map showed it, no one had heard of it. But in my nightmares, I still see those blank faces, still feel the terror of being hunted through twisted streets that defy logic. Sometimes, on dark nights when I can't sleep, I wonder about the other travelers whose photos lined that room. Did they escape like we did? Or are they still there, trapped in an endless night, playing a game they can never win? One thing's for certain, I'll never take a shortcut through a small town again. Some detours, once taken, can never be undone. The syringe trembled in my hand as I stared at the prone figure on the bed. Mrs. Ellington's chest rose and fell with shallow breaths, her skin pale and waxy in the dim light of the night shift. I knew what I had to do, what I'd been ordered to do, but every fiber of my being screamed against it. How had I, Sarah Jenkins, dedicated nurse of 15 years, ended up here, poised to become a killer? It all started 3 months ago when Evergreen Meadows Nursing Home got a new administrator. Dr. Marcus Cole swept in like a whirlwind, all charming smiles and grand promises to revolutionize elderly care. At first, we were excited. God knows this place needed some fresh energy and new ideas. But it wasn't long before things started to feel off. Dr. Cole implemented strict new policies, limiting family visits and isolating residents for their own protection. He brought in a team of researchers, claiming they were studying ways to improve cognitive function in the elderly. But the residents who participated in these studies often returned confused, agitated, sometimes unable to recognize their own children. I tried to voice my concerns to my supervisor, but she brushed me off. "Dr. Cole knows what he's doing," she said. "Just focus on your job, Sarah." So I did. I buried my suspicions and threw myself into caring for my patients. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was happening behind the scenes at Evergreen Meadows. Then came the night that changed everything. I was doing my usual rounds when I heard muffled voices coming from Dr. Cole's office. Normally, I wouldn't eavesdrop, but something in the tone made me pause. The results are promising, but we need more subjects. A voice I didn't recognize was saying, "The drug's effects on the elderly brain are unprecedented." "I understand," Dr. Cole replied, his voice tight with tension. "But we can't risk exposure. We're already drawing too much attention with the behavioral changes. Then we need to accelerate the program. Start with the terminal patients, the ones no one will miss. We can alter the records, make it look like natural causes." My blood ran cold. Were they talking about killing patients? It seemed unthinkable, and yet, I must have made a noise because suddenly the voices stopped. I hurried away, my heart pounding. For days, I wrestled with what I'd heard. Should I go to the police? But with no proof, who would believe me over the respected Dr. Cole? I decided to gather evidence. I started paying closer attention to the patients involved in the cognitive studies, documenting every change, every unusual incident. I even managed to sneak a peek at some of Dr. Cole's files when he stepped out of his office one day. What I found chilled me to the bone. The studies were actually trials for an experimental drug, one that promised to dramatically slow the aging process. But the side effects were horrific: rapid cognitive decline, personality changes, and in some cases, death. I was about to take my findings to the authorities when Dr. Cole cornered me in the medication room. "Nurse Jenkins," he said, his smile not reaching his eyes. "I couldn't help but notice you've been quite curious lately." I tried to keep my voice steady. "I'm just doing my job, doctor." He stepped closer, his presence suddenly menacing. "Are you? Because it seems to me you've been poking your nose where it doesn't belong." Before I could respond, he continued, "I'm going to give you a choice, Mying Sarah. You can join us, be part of something revolutionary, or..." His eyes hardened. "Well, let's just say accidents happen in places like this all the time." I felt the blood drain from my face. This wasn't just unethical research. This was a full-blown conspiracy, and I was now in the middle of it. "What do you want me to do?" I whispered, hating myself for the fear in my voice. Dr. Cole's smile returned, cold and triumphant. "Nothing too difficult. Just help us. Speed things along with some of our less promising subjects." And that's how I found myself here, standing over Mrs. Ellington with a syringe full of what I knew to be a lethal dose of morphine. They had chosen her as my first task, a sweet, frail woman with advanced dementia and no living relatives. The perfect subject, Dr. Cole had said. No one to ask questions. My hand shook as I brought the needle closer to her IV line. I thought of my own grandmother, of the oath I took to do no harm. But then I thought of Dr. Cole's threat, of the mysterious accidents that could befall a troublesome nurse. Just as the needle was about to pierce the IV port, Mrs. Ellington's eyes fluttered open. For a moment, they were cloudy with confusion. Then, with a clarity I hadn't seen in months, she focused on me. "Sarah," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "What are you doing?" In that moment, something inside me snapped. I couldn't do this. I wouldn't do this. I pulled back the syringe, quickly hiding it in my pocket. "Nothing, Mrs. Ellington," I said, forcing a smile. "Just checking on you. Go back to sleep." As soon as she drifted off, I rushed out of the room, my mind racing. I couldn't go through with Dr. Cole's plan, but I also couldn't let this continue. I had to act, and fast. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze, going through the motions while my mind worked overtime. By the time dawn broke, I had a plan. It was risky, potentially career-ending, but I couldn't see any other way. As soon as my shift ended, I drove straight to the local newspaper office. I had compiled all the evidence I could gather, photos of patient files, recordings of suspicious conversations, my own detailed notes. I handed it all over to a young, eager reporter named Mike, along with a written statement detailing everything I knew. "This is big," Mike said, his eyes wide as he flipped through the documents. "Are you sure about this? There could be serious consequences." I nodded, a strange calm settling over me. "I'm sure. These people need to be stopped." The next few weeks were a whirlwind. The story broke, making national headlines. State investigators descended on Evergreen Meadows. Dr. Cole and his team were arrested, charged with multiple counts of fraud, abuse, and involuntary manslaughter. I was hailed as a whistleblower, a hero who exposed a horrific conspiracy, but it didn't feel heroic. I was haunted by how close I had come to crossing a line I could never uncross. The image of Mrs. Ellington's trusting eyes still kept me awake at night. In the aftermath, I testified at the trial, helping to ensure that Dr. Cole and his accomplices were brought to justice. Evergreen Meadows was shut down, its residents relocated to better facilities. I found a new job at a hospital, where I threw myself into my work with renewed dedication. But the experience changed me. I became an advocate for better oversight in elder care facilities, speaking at conferences and lobbying for stricter regulations. I wanted to make sure that nothing like what happened at Evergreen Meadows could ever happen again. Sometimes, when I'm doing my rounds at the hospital, I'll catch a glimpse of my reflection in a window or a polished surface. For a split second, I'll see that version of myself from that terrible night, scared, conflicted, on the brink of making an unforgivable choice. It serves as a reminder of how easy it is to lose your way, to compromise your values in the face of fear or pressure. But then I'll hear a patient call my name or see a colleague smile in greeting, and I'm brought back to the present, to the nurse I chose to be, the one who stood up for what was right, no matter the cost. The syringe that almost made me a killer now serves as a paperweight on my desk at home. It's empty, of course, but it's filled with the weight of the choice I almost made, and the one I did make. It reminds me every day of the power we hold as healthcare professionals, the trust placed in us, and the absolute necessity of always doing what's right for our patients. As I finish up another shift, I pause at the nurse's station, looking out over the ward, the quiet beeping of monitors, the soft murmur of conversations, the gentle rustle of curtains. It all reminds me of why I became a nurse in the first place. To help, to heal, to be there for people at their most vulnerable moments. I may not have saved the world, but I saved myself that night. And in doing so, I hope I've made a small difference in the world of healthcare. It's not always easy, and the memories of Evergreen Meadows still haunt me. But every day, with every patient I care for, I renew my commitment to being the best nurse and the best person I can be. As I gather my things to head home, I smile at the night shift nurse taking over. "Take care of them," I say, as I always do. She nods, understanding the weight behind those simple words. In this profession, in this calling, that's what it all comes down to. Taking care, no matter what. The first rock shattered the kitchen window, sending shards of glass skittering across the floor. I froze, the plate I was washing slipping from my hands and crashing into the sink. For a moment, the only sound was my own ragged breathing and the distant laughter of children playing outside. Then came another crash, this time from the living room. That's when I knew they had found me. My name is Emma, and until 3 days ago, I was just another suburban housewife. Now, I'm hiding in my own home, terrified of the very neighbors I once considered friends. How did it come to this? It all started with a simple act of kindness, or so I thought. I'd been asked to house sit for the Millers while they went on vacation. They lived 2 streets over, a nice couple with 2 kids and a golden retriever named Max. It was supposed to be an easy gig: water the plants, feed the dog, bring in the mail, Nothing I hadn't done a dozen times before. The first 2 days were uneventful. I'd stop by in the morning and evening, play with Max for a bit, make sure everything was in order. It was on the third day that things took a turn for the bizarre. I arrived at the Miller's house around 7 p.m., just as the sun was setting. As I walked up the driveway, I noticed something odd. The front door was slightly ajar. My heart rate picked up. Had someone broken in? Cautiously, I pushed the door open, calling out, "Hello, is anyone there?" No response, but I could hear movement from upstairs. I should have left right then, called the police. But worry for Max overrode my common sense. What if the poor dog was hurt? I crept up the stairs, my phone in hand, ready to dial 911 at a moment's notice. The noises were coming from the master bedroom. As I approached, I could make out whispered voices, too low to understand. Taking a deep breath, I peered around the doorframe and felt my world tilt on its axis. The room was filled with people, at least a dozen of them, but they weren't burglars. They were my neighbors, Mr. Johnson from across the street, the Patel family from the corner house. Even Sarah, my best friend, was there. But it wasn't their presence that sent a chill down my spine. It was what they were doing. They stood in a circle around what looked like an altar made of household items, lamps, picture frames, even a toaster. Candles flickered ominously, casting long shadows on the walls, and in the center of it all was Max, the Miller's beloved dog, lying motionless. Before I could process what I was seeing, Sarah's head snapped up. Our eyes met, and I saw something in her gaze that I'd never seen before. A mixture of fear and hunger. "Emma," she said, her voice unnaturally calm, "you weren't supposed to see this." I ran. I flew down the stairs and out of the house, not daring to look back. I could hear shouts behind me, the sound of pursuit, but blind panic lent me speed. I made it home, locked every door and window, and collapsed on the floor, shaking. What had I just witnessed? A cult. Some kind of satanic ritual. And why were my neighbors, people I'd known for years, involved? I spent that night huddled in my bedroom, jumping at every sound. By morning, I had convinced myself that I had imagined it all, that stress or lack of sleep had caused some kind of hallucination. But then came the knock on my door. It was Sarah, looking as put together as always in her yoga pants and pastel sweater. She smiled when I opened the door, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Emma, sweetie," she said, her voice dripping with false concern. "Are you feeling all right? You seemed upset last night." I tried to keep my voice steady. "I'm fine, Sarah. Just tired, I guess." She nodded, but I could see she didn't believe me. "Well, if you need anything, we're all here for you. The whole neighborhood is so concerned." The way she emphasized "whole neighborhood" sent a chill through me. As she turned to leave, she paused. "Oh, and Emma, it's best not to talk about things we don't understand, for everyone's sake." The threat was clear, even if her tone remained friendly. From that moment on, I became a prisoner in my own home. I could feel eyes on me every time I looked out a window. Cars would slow down as they passed my house. Neighbors who used to wave cheerfully now watched me with wary, hostile gazes. I tried calling the police, but without any concrete evidence, they brushed off my concerns as paranoia. I reached out to friends and family in other towns, but mysteriously, my calls wouldn't go through and my emails bounced back. It was as if the entire world outside my neighborhood had ceased to exist. And now, as glass rained down around me and angry voices grew closer, I realized I had run out of time. Whatever sinister force had taken hold of my community, it was coming for me. I ran to my bedroom, frantically searching for anything I could use as a weapon. As I rummaged through drawers, my hand closed around something cold and metallic. The gun my late husband had insisted I keep for protection. I had always hated the thing, but now I clutched it like a lifeline. The sound of splintering wood told me they had broken down the front door. Heavy footsteps thundered through the house. I could hear Sarah's voice, sickly sweet, calling out, "Emma, dear, we just want to talk. There's no need for all this drama." I backed into the corner of my room, the gun shaking in my hands. The footsteps grew closer. The doorknob turned. "Please," I whispered, though to whom I wasn't sure. "Please, let this all be a nightmare." The door burst open. Sarah stood there, flanked by Mr. Johnson and others I recognized from the neighborhood watch. Their eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, their smiles too wide to be human. "Oh, Emma," Sarah sighed, shaking her head. "We really wished you could have joined us willingly. The awakening is such a beautiful thing when embraced." "Stay back," I warned, raising the gun. "I don't want to hurt anyone, but I will if I have to." Sarah laughed, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "Hurt us? Oh, my dear, we're beyond hurt now. We've seen the truth, felt the touch of the old ones, and soon you will too." They advanced, their movements unnaturally fluid. I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening in the small room. I opened my eyes to see Mr. Johnson on the floor, a pool of red spreading beneath him. But the others didn't even flinch. They kept coming, stepping over their fallen comrade as if he were nothing more than a minor obstacle. "You see," Sarah said, her voice filled with a terrible joy. "We are more than human now. Join us, Emma. Embrace the change." As they closed in, I made a desperate decision. I turned the gun on myself. Better to die human than become whatever they were. But before I could pull the trigger, a new sound cut through the chaos. Sirens. Lots of them, growing closer by the second. The effect on my attackers was immediate. They froze, looking at each other in confusion, and... was that fear? "Impossible," Sarah hissed. We blocked all communications. The wail of sirens was joined by the thrum of helicopter blades. Flashlights beamed through the windows, and a voice boomed from outside. "This is the FBI. We have the house surrounded. Come out with your hands up." My neighbors scattered like cockroaches exposed to light, pushing past each other in their haste to escape. Within moments, I was alone in the room, the gun still clutched in my trembling hands. Footsteps pounded up the stairs, and a team of heavily armed agents burst into the room. One of them, a woman with kind eyes, gently took the gun from my hands. "It's okay," she said softly. "You're safe now. We've been tracking this cult for months. You're not the first community they've tried to take over, but thanks to you, you might be the last." As they led me out of the house, I saw my neighborhood transformed into a war zone. Agents swarmed everywhere, leading away shell-shocked residents in handcuffs. A medical team was treating those who seemed to be in some kind of trance. In the days that followed, the full story came out. A doomsday cult had been slowly infiltrating suburbs across the country, using some kind of mind-altering drug to convert entire communities. My accidental discovery of their ritual had thrown a wrench in their plans, forcing them to act before they were ready. The FBI debriefed me for hours, piecing together the events from my testimony and the evidence they had gathered. They told me I was a hero, that my resistance had given them the opening they needed to bring down the entire organization. But as I sat in a sterile hotel room, under protective custody, I didn't feel like a hero. I felt hollow, haunted by the memory of Sarah's inhuman eyes and the sound of Mr. Johnson's body hitting the floor. My quiet suburban life was gone forever. The neighbors I had trusted, the community I had loved. It had all been a lie. Or worse, it had been real once, before something dark and ancient had twisted it into a nightmare. As I watched the sun rise on a world that would never be the same, I wondered how many other communities were out there, slowly falling to this insidious threat, and how long before nowhere was safe. The sirens had saved me this time. But in the back of my mind, a small voice whispered that this was only the beginning. The old ones, whatever they were, had gotten a foothold in our world. And something told me they wouldn't give up easily. I closed my eyes, trying to find solace in the knowledge that I had survived, that good had triumphed over evil. But all I could see were Sarah's eyes, gleaming with that terrible, inhuman light. And I knew that no matter how far I ran, no matter how much time passed, a part of me would always be back in that room, facing the monstrous truth that lurked behind the facade of normalcy. The suburbs would never look the same to me again. The crunch of leaves under my boots was the only sound in the vast wilderness. I inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp autumn air and the solitude I'd been craving for months. This solo camping trip was supposed to be my escape, a chance to clear my head and reconnect with nature. Little did I know, I was about to stumble into a nightmare that would push me to the very limits of survival. My name is Jake, and I'm an IT consultant from Seattle. At 32, I'd spent most of my adult life surrounded by technology. My days filled with the constant buzz of notifications and the glow of computer screens. This trip was meant to be a digital detox, a week alone in the backcountry of Olympic National Park. The first 2 days were everything I'd hoped for. I hiked through dense forests, marveled at pristine mountain lakes, and slept under a canopy of stars. On the third day, I decided to venture off the main trail, seeking an even more remote campsite. As the sun began to set, I found the perfect spot, a small clearing near a babbling stream. I set up my tent, got a fire going, and settled in for the night, feeling more at peace than I had in years. It was just after midnight when I heard it, a distant explosion that echoed through the mountains. I sat up, instantly alert. Had I imagined it? But no, there it was again, followed by what sounded like gunfire. My first thought was hunters, maybe poachers. But something about the sound set my nerves on edge. It was too intense, too military. Curiosity got the better of me. I doused my fire and grabbed my flashlight, deciding to investigate. In retrospect, it was a foolish decision, but at the time, I was too intrigued to think clearly. I followed the sounds, moving as quietly as I could through the underbrush. After about 20 minutes of careful hiking, I saw a faint glow through the trees. As I got closer, I could make out voices, gruff, angry shouts that definitely didn't belong to park rangers. Crouching behind a large fallen log, I peered out at a scene that made my blood run cold. In a large clearing stood a collection of camouflaged tents and vehicles. Men in military-style gear moved about with purpose, loading crates into trucks. But it was what was in the center of the camp that truly terrified me. A sleek, silver object, about the size of a school bus, lay partially covered by a tarp. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, its surface seamless and reflecting the moonlight in an almost unnatural way. As I watched, 2 men struggled to lift what looked like a piece of the craft's hull, revealing a glimpse of complex machinery inside. With a jolt, I realized what I was seeing. It wasn't military. It wasn't even human. This was a crashed UFO, and I was witnessing some kind of covert recovery operation. My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible scene before me. That's when I made a critical mistake. In my shock, I shifted my weight, causing a branch to snap beneath my foot. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet night. Instantly, every head in the camp turned in my direction. I heard shouts and the ominous sound of weapons being readied. Panic surged through me. I turned and ran, no longer caring about stealth. Behind me, I could hear pursuit, men crashing through the underbrush and barking orders. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning with exertion. I had no idea where I was going. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and that camp as possible. A searchlight cut through the darkness, nearly blinding me. I veered to the left, ducking behind a large boulder. Voices grew closer, flashlight beams sweeping the area. Spread out. He couldn't have gotten far. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. I needed a plan, fast. I couldn't outrun them, not in this terrain. I needed to hide. Scanning the area, I spotted a dense thicket a few yards away. It was risky. I'd have to move to get there, but it was my best shot. Taking a deep breath, I made a break for it. I was halfway there when a shout went up. "There he is!" A bullet whizzed past my ear, splintering bark off a nearby tree. I dove into the thicket, feeling branches tear at my clothes and skin. I burrowed as deep as I could, trying to make myself as small as possible. For what felt like hours, I lay there, barely breathing, as my pursuers combed the area. More than once, a boot came within inches of my face, but somehow, miraculously, they didn't find me. As dawn broke, the sounds of the search faded, but I didn't dare move. I stayed hidden, my body aching from the cramped position, until the sun was high in the sky. When I finally emerged, stiff and bleeding from countless scratches, I knew I was in serious trouble. I was hopelessly lost, without any of my gear, in a wilderness now crawling with armed men who wanted me silenced. Over the next 3 days, I played a terrifying game of cat and mouse. I moved only at night, using the stars to guide me in what I hoped was the direction of the park's boundary. By day, I hid, always listening for the sound of pursuit. I foraged for berries and drank from streams, my stomach constantly gnawing with hunger. The nights were bitterly cold, and I shivered through them, too afraid to risk a fire. On the 4th day, as I was beginning to lose hope, I heard the most beautiful sound, a car engine. I had reached a road. Summoning the last of my strength, I stumbled out of the tree line, waving frantically at the approaching vehicle. The startled family inside called the park rangers, who arrived within the hour. I was a mess, dirty, emaciated, wild-eyed. They assumed I was just another hiker who'd gotten lost and wrapped me in blankets, feeding me energy bars as they drove me to the ranger station. I didn't tell them what I'd seen. Who would believe me? I'd sound like a raving lunatic. So I played along, mumbling vague stories about getting turned around on the trail. It wasn't until I was back in Seattle, trying to settle into my old routine, that the true impact of what I'd witnessed hit me. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus on work. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that silver craft, heard the shouts of the men pursuing me. I tried to research, to find any reports of strange activities in the park around that time, but there was nothing. No news stories, no local rumors, not even a blip on UFO conspiracy websites. For weeks, I debated what to do. Should I go public with what I'd seen? Try to expose this massive cover-up? But the memory of those bullets flying past my head kept me silent. Whoever these people were, they had the resources and the will to make people disappear. In the end, I did the only thing I could think of. I wrote it all down. Every detail, every moment of those terrifying days in the wilderness. I sealed the account in an envelope and mailed it to myself. A poor man's version of a safety deposit box. At least now there was a record. Something to be found if anything ever happened to me. Months have passed, and life has mostly returned to normal. I go to work, pay my bills, meet friends for drinks. But I'm not the same person I was before that camping trip. I look at the world differently now, always wondering what other secrets might be hiding just out of sight. Sometimes, on clear nights, I find myself staring up at the stars, pondering the vastness of the universe and the realization that we're not alone. It's a knowledge that both thrills and terrifies me. I never went camping again. The wilderness lost its appeal, tainted by memories of fear and desperation, but in a strange way, I'm grateful for the experience. It opened my eyes to a reality beyond my comfortable, tech-filled bubble. It showed me that there are still mysteries in this world, still frontiers to be explored, and dangers to be faced. As I sit here, typing this on my laptop, I can't help but glance out the window, half expecting to see men in black suits watching me. They never came for me, never tried to silence me. Maybe they thought I hadn't seen enough to be a threat, or maybe they're just waiting, biding their time. Whatever the truth, I know one thing for certain. The next time I need a vacation, I'm sticking to the beach. Some wilderness adventures are better left unexplored. The smell hit me first, a cloying sweetness that clung to the back of my throat, making me gag. Then I saw it, a dark stain seeping under the door of room 237. My heart began to race as I realized this wasn't the quaint bed and breakfast experience I had signed up for. Something was very, very wrong at the Willow Creek Inn. I'm Lisa, a 28-year-old freelance writer from Chicago. I'd come to this sleepy little town in rural Vermont to work on my novel, seeking inspiration in its picturesque landscapes and charming locals. The Willow Creek Inn had seemed perfect, an old Victorian mansion turned B&B, run by an elderly couple, the Harrises. When I arrived 3 days ago, everything seemed idyllic. My room was cozy, with floral wallpaper and a view of the sprawling gardens. Mrs. Harris fussed over me like a grandmother, insisting I try her homemade scones. Mr. Harris was quieter, but his eyes crinkled warmly when he smiled. The other guests were an eclectic mix. There was a young honeymooning couple, giggling and holding hands, an older man who said he was a bird-watching enthusiast, a middle-aged woman who spent most of her time reading in the parlor, and a family of 4, with 2 preteen kids who seemed perpetually bored. At first, the only odd thing I noticed was how insistent the Harrises were that guests stick to a strict schedule. Breakfast at 8, lunch at 1, dinner at 7, no exceptions. No, they also discouraged us from leaving the inn, citing the dangerous condition of the local hiking trails. But as the days passed, a sense of unease began to grow. The honeymoon couple seemed less affectionate, often sitting in tense silence. The birdwatcher would return from his excursions looking shaken, his binoculars clutched tightly to his chest. And the family, well, I hadn't seen the kids since yesterday morning. Which brings me back to that smell, and the dark stain under the door of room 237, the family's room. I stood frozen in the hallway, my mind racing. Should I knock? Call for help? As I debated, I heard footsteps approaching. Panicking, I ducked into a nearby linen closet, leaving the door open a crack. Mr. Harris appeared, pushing a cleaning cart. He stopped at room 237, produced a key, and entered. I held my breath, straining to hear. There were muffled thumps, the sound of something heavy being dragged, then silence. When Mr. Harris emerged, his normally pristine shirt was stained dark. He looked up and down the hall, then wheeled the cart away, a large, lumpy garbage bag now sitting atop it. I waited until his footsteps faded before slipping out of the closet. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I knew I should run, get out of there and call the police. But a morbid curiosity pushed me toward room 237. The door was ajar. Steeling myself, I pushed it open. The room was immaculate. No stains, no signs of struggle. But that sickly sweet smell was stronger than ever, mixed with the sharp scent of bleach. As I stood there, trying to process what I was seeing, or rather, not seeing, a floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around to find Mrs. Harris standing in the doorway, a placid smile on her face. "Oh dear," she said, her voice as sweet as ever. "You really shouldn't be in here. It's not proper, you know." I'm sorry," I stammered. "I thought I heard something." Her smile never wavered. "Why don't you come downstairs for some tea? I've just baked a fresh batch of cookies." As she spoke, I noticed something dark beneath her fingernails. My blood ran cold as I realized it wasn't dirt. "Actually, I'm not feeling well," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think I'll lie down for a bit." "Nonsense," Mrs. Harris replied, her tone hardening slightly. "I insist you join me for tea, now." I saw movement behind her, Mr. Harris, advancing with a look in his eyes that chilled me to the bone. In that moment, I knew if I went downstairs, I'd never leave this inn alive. Adrenaline surged through me. I shoved past Mrs. Harris, catching her off guard. She stumbled, crying out in surprise. I ran down the hall, hearing Mr. Harris's heavy footsteps behind me. I flew down the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. In the foyer, I saw the birdwatcher and the middle-aged woman. Their eyes were glassy, unfocused, They made no move to help me or hinder my escape. I burst out the front door, gasping in the fresh air. My car was parked just down the gravel driveway. Freedom was so close. Then I heard a scream from an upstairs window. I looked up to see the young honeymooner, her face pressed against the glass. "Help us," she cried. "Please." I hesitated. Every instinct told me to run, to save myself. But could I live with myself if I abandoned these people? The decision was made for me as Mr. Harris emerged from the inn, brandishing a kitchen knife. With a silent apology to the trapped guests, I sprinted to my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys. I could hear Mr. Harris getting closer, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Just as his shadow fell over me, the engine roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel. As I sped down the winding driveway, I saw Mrs. Harris in my rearview mirror. She stood on the inn's porch, still smiling that placid smile, waving as if I were a departing guest after a pleasant stay. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town, about 20 miles away. I burst into the local police station, babbling about murders and trapped guests. The officers were skeptical at first, but something in my hysterical demeanor must have convinced them to investigate. What they found at the Willow Creek Inn haunts me to this day. The Harrises had been operating their gruesome enterprise for years. Some guests were killed outright, their bodies disposed of in the vast forest surrounding the property. Others were kept alive, drugged into complicity with Mrs. Harris's special baked goods. The honeymoon couple was rescued, along with 3 other guests I hadn't even known were there. They had been hidden in a secret basement, destined for God knows what fate. The family, tragically, hadn't survived, nor had countless others over the years. As the full scope of the Harrises' crimes came to light, I struggled to reconcile the gentle elderly couple I'd first met with the monsters they truly were. How had they hidden in plain sight for so long? How many people had dismissed their unease, chalking it up to overactive imaginations? In the months that followed, I gave statements to police, testified in court, and tried to piece my life back together. The novel I'd come to write was abandoned, replaced by a true crime book about my experience. It became a bestseller, but the success felt hollow. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mrs. Harris's smiling face. I smelled that sickly sweet odor. I heard the trapped woman scream for help I hadn't provided. Therapy helped, as did support groups for survivors of trauma. Slowly, I began to heal. But I knew I would never be the same person I was before I set foot in the Willow Creek Inn. Years have passed now. I still write, but I've moved away from true crime. These days, I volunteer at a crisis hotline and advocate for better oversight of small, unregistered lodgings. It's my way of trying to prevent others from falling victim to predators hiding behind a facade of quaint hospitality. Sometimes, on sleepless nights, I find myself scrolling through travel websites, looking at pictures of charming BBs in idyllic settings. They all look so peaceful, so inviting, but I know better now. I know that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones that smile and offer you freshly baked scones. I never stayed at another bed and breakfast. Hotels, with their corporate blandness and impersonal service, became my accommodation of choice. It's not as charming, but at least I can sleep at night, knowing that the only thing lurking behind the staff's polite smiles is a desire for a good tip. As I sit here, writing this, I can't help but wonder about all the other Willow Creek inns out there, all the picturesque getaways hiding dark secrets, all the unsuspecting guests walking into traps laid with warm smiles and home-cooked meals. If there's one thing I learned from my experience, it's this: trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't let politeness or the fear of seeming rude keep you in a dangerous situation. It's better to be thought of as paranoid than to become another missing person statistic. And if you ever find yourself in a quaint little town, drawn to a charming old Victorian with a vacancy sign out front, take a moment, look closely, and ask yourself, is that really just the smell of fresh baked cookies in the air? The city lights blurred into streaks of neon as I navigated the rain-slicked streets, the rhythmic swish of my taxi's wipers keeping time with my mounting anxiety. It was nearing 2 a.m., and I was ready to call it a night when the dispatch crackled to life. "One more fare," they said. A pickup from the industrial district. I should have trusted my gut and declined. Instead, I made a decision that would plunge me into the darkest night of my life. My name's Mike, and I've been driving cabs in this city for nearly a decade. At 45, I've seen my fair share of characters climb into my back seat. Drunks, businessmen, tourists, you name it. But nothing could have prepared me for the passenger I picked up that rainy Tuesday night. As I pulled up to the address, I immediately felt uneasy. The warehouse loomed dark and abandoned, its windows like empty eye sockets staring out into the night. No signs of life, no one waiting on the curb. I was about to radio dispatch and tell them it was a no-show when a figure emerged from the shadows. He was tall and lean, wearing a long coat despite the muggy summer night. A wide-brimmed hat obscured most of his face, but I caught a glimpse of pale skin and eyes that seemed to reflect the streetlights like a cat's. "Where to?" I asked as he slid into the back seat, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just drive," he replied, his voice low and raspy. "I'll tell you when to stop." Every instinct told me to refuse, to kick him out and speed away, but something in his tone made me hesitate. There was an edge there, a hint of desperation that made me wonder if he was in some kind of trouble. So I drove. We wound through the empty streets, the only sounds the patter of rain on the roof and the occasional rumble of thunder. I tried to catch glimpses of my passenger in the rearview mirror, but he remained still, his face hidden in shadow. After about 20 minutes of aimless driving, he finally spoke again. "Take the next left," I complied, turning onto a narrow street lined with decrepit townhouses. As we neared the end of the block, he instructed me to stop. "Wait here," he said, opening the door. "I won't be long." Before I could respond, he was gone, melting into the darkness between two buildings. I sat there, engine idling, a growing sense of dread settling in my stomach. What had I gotten myself into? 5 minutes passed, then 10. I was just about to cut my losses and leave when I heard it. A muffled scream, quickly silenced, coming from the direction my passenger had gone. My blood ran cold. I should have driven away right then. Should have called the cops. Instead, my curiosity got the better of me. I got out of the cab, the rain immediately soaking through my thin jacket, and crept towards the alley. The scene that greeted me is seared into my memory forever. My passenger stood over a crumpled form, something metallic glinting in his hand. As a flash of lightning illuminated the alley, I saw the growing pool of dark liquid spreading from the body. I must have made a noise, a gasp, a strangled cry, because suddenly, those reflective eyes were fixed on me. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the reality of what I'd witnessed sinking in. Then he moved, faster than I thought possible. I turned to run, but my foot slipped on the wet pavement. I went down hard, the breath knocked out of me. As I struggled to get up, I felt a hand close around my ankle, dragging me back into the alley. "You shouldn't have seen that," he hissed, his face inches from mine. In the dim light, I could see that what I'd mistaken for pale skin was actually a complex pattern of scars, crisscrossing his features like a macabre road map. "Please," I gasped, terror making my voice crack. "I won't say anything. Just let me go." He cocked his head, studying me with those unnatural eyes. "No," he said finally. "I don't think I can do that, but you might still be useful." Before I could ask what he meant, he hauled me to my feet and shoved me towards my cab. "Get in," he ordered. "You're going to drive me out of the city." With shaking hands, I got behind the wheel. He climbed into the back, and I felt something press against the base of my skull. "One wrong move," he warned, "and you'll end up like our friend back there." So I drove, out of the city, onto the dark highway that led into the surrounding wilderness. All the while, my mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this nightmare. We had been driving for about an hour when I saw the flashing lights in my rearview mirror. A police cruiser, signaling for me to pull over. Hope surged through me, quickly followed by terror as I felt the gun press harder against my head. "Get rid of them," my captor growled. I pulled onto the shoulder, heart pounding. The officer approached my window, shining his flashlight into the cab. "License and registration," he said, then frowned as he got a good look at my face. "Sir, are you all right? You look pale." I opened my mouth, not sure if I was going to confess everything or try to play it cool. But before I could speak, I heard a soft click from the back seat, the sound of a safety being switched off. "Just tired, officer," I heard myself say. "Long night?" The cop looked skeptical but nodded. "Well, you were swerving a bit back there. Maybe it's time to call it a night." "Yes, sir," I replied, hating myself for my cowardice. "Just dropping off my last fare and then heading home." He gave me a warning about staying alert on the road and sent us on our way. As we pulled back onto the highway, I could feel the anger radiating from my passenger. "That was close," he said, his voice dangerously calm. "Let's not have any more incidents like that, shall we?" We drove on through the night, the sky gradually lightening as dawn approached. I had lost all sense of direction, of time. My entire world had narrowed to the road ahead and the constant threat behind me. Finally, as the sun was peeking over the horizon, he instructed me to turn onto a dirt road. We bumped along for several miles before emerging into a clearing. An old cabin stood there, weathered but solid. "Stop here," he said. As I put the cab in park, a wave of despair washed over me. This was it. He was going to kill me here, where no one would find my body for weeks and maybe months. But to my surprise, he simply got out of the car. "Wait here," he said, disappearing into the cabin. I sat there, engine still running, every nerve in my body screaming at me to flee. But fear kept me rooted to the spot. What if he caught me? What if there were others in the cabin? Minutes ticked by. 5, then 10. Slowly, the reality of my situation began to sink in. This might be my only chance. With trembling hands, I put the cab in gear. Then, as quietly as I could, I began to roll forward. When I reached the edge of the clearing and nothing happened, I pressed the accelerator to the floor. The cab bounced and rattled down the dirt road, branches scraping against the sides. I expected at any moment to hear gunshots, to feel the impact of bullets. But there was only the roar of the engine and the pounding of my own heart. I didn't slow down until I hit paved road again. Even then, I kept driving, putting as much distance between myself and that cabin as possible. It wasn't until I saw signs for a town that I finally allowed myself to relax. Just a little. I went straight to the police station, told them everything. The pickup, the murder I'd witnessed, the terrifying drive. They took my statement, put out an APB on my passenger. But I knew, deep down, that they wouldn't find him. Men like that, they don't get caught easily. In the days and weeks that followed, I struggled to return to normal life. I jumped at every shadow, flinched every time someone climbed into my cab. The police eventually caught the guy, or so they told me. But I'm not sure I believe them. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I see those reflective eyes watching me from the darkness. I still drive a cab. I need the money. And frankly, I'm not sure what else I'd do. But I'm more cautious now. No more pickups from abandoned warehouses. No more mysterious passengers giving vague directions. And every night, as I make my rounds through the city streets, I find myself watching the rearview mirror a little more closely. Because now I know the truth. Sometimes the real monsters aren't hiding in the shadows. Sometimes they're sitting right behind you, just waiting for their chance to strike. The wind howled like a wounded animal, rattling the windows of our rented SUV as we crept along the narrow mountain road. Visibility was near zero, snow whipping across the windshield faster than the wipers could clear it. That's when we saw it, a faint glow in the distance, a promise of shelter from the unexpected blizzard. Little did we know that welcoming light would lead us into a nightmare beyond our wildest imaginations. I'm Mark, a 35-year-old software engineer from San Francisco. My wife Sarah and I had decided to take our first real vacation in years, a week-long hiking trip in the Rockies. We'd invited our best friends, Tom and Lisa, to join us. It was supposed to be an adventure, a chance to unplug and reconnect with nature. Instead, it became a fight for survival that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. The storm had caught us off guard. One minute we were driving under clear blue skies. The next we were engulfed in a whiteout. We'd been searching for our rental cabin for over an hour when we spotted that light. As we got closer, we could make out the shape of a large, rustic cabin. It wasn't the one we'd rented, but at that point, any port in a storm would do. We pulled up, relief washing over us at the thought of warmth and safety. Tom was the first out of the car, rushing through the snow to pound on the heavy wooden door. No answer. He tried the handle, and to our surprise, it opened easily. "Hello?" Tom called out as we entered, stamping snow from our boots. "Anyone home?" The cabin was spacious and well-furnished, with a large stone fireplace dominating one wall. A fire crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows around the room. But there was no sign of any occupants. "Maybe they went out and forgot to lock up," Sarah suggested, though she sounded uncertain. We debated what to do. It felt wrong to just make ourselves at home in someone else's cabin, but the storm was getting worse by the minute. In the end, survival instinct won out. We decided to wait for the owners to return, or at least until the storm passed. Lisa found some dry firewood and built up the fire while I checked the kitchen. There was plenty of food, canned goods, pasta, even some fresh vegetables in the fridge. It was odd, I thought. Who would leave a fully stocked cabin unattended? As we settled in, warming ourselves by the fire, the strangeness of our situation began to sink in. The cabin was pristine, almost unlived in, yet there were signs of recent habitation. A book lay open on the coffee table. A half-empty glass of water sat on a side table. "Guys," Tom said, his voice tight with tension. "Look at this." He was standing by a wall covered in framed photographs. As we gathered around, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold outside. The photos showed people, dozens of them, of all ages and ethnicities. But in every single picture, the subjects wore the same expression of wide-eyed terror. "What the hell?" I muttered, leaning in for a closer look. That's when I noticed something else. In the background of each photo, barely visible, was a dark, shadowy figure. A loud bang from upstairs made us all jump. We froze, listening intently. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then we heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the ceiling. "We need to leave," Sarah whispered, clutching my arm. "Now." But as Tom moved towards the door, it slammed shut with a force that shook the whole cabin. The fire in the grate suddenly extinguished, plunging us into darkness. Panic set in. We fumbled for our phones, using them as makeshift flashlights. The footsteps above had stopped, but now we could hear something else. A low, rhythmic chanting coming from behind the walls. "The back door," Lisa gasped. "There has to be another way out." We made our way to the kitchen, tripping over furniture in our haste, but the back door wouldn't budge, no matter how hard we pushed and pulled. The chanting grew louder, seeming to come from everywhere at once. And then, to our horror, the photographs on the wall began to change. The terrified faces in the images turned towards us, their mouths opening in silent screams. That's when we saw it. The shadowy figure from the photographs, now standing at the top of the stairs. It was tall, inhumanly so, its form seeming to shift and waver like smoke. "Welcome," it said, its voice a rasping whisper that somehow cut through the chanting. "We've been waiting for you." What followed was a night of pure terror. The entity, for we knew now it wasn't human, toyed with us, appearing and disappearing at will. Objects flew across the room, narrowly missing our heads. The temperature plummeted, our breath frosting in the air even as we huddled together for warmth. We tried to fight, to find a way out, but it was useless. Every window was unbreakable, every door locked tight. And all the while, that thing watched us, its featureless face somehow conveying a sense of cruel amusement. As dawn approached, the entity gathered us in the living room. The photos on the wall had multiplied, now covering every available surface. With dawning horror, I realized there were 4 empty frames. "It's time to join our collection," the entity said, raising a hand that ended in long, sharp claws. In that moment, facing what I was sure would be our doom, something in me snapped. I'd always been the rational one, the planner, the one who believed everything had a logical explanation. But logic had no place here. I began to recite a prayer, not any specific religion's prayer, but a desperate plea to whatever higher power might be listening. To my shock, the entity recoiled, shrieking in pain. Taking my cue, the others joined in. We prayed, we shouted, we called on every god and spirit we could think of. The cabin began to shake, the photos falling from the walls and shattering. The entity writhed, its form twisting in impossible ways. "No," it howled. "You were supposed to be ours." With a final, earth-shattering shriek, it imploded, taking the cabin with it. We found ourselves lying in the snow, the storm gone, the morning sun peeking over the mountains. Where the cabin had stood was nothing but an empty clearing. No foundations, no debris, not even a single photograph remained. We stumbled back to our SUV, which was miraculously unharmed, and drove to the nearest town in shocked silence. When we finally felt safe enough to talk about what had happened, we realized we all remembered it slightly differently. Sarah swore the entity had appeared to her as a woman, while Tom described it as more animal-like. The authorities, of course, didn't believe us. They found no evidence of any cabin in the area where we described. According to their records, there had never been a structure there. In the years since that night, we've tried to move on, to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a shared hallucination brought on by hypothermia and fear. Maybe we stumbled into some kind of temporal anomaly or parallel dimension. But deep down, we know the truth. Something evil lurks in those mountains. Something that feeds on fear and collects souls like trophies. And sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls just right, I swear I can hear that chanting again, calling me back. We never went hiking again. The wilderness lost its appeal, tainted by memories of that nightmarish cabin. But we gained something too. A bond forged in the fires of shared trauma, and a profound appreciation for the mystery and terror that still exist in this world. If you're ever driving through the Rockies and see a light in the distance, promising warmth and safety from a storm, think twice before you approach. Some shelters are better left undiscovered, and some collections don't need new additions. The janitor's keys jingled softly as I made my way through the darkened office building. It was 2 a.m., and I was halfway through my nightly cleaning routine when I heard it, a muffled thud from the floor above, followed by hushed voices. My heart began to race. I knew I was supposed to be the only one in the building at this hour. Whatever was happening up there, it wasn't supposed to be. My name is Carlos, and I've been working the night shift at Meridian Enterprises for the past 3 years. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and gives me time to work on my art during the day. I know every inch of this 20-story building, every creaky floorboard and flickering light, which is why those sounds sent a chill down my spine. This was something new, something wrong. I stood frozen for a moment, debating what to do. The smart thing would be to call security, maybe even the police. But curiosity got the better of me. I'd always fancied myself a bit of an amateur detective, and this might be my chance to uncover something big. Quietly, I made my way to the stairwell, my heart pounding with each step. The 14th floor, that's where the sounds had come from. As I reached the landing, I could see a faint light spilling out from under the door to the main office area. I eased the door open, wincing at the slight creak. The large, open-plan office was mostly dark, but I could see a light on in one of the corner offices, the CEO's suite. Keeping low, I crept between desks and cubicles, inching closer to the source of the light and voices. As I neared the office, the voices became clearer. I recognized one immediately, Mr. Harriman, the CEO himself. The other was unfamiliar, deep and gruff. "Can't keep this hidden forever," the unknown voice was saying. "People are starting to ask questions." "We don't need forever," Harriman replied, his usually smooth tone tight with tension. "Just a few more weeks to move the assets offshore. Once that's done, they can investigate all they want. They'll find nothing." My breath caught in my throat. Were they talking about embezzlement? Corporate fraud? I leaned in closer, straining to hear more. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I nearly cried out in shock, but another hand quickly covered my mouth. I was spun around to face a tall, muscular man in a dark suit, security, but not one I recognized. Well, he said, his voice low and menacing. "What do we have here?" Before I could react, he was dragging me towards the CEO's office. I tried to struggle, but his grip was like iron. He kicked open the door, shoving me inside. Harriman looked up from his desk, his face a mask of surprise and anger. "What the hell is this?" "Found him snooping outside, sir," the security guard reported. Harriman's eyes narrowed as he studied me. "The janitor, how much did you hear?" I swallowed hard, my mouth dry with fear. "And nothing, sir. I just heard noises. I thought maybe there were burglars." "Liar," growled the other man in the room, a heavy-set figure I didn't recognize. He moved towards me menacingly. "Wait," Harriman said, holding up a hand. He leaned back in his chair, regarding me thoughtfully. "What's your name?" "Carlos, sir. Carlos Mendoza." "Well, Carlos, it seems we have a problem. You've stumbled onto something you weren't supposed to see or hear. The question is, what do we do about it?" The implications of his words sent a chill through me. These men were dangerous, involved in something illegal, and now they were deciding my fate. "Please," I said, my voice shaking. "I swear I didn't hear anything important. I won't say a word to anyone. Just let me go." Harriman exchanged glances with the other two men. A silent communication seemed to pass between them. Finally, he turned back to me. "Perhaps we can come to an arrangement, Carlos. You see, we're in need of someone with your skill set." I frowned, confused. "My skill set? I'm just a janitor." Harriman smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Precisely. Someone who can move through this building unnoticed. Someone with access to every room, every office. Someone who could, say, plant or remove certain items without raising suspicion." The realization of what he was suggesting hit me like a punch to the gut. They wanted me to become their accomplice, their inside man. I can't," I stammered. "It's not right. It's illegal." The heavy-set man stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Then I guess we do this the hard way." Now, Harriman interjected smoothly. "Let's not be hasty. Carlos, I understand your reservations, but consider the alternative. If you don't help us, well, accidents happen in buildings like this all the time, especially to nosy janitors who work alone at night." The threat was clear. My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. But I was trapped, cornered by men who clearly had no qualms about breaking the law, or worse. "What?" I swallowed hard, hating myself for what I was about to say. What exactly would you want me to do? Harriman's smile widened. Nothing too difficult, just some small tasks here and there. Moving some files, planting some evidence, and of course, keeping your eyes and ears open for anything problematic. Over the next few weeks, I became an unwilling participant in their scheme. I learned that Harriman and his associates were involved in a massive fraud, siphoning millions from the company into offshore accounts. They were covering their tracks, manipulating evidence to pin the blame on a lower-level executive. Each night, as I carried out their corrupt errands, I felt a piece of my soul wither away. I thought about going to the police, but the fear of retribution kept me silent. These men had made it clear what would happen to me, or worse, to my family, if I betrayed them. But as the days passed, I began to formulate a plan. I might not be able to go to the authorities directly, but perhaps I could leave a trail for them to follow. Using my access to the building, I started making copies of incriminating documents, hiding them throughout the offices in places only a thorough investigation would uncover. I also started keeping a detailed journal of everything I witnessed and everything I was forced to do. I encrypted it and hid it on a cloud server, set to automatically send to multiple news outlets if I didn't enter a password every 24 hours. It was a dangerous game, and there were many close calls. Once, the security guard nearly caught me photographing some damning financial records. Another time, Harriman himself almost walked in on me as I was hiding a copy of an incriminating email in the false bottom of a desk drawer. As the weeks wore on, the tension grew unbearable. Harriman and his cronies were getting nervous, snapping at each other and at me. I knew their plan was nearing its endgame, and I feared what would happen to me once they no longer needed my services. Then, one night, everything came to a head. I arrived at work to find the building swarming with FBI agents. Harriman and his associates were being led out in handcuffs, their faces ashen with shock and rage. As I stood there, watching the scene unfold, one of the agents approached me. "Carlos Mendoza," he asked. When I nodded, he continued, "We're going to need you to come with us. We have some questions about an anonymous tip we received." Relief washed over me, so intense I nearly collapsed. It was over. My secret trail of evidence had been found. As I was led to a waiting car, I caught a glimpse of Harriman being pushed into a police van. Our eyes met for a brief moment, and I saw the exact instant he realized I had outplayed him. The following months were a whirlwind of interrogations, depositions, and court appearances. My cooperation, and the evidence I had gathered, was instrumental in bringing down the entire corrupt operation. In the end, I was granted immunity in exchange for my testimony. The experience changed me profoundly. I left my job as a janitor and, with the reward money from the case, finally pursued my dream of opening my own art gallery. But more importantly, I learned the power of standing up for what's right, even in the face of overwhelming fear and pressure. Sometimes late at night, I still have nightmares about those weeks of living a double life, of the constant fear of discovery. But then I remind myself that it's over, that justice was served. And I take comfort in knowing that even an ordinary janitor can make a difference, can be a hero in his own small way. Now, when I look at the skyline of our city, I don't just see buildings. I see potential stories behind every lit window, every shadowy corner. And I wonder how many other unsung heroes are out there, quietly fighting against corruption and injustice in their own ways. The night shift taught me many things, but perhaps the most important lesson was this. In the face of wrongdoing, we all have a choice. We can look the other way, or we can take a stand, no matter how small or scared we might feel. Because sometimes, the most unlikely people can make the biggest difference. The incessant tapping was driving me insane. Tap, tap, tap. Every night, like clockwork, it would start at exactly 3:17 a.m. I'd lie awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if my new neighbor was trying to send me a message in Morse code, or if I was simply losing my mind. Little did I know that mysterious tapping would lead me down a rabbit hole of conspiracy and danger that would change my life forever. My name is Alex, and until 3 months ago, I was just another burnt-out marketing executive living in a cookie-cutter apartment complex in downtown Chicago. I'd moved in hoping for a fresh start after a messy breakup, but so far, city life had been less exciting new chapter and more soul-crushing loneliness. The tapping started about a week after I'd settled in. At first, I thought it was just old pipes or maybe a tree branch against the window. But as the nights wore on, the pattern became unmistakable. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow taps, pause, repeat, over and over again for exactly 17 minutes each night. After a week of sleepless nights, I worked up the courage to confront my neighbor. I knocked on the door of apartment 4B, rehearsing what I'd say about noise ordinances and common courtesy. But when the door opened, all my prepared speech flew out the window. The man who answered was not at all what I expected. He was older, probably in his 60s, with wild gray hair and eyes that darted nervously from side to side. He wore a bathrobe covered in what looked like mathematical equations. "Yes? What is it?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm your neighbor from 4A, I stammered. "I was wondering if you could keep the noise down at night. There's this tapping." His eyes widened in alarm. Before I could finish, he grabbed my arm and pulled me inside, slamming the door behind us. "You can hear it," he hissed, his face inches from mine. "You're not one of them, are you?" No, you look too confused." "They're never confused." I pulled away, my heart racing. "Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to get some sleep." The old man, Dr. Emerson, he introduced himself, took a deep breath and seemed to collect himself. "I apologize for my behavior, but if you can hear the tapping, then you're already involved, whether you want to be or not." Over the next hour, Dr. Emerson spun a tale so outlandish I was sure he was completely delusional. He claimed to be a former government physicist who had discovered evidence of parallel universes. But instead of being celebrated, he was silenced, forced into hiding, stripped of his credentials, labeled a crackpot by the scientific community. "The tapping," he explained, his eyes gleaming with a mix of fear and excitement. "It's a message. From the other side, they're trying to warn us." "Warn us about what?" I asked, caught between fascination and the urge to run. "The collapse," he said gravely. "The merging of realities. It's already starting, and only a handful of us know." I left Dr. Emerson's apartment that night with my head spinning. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as the ravings of a madman, but something about his sincerity, the fear in his eyes, stuck with me. Over the next few weeks, I found myself spending more and more time with Dr. Emerson. He showed me his research, pages upon pages of complex equations and diagrams. I couldn't understand most of it, but the sheer volume was impressive. He taught me to decode the tapping. It was indeed a form of Morse code, but with an extra layer of encryption. As we worked together to decipher the messages, a chilling picture began to emerge. Warnings of catastrophic events, details of government cover-ups, predictions that were far too accurate to be mere coincidence. I started noticing strange things in my daily life, glitches, almost. Moments where reality seemed to hiccup, a stoplight that was red and green simultaneously, a man walking his dog who flickered in and out of existence for a split second. Was I going crazy, or was Dr. Emerson right? Then came the night that changed everything. I was at Dr. Emerson's apartment, helping him analyze a particularly complex message, when we heard a commotion in the hallway. Heavy footsteps, shouted orders. Dr. Emerson's face went pale. "They've found me," he whispered. He shoved a flash drive into my hand. "Take this. It has everything. All my research, all the decoded messages. Find Dr. Lydia Chen at the University of Chicago. She'll know what to do." Before I could protest, he pushed me towards a window that led to the fire escape. "Go, now." I climbed out just as his door burst open. Through the window, I saw men in dark suits pouring into the apartment. Dr. Emerson met my eyes one last time and nodded solemnly before turning to face the intruders. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I finally stopped, I found myself in a part of the city I didn't recognize. The building seemed off, familiar, yet not quite right, as if I was looking at them through a funhouse mirror. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't gone back to my apartment, haven't gone to work. I've been moving from cheap motel to cheap motel, always looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow. I found Dr. Chen. At first, she didn't believe me, but when I showed her the contents of the flash drive, her skepticism turned to grim determination. We've been working together, trying to make sense of Dr. Emerson's research, trying to find a way to stop whatever's coming. The tapping continues, every night at 3:17 a.m., but now I hear it everywhere, in coffee shops, on the subway, in the white noise of the city. Always the same pattern, always the same warning. Yesterday I saw my first major glitch. A skyscraper downtown simply vanished for a full minute before reappearing as if nothing had happened. The strangest part? I seem to be the only one who noticed. Dr. Chen thinks the collapse is accelerating. The barriers between realities are breaking down faster than we anticipated. We're running out of time. I don't know if we can stop it. I don't even know if I fully believe it, despite everything I've seen. But I know I can't ignore it. The weight of Dr. Emerson's trust, the urgency of his final message, drives me forward. As I sit here in another anonymous motel room, listening to the faint tapping that seems to come from the walls themselves, I can't help but wonder, how many others are out there? How many people are noticing the glitches, hearing the warnings, but are too afraid to speak up? I think about my old life, the mundane worries, the petty concerns, and it all seems so distant now. I've seen behind the curtain, glimpsed the terrifying complexity of a universe far stranger than we ever imagined. There's no going back. Tonight, Dr. Chen and I are meeting with a group of like-minded individuals, scientists, conspiracy theorists, average people who've noticed something's not right. It's dangerous to gather, to trust, but we have no choice. If there's any hope of preventing the collapse, of saving our reality, we have to work together. As I prepare to leave, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I barely recognize the person staring back at me. Haggard, paranoid, eyes darting nervously. But there's something else there too. A determination, a fire that wasn't there before. I think about Dr. Emerson, about his years of isolation and ridicule. I wonder if this is how he felt, standing on the edge of a truth too big, too terrifying for most to comprehend. The tapping starts again, right on schedule. But this time, I'm ready. I've got my decoder, my notes, my growing understanding of the messages from beyond. As I begin to translate, I feel a mix of fear and exhilaration. Whatever happens next, whether we save the world or watch it crumble into chaos, I know one thing for certain: I'm exactly where I need to be. At the center of a storm that most can't even see, fighting a battle that most don't even know exists. The universe is tapping out its secrets, one coded message at a time. And I'm listening, ready to face whatever comes next. Because sometimes, the only thing standing between reality as we know it and utter chaos is one person willing to listen to the tapping in the night. The acrid smell of burning rubber assaulted my nostrils as I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white with tension. My headlights cut through the inky darkness, illuminating an endless stretch of empty highway. The fuel gauge hovered dangerously close to empty, a constant reminder of my dwindling options. I was running on fumes, both literally and figuratively, with no idea where I was or how I'd gotten here. All I knew was that I had to keep driving, because something told me that if I stopped, I'd never start again. My name is Sarah, And 12 hours ago, I was just another overworked accountant looking forward to a quiet weekend at home. Now, I found myself in the middle of nowhere, fleeing from what exactly? That's the part that terrified me most. I couldn't remember. It had started as a normal Friday. I'd left work late, as usual, my mind already on the glass of wine and mindless TV waiting for me at home. The last thing I clearly remember is stopping at a red light about a mile from my apartment. Then, nothing. Just flashes. A bright light. A high-pitched sound that made my teeth ache, and an overwhelming sense of terror. I came to behind the wheel of this unfamiliar car, already miles outside the city. My clothes were different. There was a bag full of cash and a gun in the passenger seat, and every instinct I had was screaming at me to drive, to get as far away as possible. So I drove, through the night, across state lines, stopping only when absolutely necessary for fuel and to use the restroom. Each time I pulled over, I felt exposed, vulnerable. I kept expecting someone or something to appear and grab me, but no one did. The few people I encountered at gas stations barely gave me a second glance. It was as if I was invisible, or maybe they were. As the hours wore on, fragments of memory began to surface. Flashes of sterile white rooms, the feeling of cold metal against my skin. Voices speaking in a language I didn't understand, but none of it made sense. None of it felt real. I tried to convince myself that this was all some sort of mental breakdown. Stress-induced psychosis, maybe. It was more comforting than the alternative, that something truly inexplicable had happened to me, that the world was not what I'd always believed it to be. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon when I saw the sign for a rest stop ahead. My eyes were heavy, my body aching from hours of driving. Against my better judgment, I decided to pull over. Just for a few minutes, I told myself. Just long enough to splash some water on my face and try to clear my head. The rest stop was deserted, which should have been a relief but only added to my unease. As I walked towards the bathroom building, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt watched, though there was no one in sight. Inside the bathroom, I leaned over the sink, finally getting a good look at myself in the mirror. I barely recognized the woman staring back at me. My usually neat bob was wild and tangled. There were dark circles under my eyes, which were bloodshot and wide with fear. But it was the mark on my neck that made my blood run cold. Just below my left ear was a small, perfectly circular scar. It looked fresh, the skin around it still red and irritated. I'd never seen it before, never had any injury there. As I stared at it, a memory surfaced, the sensation of something sharp piercing my skin, a burning pain followed by an unnatural coldness spreading through my body. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in short gasps. This was real. Whatever had happened to me, whatever I was running from, it wasn't a delusion. The evidence was etched into my very skin. A sound from outside snapped me back to reality. Car doors slamming. Footsteps. Voices. Check the building. She has to be here somewhere. Panic surged through me. They'd found me, whoever they were. I looked around frantically for an escape route, but there was only one door. I was trapped. The footsteps grew closer. In desperation, I climbed onto the toilet in the last stall, praying they wouldn't think to look up. I held my breath as the bathroom door swung open. "Clear in here," a gruff voice called out. I could see the man's boots through the gap under the stall door. He took a step closer. "Please," I thought. "Please don't look up." For a moment that felt like an eternity. He stood there. Then, mercifully, he turned and left. I waited until I was sure they were gone before climbing down on shaky legs. I crept to the door, peering out cautiously. The parking lot was empty again. No sign of my pursuers, but I knew I couldn't stay. They'd be back. As I rushed back to my car, a piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper caught my eye. With trembling hands, I unfolded it. "We can protect you," it read. "Exit 27, blue house with a red door." Come alone. I stared at the note, my mind racing. Who left this? The people chasing me, or someone else? Could I trust it? In the end, the decision was made for me. In the distance, I could hear engines approaching. My pursuers were returning. It was either take a chance on this mysterious message or face capture. I gunned the engine, tires squealing as I peeled out of the rest stop. Exit 27 was only a few miles ahead. As I drove, I tried to prepare myself for whatever I might find. Friend or foe, answers or more questions. I knew my life would never be the same after this. The exit appeared ahead, and I took it, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The roads here were quiet, lined with old farmhouses and fields. And then I saw it, a weathered blue house with a bright red door, standing out like a beacon against the gray morning sky. I pulled into the driveway, killing the engine but leaving the keys in the ignition, just in case. As I approached the door, it swung open. A woman stood there, probably in her 50s, with kind eyes and a worried expression. "Sarah," she said, relief evident in her voice. "Thank God you made it. Quickly, come inside. We don't have much time." I hesitated, every instinct screaming that this was a trap. But something in the woman's eyes, a hint of shared fear and desperation, made me take that final step. As I crossed the threshold, the woman quickly closed and locked the door behind me. She led me to a cozy living room where a man sat, his face grave. "I'm Dr. Elena Reeves," the woman said, "and this is my colleague, Dr. James Chen. We're here to help you, Sarah, to explain what's happening to you. But first, we need to know, how much do you remember?" I sank into an armchair, suddenly exhausted. "Almost nothing," I admitted. "Just flashes, white rooms, strange voices, and this." I tilted my head, showing them the mark on my neck. Dr. Chen leaned forward, his expression intense. "Sarah, what I'm about to tell you will sound impossible, but I need you to listen with an open mind. Your life depends on it." Over the next hour, they laid out a story so fantastic I would have laughed if I wasn't so terrified. They spoke of a secret government program, of experiments in telepathy and remote viewing, of an unexpected breakthrough that opened a door to something else, something not of our world. "They took you, Sarah," Dr. Reeves said gently. "They took you and others like you, people with a natural aptitude for the abilities they were trying to enhance. But something went wrong. The entity they contacted, it wasn't benevolent." My head spun as I tried to process what they were telling me. "But why can't I remember?" "They wiped your memory," Dr. Chen explained. "Or tried to, but it never fully takes. That's why you're here. Your subconscious knew you were in danger, knew you had to run, and it led you to us." "Who are you?" I asked. "How do you know all this?" They exchanged a look. "We were part of the program," Dr. Reeves said. "But when we realized what was really happening, we got out. We've been working ever since to expose the truth and help people like you." As if on cue, a loud bang came from outside, car doors slamming, footsteps on gravel. Dr. Chen jumped up, peering out the window. "They're here," he said grimly. "We need to move. Now." Dr. Reeves grabbed my hand, pulling me towards what looked like an ordinary bookcase. But as she pulled a specific book, the case swung open, revealing a hidden staircase. "This will take you to a tunnel," she explained hurriedly. "It leads to a safe house about a mile from here. Wait for us there. If we don't come in 24 hours, there's a packet with everything you need to disappear. Money, new identity, contacts who can help you." "But what about you?" I asked, even as she pushed me towards the stairs. "We'll hold them off," Dr. Chen said, pulling out a gun. "Buy you some time. Now go." As I descended into darkness, the bookcase sliding shut behind me, I heard the front door burst open. Shouts, a gunshot. I ran, my feet pounding on the earthen floor of the tunnel. my mind reeling from everything I'd learned. I didn't know if I could trust Reeves and Chen, didn't know if anything they told me was true, but I knew I couldn't go back, couldn't let myself be taken again. Whatever had happened to me, whatever I'd seen or experienced in those missing hours, it had changed everything. The world was bigger, stranger, and far more dangerous than I'd ever imagined, and I was caught in the middle of it all. As I emerged from the tunnel into the cool morning air, I realized that my old life was gone forever. The Sarah who worried about spreadsheets and office politics no longer existed. In her place was someone new, someone who had seen behind the curtain and could never unsee it. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if I'll ever understand the full truth of what happened to me, but I know I can't stop running, can't stop fighting, because something tells me that the fate of more than just my own life hangs in the balance. The sun is rising on a new day, and with it, a new chapter in a story I never asked to be part of. But I'm here now, and whatever comes next, I'll face it head on, because I've seen the impossible, and I've survived. And that's more than most can say. The crunch of leaves under my boots had always been a comforting sound. But now, in the eerie silence of dawn, it felt like a beacon announcing my presence to unseen watchers. I shook off the feeling, chalking it up to an overactive imagination. If only I'd known then how right my instincts were. I'd been planning this solo hiking trip for months, eager to escape the chaos of city life and find some peace in nature. The trail I'd chosen was known for its solitude, perfect for clearing my head and reconnecting with myself. As I set up camp the previous evening, the sunset painted the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, seeming to promise a perfect getaway. Stretching, I crawled out of my tent, ready to start the day with a hearty breakfast before hitting the trail again. That's when I noticed something was off. The clearing where I'd carefully arranged my gear the night before looked different. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but as I scanned the area, my heart began to race. My backpack was gone. I blinked hard, certain I must be seeing things. I clearly remembered propping it against a nearby tree, easily within reach for the morning. But the tree stood bare, no sign of my pack in sight. Calm down, I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. You probably just moved it in the night and forgot. But as I circled my small campsite, the knot in my stomach grew tighter. Not only was my backpack missing, but my water bottles, food cache, and even the small camp stove I'd brought were nowhere to be found. Everything I needed to survive out here, gone. Panic started to set in as the implications hit me. I was miles from the nearest town, with no supplies, no phone, it had been in my pack, and no way to call for help. How could this have happened? I hadn't heard a thing during the night. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to think rationally. Maybe an animal had dragged my stuff away. But even as the thought formed, I knew it didn't make sense. A bear might go for the food, but it wouldn't take my entire pack and leave no trace. That's when I saw them. Footprints, not mine, and definitely not belonging to any animal I knew of. They circled my tent in a deliberate pattern, weaving between the trees surrounding my campsite. My blood ran cold as I followed their path with my eyes, realizing whoever had made them had been mere feet from me as I slept, completely unaware. I crouched down to examine the prints more closely, my hands shaking. They were fresh, the edges still crisp in the soft earth. Whoever had been here, it wasn't long ago. I glanced around nervously, suddenly feeling exposed in the small clearing. As I stood, something caught my eye near the fire pit. Stepping closer, I saw it was the zipper pull from my backpack, lying in the dirt as if it had been carelessly dropped. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. It was then that I noticed something had been scratched into the metal surface, a crude, hastily carved smiley face. A chill ran down my spine. This was no random act of theft. Someone had been watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike, and they wanted me to know it. I spun around, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The forest suddenly seemed alive with hidden threats, every shadow potentially concealing my unseen stalker. I had to get out of here, find help, but which way? In my panic, I couldn't remember which trail I'd come in on. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. Panicking wouldn't help. I needed to think clearly, come up with a plan. First things first, I needed water. There was a stream nearby. I remembered crossing it yesterday. If I could find that, I could follow it downstream. Water always led to civilization, right? I quickly packed up my tent, not wanting to leave any trace of myself behind. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me jump. I kept expecting to turn around and find someone standing there. That same mocking smiley face carved into a mask or something equally terrifying. With my tent secured, I picked a direction and started walking, trying to move as quietly as possible. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful yesterday, now felt oppressive. The trees loomed overhead, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, ready to snatch me up. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, I heard the blessed sound of running water. Relief flooded through me as I quickened my pace, pushing through a thick patch of underbrush to reach the stream. As I bent to cup some water in my hands, something on the opposite bank caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just an oddly shaped rock, but as I looked closer, my heart nearly stopped. It was my backpack. For a moment, I just stared at it, unable to process what I was seeing. How had it gotten here? I was certain this wasn't where I had crossed the stream yesterday. Slowly, I straightened up, every muscle in my body tensing as I scanned the surrounding area. That's when I saw him. Just a glimpse, really. A flash of movement between the trees. But it was enough. Someone was out there, watching me, playing with me. I stood frozen, unsure what to do. I needed that backpack. It had my phone, my supplies, everything I needed to survive out here and call for help. But crossing the stream meant exposing myself, making myself vulnerable to whoever was out there. In the end, desperation won out. I had to take the chance. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the stream, the cold water soaking through my boots. I moved as quickly as I could while still trying to be quiet, my eyes darting back and forth, searching for any sign of movement. Reaching the other side, I snatched up my backpack, immediately checking for my phone. It was there, along with most of my other supplies. But something was off. Things had been moved around, rifled through. And there, tucked into the front pocket, was a piece of paper I knew hadn't been there before. With trembling hands, I unfolded it. Scrawled in messy handwriting were 5 words that made my blood run cold. "Let's play a game, shall we?" A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. There, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a figure. They were too far away to make out any features, just a dark silhouette against the trees. But I could feel their eyes on me, watching, waiting. I didn't think. I just ran. Clutching my backpack to my chest, I took off down the stream, my feet slipping on the wet rocks. I could hear pursuit behind me, branches breaking, leaves rustling. But I didn't dare look back. I just ran, pushing myself harder than I ever had before. I don't know how long I ran for. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I fled through the forest, my lungs burning, my legs aching. But finally, blessedly, I broke through the trees and found myself on a dirt road. In the distance, I could see a car approaching. Summoning the last of my strength, I waved my arms frantically, practically throwing myself in front of the oncoming vehicle. The driver, an older man in a pickup truck, slammed on his brakes, looking at me with a mixture of concern and wariness. "Please," I gasped, struggling to catch my breath. "Please, you have to help me. Someone's after me." The man's eyes widened as he took in my disheveled appearance, the wild fear in my eyes. Without a word, He reached across and opened the passenger door. I scrambled in, locking the door behind me. As we sped away, I finally allowed myself to look back. There, just at the edge of the tree line, I saw the figure again. They stood perfectly still, watching as I escaped. And though I couldn't see their face, I swear I could feel them smiling. I never went hiking alone again after that. The police searched the area but found no trace of my stalker. To this day, I don't know who they were or what they wanted, but sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear the rustle of leaves outside my window. And I wonder if the game ever really ended, or if they're still out there, waiting for their next move. The moment I realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The dense forest that had seemed so inviting just hours ago now felt like a closing trap, with every tree a potential hiding spot for unseen eyes. But let me start at the beginning, before the hike that would change everything. I'd always been an avid hiker, but usually stuck to familiar trails near home. When I saw an ad for a guided group hike in a state park I'd never visited, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to push my boundaries a little. The brochure promised breathtaking views and expert guidance through some of the most beautiful wilderness in the state. The morning of the hike dawned bright and clear. I arrived at the meeting point early, buzzing with excitement. As other hikers trickled in, I made small talk, learning that most of us were newcomers to this particular trail. Our guide, Dave, arrived last, all smiles and easy confidence. "All right, folks," he called out, clapping his hands together. "Who's ready for an adventure?" There were 8 of us in total, a mix of solo hikers like myself and a few couples. Dave went over some basic safety rules, showed us our route on a map, and then we were off. The first few hours were everything I'd hoped for. The trail wound through sun-dappled forests and across babbling streams. Dave was knowledgeable, pointing out interesting plants and telling us about the area's history. I found myself falling into step with a friendly couple, Sarah and Mike, as we chatted about our shared love of the outdoors. It wasn't until after our lunch break that I started to notice something odd. The well-maintained trail we'd been following began to narrow, becoming overgrown in places. I frowned, glancing at my map. This didn't look like the route Dave had shown us earlier. "Hey Dave," I called out, quickening my pace to catch up with him at the front of the group. "Are you sure we're on the right path? This doesn't look like what's on the map." He turned to me with a reassuring smile, but there was something in his eyes that made me uneasy. "Don't worry," he said, his voice low. "I know a shortcut. It'll get us to the viewpoint faster." I hesitated, glancing back at the others. No one else seemed concerned, so I nodded and fell back, trying to shake off my growing sense of unease. As we pushed deeper into the woods, the trail became less and less defined. We were bushwhacking now, pushing through thick underbrush. The friendly chatter that had filled the air earlier had died away, replaced by the sound of labored breathing and twigs snapping underfoot. "Dave," Sarah called out, her voice tinged with worry. "I think we should turn back. This doesn't feel right." I saw Dave exchange a quick glance with Mike, Sarah's husband. It was just a fleeting moment, but the look that passed between them sent a chill down my spine. Something was very, very wrong here. "We're almost there," Dave said, his tone sharper now. "Just a little further." I hung back, my mind racing. The other hikers were starting to look nervous too, exchanging worried glances. But Dave kept pushing us forward, and for some reason, no one was willing to stand up to him. It was then that I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mike, who had been at the back of the group, was now walking alongside Dave, and there, just visible under his jacket, was the unmistakable shape of a knife. My heart began to pound. This wasn't a hike gone wrong. This was something much more sinister. I needed to get out of here, but how? We were miles from anywhere, in terrain I didn't know, and I had no idea how many of the others were in on whatever this was. I slowed my pace, letting myself fall to the back of the group. Maybe if I could just slip away quietly. But before I could make my move, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to find Sarah standing there, her eyes wide with fear. "Don't," she whispered. "They'll notice. Just keep walking." I stared at her, confusion mixing with my fear. "You're not with them." She shook her head slightly. "I thought this was just a normal hike. But Mike, he's changed. I don't know what's going on, but we need to stick together." I nodded, my mind whirling as I tried to come up with a plan. There were 2 other hikers who seemed as confused and frightened as we were. If we could somehow signal to them, maybe we could overpower Dave and Mike. But before I could figure out how to do that, we emerged into a small clearing. Dave stopped, turning to face us with a smile that sent shivers down my spine. "We're here," he announced. "Welcome to your new home." The silence that followed was deafening. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears as I looked around the clearing. There were crude shelters set up, piles of supplies tucked under tarps. This place had been prepared. They'd been planning this. "What is this?" one of the other hikers demanded, his voice shaking. "What's going on?" Dave's smile widened. "This is where you'll be staying for a while. We've got big plans for you all." Everything happened very quickly after that. Mike and 2 of the other hikers who I now realized were part of this pulled out weapons. The rest of us were herded towards the center of the clearing, our packs taken away. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. Human trafficking? Some kind of cult? Whatever it was, I knew we had to get out of here. I caught Sarah's eye, seeing my own terror reflected there. We needed a distraction, something to give us a chance to run. As if reading my mind, she suddenly clutched her stomach and fell to her knees, letting out a convincing moan of pain. "Help!" she cried. "Something's wrong." As Dave and the others turned towards her, I saw our chance. I grabbed the arm of the hiker nearest to me and whispered urgently, "Run!" We took off towards the trees, the sound of shouting erupting behind us. I could hear pursuit, branches snapping as they gave chase. But fear lent speed to our feet, and we plunged deeper into the forest. I had no idea where we were going, just that we needed to put as much distance between us and that clearing as possible. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't dare slow down. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I risked a glance back. I couldn't see any sign of pursuit, but that didn't mean they weren't still out there. We needed to find help, and fast. "Wait," Sarah gasped, clutching a stitch in her side. "I think I hear water." We paused, listening. Sure enough, there was the faint sound of rushing water in the distance. A river meant civilization. It was our best chance. We pushed on, following the sound. The terrain was rough, and more than once we stumbled, but the promise of safety kept us going. Finally, we broke through the tree line and found ourselves on the bank of a wide, fast-flowing river. And there, like a miracle, was a small cabin on the opposite bank. Smoke rose from its chimney, and I could see a truck parked outside. "Help!" we shouted, our voices hoarse. "Please, help us!" For a heart-stopping moment, there was no response. Then the cabin door opened, and an older man stepped out, squinting across the river at us. "What's all this racket?" he called out. In a rush, we explained our situation. The man's face grew grave as he listened. Without another word, he got into his truck and drove off, presumably to get help. We collapsed on the riverbank, exhausted but relieved. It wasn't over yet. We still had to worry about the others left behind, and I knew we'd have to deal with the police and probably years of therapy after this. But for now, we were safe. As we waited for help to arrive, I couldn't shake the image of Dave's face from my mind, that friendly smile turning sinister. I'd always thought of hiking as a way to connect with nature, to find peace. Now I realized how vulnerable it made us, how easily a beautiful day could turn into a nightmare. I knew I'd never look at a guided hike the same way again. But I also knew that Sarah and I, and the others we'd escaped with, shared a bond now that could never be broken. We'd face the darkest side of humanity together and come out alive. As I heard the distant sound of sirens approaching, I made a silent vow. I would hike again someday, when the memories of this day weren't so raw. But next time, I'd trust my instincts. Because sometimes the real danger isn't in the wilderness itself, but in the people we choose to trust to guide us through it. The crackling of the dying campfire was the only sound that broke the oppressive silence of the forest. I sat there, alone, my eyes darting between the dancing shadows cast by the flames and the impenetrable darkness beyond. How had a perfect camping trip with my best friends turned into this nightmare? It all started 2 days ago. Mark, Sarah, and I had been planning this camping trip for months. We'd been friends since college, and despite our busy lives pulling us in different directions, we always made time for our annual wilderness adventure. This year, we'd chosen a remote spot in the national forest, far from the usual tourist trails. The drive up had been filled with laughter and excitement. Mark regaled us with his latest dating disasters, while Sarah shared gossip from her high-powered law firm. I sat in the back, content to listen and occasionally chime in with a sarcastic comment. It felt like old times, the pressures of our adult lives melting away as we drove deeper into the wilderness. We arrived at the trailhead late in the afternoon. The parking lot was empty, which wasn't surprising given how far off the beaten path we'd come. We shouldered our packs, double-checked our map, and set off into the woods. The hike was challenging but beautiful. Towering pines surrounded us, their branches filtering the warm afternoon sunlight. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine needles and wild herbs. We took our time, stopping often to admire particularly stunning views or to identify interesting plants, using the nature guide Sarah had insisted on bringing. As the sun began to dip below the tree line, we found the perfect spot to make camp. It was a small clearing near a babbling stream, with plenty of flat ground for our tents and a natural fire pit left by previous campers. We set up camp with the efficiency of longtime camping buddies. Mark took charge of the tents, his engineer's mind quickly solving the puzzle of poles and stakes. Sarah organized our food supplies, hanging the bear bag with practiced ease. I got to work on the fire, gathering wood and carefully building a structure that would burn long and steady. As night fell, we sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. The forest around us came alive with night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. It was peaceful, perfect. "Hey," Mark said suddenly, his voice low and serious. "Did you guys hear that?" Sarah and I fell silent, straining our ears. For a moment, all I could hear was the crackling of the fire and the usual forest sounds. Then, faintly, I caught it. A sound like branches breaking, somewhere off in the darkness. "Probably just a deer," Sarah said, but her voice held a note of uncertainty. We listened for a while longer, but the sound didn't repeat. Eventually, we laughed it off, blaming overactive imaginations fueled by too many campfire stories. We doused the fire and retreated to our tents, the incident already fading from our minds. I woke the next morning to birdsong and the smell of coffee. Sarah was always the early riser of our group, and she'd already gotten the camp stove going. I crawled out of my tent, stretching the kinks out of my back. "Morning, sunshine," Sarah grinned, handing me a steaming mug. "Sleep well?" I nodded, taking a grateful sip. "Where's Mark?" Sarah's smile faltered slightly. I thought he was still asleep. His tent was zipped up when I got up. We called out for Mark, but there was no response. Concerned, we unzipped his tent, only to find it empty. His sleeping bag was rumpled, as if he'd gotten up in a hurry. "Maybe he went to answer nature's call," I suggested, trying to keep the worry out of my voice. We waited, growing increasingly anxious as the minutes ticked by. After an hour with no sign of Mark, we knew something was wrong. We packed day bags and set out to search, leaving a note at the campsite in case he returned. We spent the entire day combing the surrounding forest, calling Mark's name until our voices were hoarse. We found nothing. No tracks, no scraps of clothing, nothing to indicate where he might have gone. As the sun began to set, we reluctantly returned to camp, hoping against hope that he'd be there waiting for us. The campsite was exactly as we'd left it. No mark, no note, no sign that he'd returned at all. Sarah and I looked at each other, the same fear reflected in both our eyes. What had happened to our friend? We barely slept that night, taking turns to keep watch and tend the fire, hoping that the light and warmth might guide Mark back if he was lost. But morning came with no change. "We need to go for help," Sarah said, her voice rough from lack of sleep. "We can't search effectively on our own, and Mark's been gone too long." I nodded, knowing she was right, but hating the idea of leaving our campsite, leaving Mark behind. We quickly packed up, leaving behind some supplies and a note for Mark in case he returned. We had only been hiking for about an hour when Sarah stopped abruptly. "Do you see that?" she asked, pointing off to our left. At first, I didn't know what she was talking about. Then I saw it, a flash of unnatural color among the greens and browns of the forest. We moved closer, pushing through a thick patch of undergrowth. What we found made my blood run cold. It was Mark's favorite red hiking jacket, torn and muddy, hanging from a low branch as if placed there deliberately. "Mark," Sarah called out, her voice tinged with desperation. "Mark, are you out there?" Only silence answered her cries. We searched the area thoroughly but found no other signs of our friend. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air, leaving only his jacket behind. "We need to move," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Whatever happened to Mark, standing around here isn't going to help. We need to get to a ranger station." Sarah nodded, her face pale but determined. We continued on, our pace quicker now, driven by fear and the need for answers. The sun was low in the sky when we stumbled upon the cabin. It was an old structure, weathered and gray, half hidden among the trees. Under normal circumstances, we would have been thrilled to find shelter. But something about this cabin felt wrong. "Hello?" I called out, approaching cautiously. "Is anyone there? We need help." No response came from the cabin. Its windows were dark, the door slightly ajar. Every instinct told me to turn back, to keep moving towards the ranger station, but we were exhausted, and night was falling fast. We needed to rest. "We should check it out," Sarah said, voicing my unspoken thoughts. "Maybe there's a radio inside, or some clue about what's going on." Swallowing my fear, I nodded. We approached the cabin slowly, our footsteps sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness of the forest. I pushed the door open, wincing at the creak of rusted hinges. The interior of the cabin was dark and musty. Our flashlight beams cut through the gloom, revealing a Spartan interior. A small table, a couple of chairs, a pot-bellied stove in one corner. A thick layer of dust covered everything, suggesting the cabin had been abandoned for some time. "Look," Sarah said suddenly, her voice tight. She was pointing at something on the floor near the table. I moved closer, my heart pounding. There, half hidden under the table, was a scrap of familiar fabric. I reached down with trembling hands and picked it up. It was a piece of Mark's t-shirt, the one he had been wearing when he disappeared, and it was stained with what looked horribly like dried blood. "Oh God," Sarah whispered, her voice breaking. "What happened here?" Before I could respond, a noise from outside made us both freeze. It was the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching the cabin. We stood there, paralyzed with fear, as the footsteps grew closer. The door, which we had left slightly open, began to creak wider. Sarah gripped my arm so tightly it hurt, but I barely noticed. All my attention was focused on that slowly opening door. A figure appeared in the doorway, backlit by the fading daylight. For a wild, hopeful moment, I thought it might be Mark, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized this person was too tall, too broad to be our missing friend. Well, well, a deep voice rumbled, sending chills down my spine. Looks like we have some unexpected guests. The man stepped into the cabin, and I felt the last bit of hope drain away. This wasn't a park ranger or a fellow hiker. The man's clothes were ragged and filthy, his beard wild and unkempt, and in his hand he held a wicked-looking hunting knife. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice almost conversational. "This forest doesn't like outsiders, but don't worry, you'll be joining your friend soon enough." As he advanced towards us, I knew with terrifying certainty that we had stumbled into something far worse than we could have imagined. The forest had swallowed Mark, and now it was coming for us. Our idyllic camping trip had turned into a fight for survival, and I had no idea if we would make it out alive. The shrill ring of my phone pierced the eerie silence of the forest, making me jump. I fumbled to answer it, my hands shaking from more than just the cold. When I heard Jake's panicked voice on the other end, I knew our hiking trip had taken a terrifying turn. But let me back up and tell you how we ended up in this mess. Jake and I had been best friends since high school, bonding over our love for the outdoors. We tried to go on at least one major hiking trip each year, pushing ourselves to explore new and challenging trails. This time, we'd chosen a remote path in the Cascades, known for its stunning views and rugged terrain. The first day of our hike had gone smoothly. We'd made good time, covering more ground than we'd initially planned. As we set up camp that evening, the sunset painted the sky in vibrant oranges and pinks, reflecting off the snow-capped peaks in the distance. It was breathtaking, and we felt on top of the world. But then came the argument. It started innocently enough, a disagreement over which route to take the next day. I wanted to stick to our original plan, following the main trail to the summit. Jake, always the more adventurous one, insisted on taking a less traveled path he'd read about online. "Come on, Alex," he'd said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Where's your sense of adventure? This route will get us to the top faster, and the views are supposed to be incredible." I shook my head, frowning at the crude map he'd drawn based on some hiker's blog post. "It's too risky, Jake. We don't know the terrain, and that path isn't on any official maps. Let's just stick to the plan." Our discussion quickly escalated into a heated argument. Harsh words were exchanged, old frustrations bubbling to the surface. In the end, Jake stormed off, declaring he'd take the shortcut alone and meet me at the summit. "Fine," I'd shouted after him. "But don't come crying to me when you get lost." I watched him disappear into the gathering darkness, anger and worry warring in my chest. Part of me wanted to go after him, but my stubborn pride kept me rooted to the spot. He'd come back once he cooled off, I told myself. He always did. But as the night wore on and Jake didn't return, my anger gave way to gnawing fear. I barely slept, straining my ears for any sound of his return. When dawn broke and there was still no sign of him, I knew I had to go look for him. I packed a day bag and set out, following the direction I'd seen Jake take the night before. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual morning chorus of birds noticeably absent. As I hiked, calling out Jake's name every few minutes, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Hours passed with no sign of Jake. The trail he'd wanted to take was barely visible, more of a game trail than anything made for human feet. I pushed on, my calls growing more desperate as the day wore on. Just as I was about to turn back, my phone rang. I nearly dropped it in my haste to answer, relief flooding through me when I saw Jake's name on the screen. "Jake, where are you? Are you okay?" His voice came through, weak and filled with static. "Alex, I'm lost. I think I'm hurt." My blood ran cold. "What happened? Where are you?" "I don't know," he said, his voice shaking. "I fell. My leg. I can't walk. Please, you have to find me." Okay, okay, I said, trying to keep my voice calm even as panic clawed at my throat. Can you see anything around you? Any landmarks? There was a long pause, filled only with the sound of Jake's labored breathing. Then, so quietly I almost missed it, he whispered. There's someone out here, Alex. I can hear them moving around. I don't think I'm alone. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean? Jake, what? The line went dead. For a moment, I stood frozen, my mind reeling. Then instinct kicked in. I had to find Jake, and fast. I tried calling him back, but it went straight to voicemail. Either his phone had died, or I pushed away the darker possibilities my mind conjured. I picked up my pace, no longer caring about stealth. Jake, I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. Jake, where are you? As I pushed deeper into the forest, the underbrush grew thicker, tearing at my clothes and scratching my skin. The terrain became steeper, forcing me to scramble over rocks and fallen logs. All the while, I kept calling for Jake, my voice growing hoarse. The sun was beginning to dip low on the horizon when I heard it, a faint call in the distance. I stopped, holding my breath as I strained to listen. Help! Over here! It was Jake's voice. I was sure of it. I took off in the direction of the sound, my exhaustion forgotten. As I got closer, I could make out more words. Alex, I'm down here. Be careful. I burst through a thick stand of trees and found myself at the edge of a steep ravine. And there, about 30 feet below, I could see Jake. He was wedged between two boulders, his leg bent at an unnatural angle. Jake, I called down, relief and fear warring in my chest. Are you okay? Can you move? He looked up at me, his face pale and streaked with dirt. Alex, thank God. My leg's broken, I think. I can't climb out. I quickly assessed the situation. The ravine walls were steep, but not impossible to navigate if I was careful. Hang on, I told him. I'm coming down. It took me nearly 20 minutes to make my way down to Jake, picking my way carefully over loose rocks and exposed roots. When I finally reached him, the extent of his injuries became clear. His left leg was definitely broken, and he was covered in cuts and bruises. What happened? I asked as I knelt beside him, pulling out my first aid kit. Jake winced as I began cleaning his wounds. I was trying to follow that shortcut. It was so dark, and the trail just seemed to disappear. Next thing I knew, I was falling. I must have blacked out for a while. I nodded, focusing on bandaging a particularly nasty cut on his arm. We need to get you out of here. Do you think you can move if I help you? He shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. Alex, there's something else. Before you got here, I heard noises. Footsteps, voices. I don't think we're alone out here. I froze, remembering his words from the phone call. Did you see anyone? No, but I felt like I was being watched. It was... He shuddered. It was like nothing I've ever experienced before. As if on cue, a twig snapped somewhere above us. We both looked up, scanning the rim of the ravine. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a shadow passing between the trees. But when I blinked, it was gone. We need to get out of here, I said, my voice low and urgent. Now? Despite Jake's protests about his leg, I managed to get him on his feet. With his arm slung over my shoulder, we began the slow, painful process of climbing out of the ravine. Every step was agony for Jake, and I was soon drenched in sweat from supporting most of his weight. As we neared the top, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching through leaves, coming closer. Jake heard it too, his body tensing against mine. Alex, he whispered, his voice tight with fear. There's someone up there. I wanted to tell him he was imagining things, that it was just the wind or an animal, but deep down, I knew he was right. Someone, or something, was waiting for us at the top of the ravine. With a final push, we crested the ridge. And there, standing just a few yards away, was a figure. In the fading light, I couldn't make out many details, but I could see that they were tall, dressed in ragged clothes, and holding something long and sharp in their hand. For a moment, we all stood frozen, locked in a tableau of fear and confusion. Then the figure spoke, its voice rough and unfamiliar. "You boys shouldn't be out here," it said. "These woods aren't safe for outsiders." Jake's grip on my shoulder tightened. I could feel him trembling, whether from fear or pain, I couldn't tell. My own heart was pounding so hard I was sure the stranger could hear it. "We're lost," I managed to say, surprised at how steady my voice sounded. "My friend is hurt. We just want to get back to our camp." The figure took a step closer, and I instinctively backed up, pulling Jake with me. "Lost, huh?" it said, a hint of amusement in its voice. "Well, ain't that a shame? A lot of folks get lost in these woods. Not all of them find their way out." As it spoke, I was frantically trying to figure out our options. We couldn't outrun this person, not with Jake injured. Fighting was out of the question for the same reason, which left... "What? Please," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "We don't want any trouble. If you could just point us in the direction of the main trail, we'll be on our way." The figure chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. Now, why would I want to do that? Been a long time since I had any company out here. It was then that I realized the true danger we were in. This wasn't just some unfriendly local or overzealous forest ranger. This was someone who had chosen to live out here, away from civilization, for who knows how long. And now, we had stumbled into their territory. As the stranger took another step towards us, I made a split-second decision. With all my strength, I shoved Jake to the side, yelling, "Run!" What happened next was a blur of motion and fear. I heard Jake cry out in pain as he hit the ground, saw the stranger lunge forward. I ducked under their outstretched arm, feeling something whistle past my ear. I grabbed Jake, hauling him to his feet, and we ran. Or rather, I ran, half carrying Jake as he hobbled along beside me. Behind us, I could hear the crash of pursuit, branches snapping as our attacker gave chase. We stumbled through the darkening forest, every step a battle against exhaustion and terror. Jake's labored breathing and occasional cries of pain spurred me on, even as my own body screamed for rest. I don't know how long we ran, or how we managed to lose our pursuer. But eventually, the sounds of chase faded, replaced by the normal noises of the forest at night. We collapsed behind a fallen tree, both of us gasping for air. As we sat there, trying to catch our breath and make sense of what had just happened, I knew one thing for certain. Our simple hiking trip had turned into a fight for survival, and it was far from over. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was the silence. No birds chirping, no leaves rustling. Just an eerie, oppressive quiet that seemed to press down on me from all sides. It wasn't until I opened my eyes and saw the unfamiliar shadows dancing on the walls of my tent that I realized something was terribly wrong. I've always been a solo camper. There's something about the solitude, the connection with nature that I find deeply comforting. This trip was supposed to be no different. I'd chosen a secluded spot in the national forest, miles from the nearest campground or hiking trail. It was just me, my tent, and the vast wilderness. The day had been perfect. I'd arrived at my campsite early in the afternoon, giving me plenty of time to set up and explore the surrounding area. The forest was beautiful, all towering pines and hidden streams. I'd spent hours just wandering, taking photos and reveling in the peace that only true isolation can bring. As night fell, I'd made a small fire, roasted some marshmallows, and settled in with a good book. The night sounds of the forest had been a soothing backdrop. The hoot of an owl, the chirp of crickets, the occasional rustle of some small animal in the underbrush. I'd fallen asleep feeling content and at peace. But now, as I lay in my sleeping bag, That peace was shattered. The silence was unnatural, oppressive, and there was something else, a feeling I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was as if the very air had changed, becoming charged with an unseen tension. I sat up slowly, straining my ears for any sound. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it. A soft crunch of leaves, like footsteps trying to be quiet. My heart began to race. I was miles from anywhere. There shouldn't be anyone else out here. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Is someone there?" No response came, but the footsteps stopped. I held my breath, listening intently. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, just as I was beginning to think I'd imagined it, I heard it again, closer this time. My hand fumbled for my flashlight, fingers clumsy with fear. I clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness of my tent. Should I look outside? The rational part of my brain said yes, that I was probably just scaring myself over nothing. But a deeper, more primal part screamed at me to stay put, to not draw attention to myself. In the end, curiosity won out over fear. Moving as quietly as I could, I unzipped the tent flap just enough to peer out. The clearing where I'd set up camp was bathed in moonlight, casting everything in a silvery glow. At first glance, everything looked normal. My backpack leaned against a nearby tree. My camp stove sat on a flat rock where I'd left it after dinner. But then I saw it. Footprints, clear as day in the soft earth around my tent. They circled the entire campsite, coming close to the tent at several points. My blood ran cold. Someone had been here, walking around while I slept, watching me. I zipped the tent back up with shaking hands, my mind racing. What should I do? I was too far from any roads to make a run for it, especially in the dark. And who knew if whoever had been here was still hanging around? I reached for my phone, but of course, there was no signal. I was on my own. Sleep was out of the question now. I sat in my tent, flashlight in one hand, my small camping knife in the other, listening to every little sound. As the hours crept by, my eyes grew heavy, but I forced myself to stay awake. The thought of falling asleep and waking to find someone in my tent was too terrifying to contemplate. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. I'd made it through the night, but my ordeal wasn't over. As the forest around me began to wake up, the birds cautiously starting their morning songs, I slowly unzipped my tent. The morning air was crisp and cool, a stark contrast to the stuffy interior of the tent where I'd spent the last several hours in a state of near panic. I stepped out, my legs wobbly from sitting for so long. In the harsh light of day, I could see the footprints even more clearly. They were definitely human and definitely fresh. But there was something odd about them. They seemed to start and stop at random points around the campsite, as if their owner had been appearing and disappearing at will. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Lack of sleep was making me imagine things. There had to be a rational explanation for all of this. I decided to pack up and leave. Whatever was going on here, I didn't want to stick around to find out more. I'd just finished taking down the tent when I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. My water bottle, which I distinctly remembered leaving by the fire pit last night, was now sitting neatly next to my backpack. And it was full. I knew for a fact that I'd nearly emptied it yesterday and hadn't refilled it yet. With trembling hands, I picked up the bottle. It was cool to the touch, as if it had been recently filled from a stream. But I hadn't filled it, which meant a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I whirled around, the water bottle slipping from my grasp and hitting the ground with a dull thud. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure. They were partially hidden by the shadows of the trees, but I could make out enough to see that it was a man. He was tall, dressed in tattered clothes that seemed to blend in with the forest around him. But it was his face that truly terrified me, or rather, the lack of it. Where his face should have been was just a blur, as if someone had taken an eraser to a photograph. I blinked hard, certain I must be hallucinating. But when I opened my eyes, he was still there, and he was smiling. I couldn't see his mouth, but somehow, I knew he was smiling. Who are you?" I managed to stammer out, his head tilted to the side, an eerily human gesture from something so inhuman. When he spoke, his voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I am the forest," he said, his tone conversational, as if we were discussing the weather. "And you, little one, are trespassing." I shook my head, unable to process what I was seeing and hearing. "I don't understand. This is public land. I'm allowed to be here." The figure took a step forward, and I instinctively backed away. "Public land," he repeated, a note of amusement in his voice. "Such a human concept. This forest was here long before your governments and your laws. It will be here long after, and it does not recognize your right to be here." My back hit a tree, and I realized I had nowhere left to retreat. The figure was getting closer, each step slow and deliberate. I could feel the wrongness radiating off him like heat from a fire. "Please," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'll leave. I won't come back." He stopped, now close enough that I could have reached out and touched him if I'd dared. "Oh, but you can't leave," he said, almost gently. "You're part of the forest now, just like all the others who wandered where they didn't belong." As he spoke, I began to notice movement in the trees around us. Shapes, vaguely human but wrong somehow, emerged from the shadows. They moved jerkily like puppets on strings, their faces as blank and blurred as their leaders. What are they?" I asked, although I feared I already knew the answer. "They are the forest," the figure replied. "As you will be. The forest must grow, you see. It must feed." One of the shapes lurched forward, reaching for me with a hand that seemed to be made more of twigs and leaves than flesh. I ducked under its grasp, adrenaline flooding my system. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I ran harder and faster than I ever had in my life. I could hear them behind me, their unnatural movements crashing through the underbrush. The leader's voice echoed through the trees, somehow always seeming to come from right beside me. "You can't escape," he called. "The forest is everywhere. The forest is everything." I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just ran, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I had no idea where I was going, no plan beyond get away. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that endless green maze. But eventually, miraculously, I burst out onto a road. A real, paved road with yellow lines down the middle. I collapsed onto the asphalt, gasping for breath, my legs feeling like jelly. When I finally managed to look back, the forest seemed normal, peaceful even. There was no sign of pursuit, no hint of the horror I'd just experienced. A car came around the bend, the driver looking concerned as he pulled over. He was probably expecting to find an injured hiker, not a wild-eyed, scratched-up mess babbling about living forests and faceless men. As I let him help me into his car, promising to take me to the nearest town, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. I could feel eyes on me, watching from the tree line. And as we drove away, I swear I could hear a voice on the wind. "The forest remembers," it whispered, "and it will be waiting." I never went camping alone again after that. Some might call it paranoia, but I know what I experienced. The forest is alive, and it's hungry. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I can still hear it calling my name. I've always prided myself on my sense of direction, but as I stood in the middle of the dense forest, spinning in circles, I realized I was completely and utterly lost. The trail markers that had been guiding me all day had suddenly vanished, leaving me stranded in a sea of green. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the wilderness and myself. It had started as a typical solo hiking trip, something I'd done countless times before. I'd chosen a trail in a state park I'd never visited, eager to explore new terrain. The trailhead map had shown a straightforward loop, about 10 miles long, perfect for a day hike, I'd thought. The first few hours were blissful. The late summer air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. I'd stopped often to take photos, marveling at the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy. The trail was well marked, with frequent signs and colored blazes on the trees. I felt confident and at peace, relishing the solitude. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that I noticed something odd. The trail markers, which had been so consistent earlier, began to appear less frequently. At first, I didn't think much of it. Trails often had longer stretches between markers in less challenging terrain. But as I continued, an uneasy feeling began to creep over me. I checked my phone's GPS, but the dense forest canopy meant I had no signal. No problem, I thought. I had a paper map and compass in my pack. I'm an experienced hiker. I can handle this. But when I pulled out the map, my unease grew. According to it, I should have reached a distinctive ridge by now, with views of the valley below. Yet I was surrounded by nothing but trees, the forest floor flat and unremarkable. I backtracked, hoping to find the last marker I'd seen. But after 20 minutes of walking, I realized with a sinking feeling that I couldn't find it. The trail, which had been so clear earlier, now seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding forest. Panic began to set in as I realized I was well and truly lost. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Rule number 1 of being lost: stay put. I found a fallen log and sat down, forcing myself to think rationally. I had water, some energy bars, and a lightweight emergency blanket in my pack. I was prepared for an unexpected night in the woods if it came to that. But as the shadows began to lengthen, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. That's when I noticed the first anomaly. A flash of bright blue caught my eye, standing out starkly against the greens and browns of the forest. I walked toward it, hope rising in my chest. Maybe it was a trail marker I'd missed somehow, but as I got closer, my hope turned to confusion. It was a trail marker, all right, but not one I'd seen before. The blue paint was fresh, almost wet to the touch, and the symbol wasn't the simple blaze I'd been following all day. Instead, it was a complex, almost runic symbol that made my head hurt if I looked at it too long. I turned away from the strange marker, my heart racing. This didn't make any sense. Who would be out here painting new trail markers, and why use such an odd symbol? I decided to follow the new markers, reasoning that they must lead somewhere. But with each one I found, my unease grew. They seemed to appear at random, sometimes close together, other times so far apart I thought I'd lost the trail again. And always, that strange symbol that seemed to shift and change if I looked at it too long. As I walked, I began to notice other oddities. The forest seemed to be getting denser, the trees pressing in closer. The underbrush, which had been fairly sparse earlier, now clawed at my legs, leaving scratches that stung in the cool air. The light was fading fast now, the forest taking on a twilight gloom that made the shadows seem to move. I pulled out my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gathering darkness. That's when I saw it. Another hiker, standing just at the edge of the light's reach. Relief flooded through me. "Hello," I called out, waving my free arm. "I'm lost. Can you help me?" The figure didn't respond. As I moved closer, my flashlight illuminated them more clearly. It was a man, tall and lean, dressed in hiking gear that looked oddly old-fashioned. But it was his face that made me stop in my tracks. Or rather, the lack of one. Where his features should have been was just a smooth, blank expanse of skin. I blinked hard, certain I must be seeing things. When I opened my eyes, The figure was gone. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was no sign of the strange man. Had I imagined it? Was the stress of being lost causing me to hallucinate? I resumed walking, my pace quicker now, driven by a growing sense of panic. The blue markers continued to appear, leading me deeper into the increasingly unfamiliar forest. The trees seemed to loom over me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. As I rounded a bend, I stumbled into a small clearing and froze. There, in the center, was a perfect circle of those strange blue markers. They seemed to glow faintly in the gathering darkness, the runic symbols shifting and changing as I watched. I approached cautiously, drawn by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain. As I reached the edge of the circle, a wind kicked up, whispering through the trees. But the whispers didn't sound like wind. They sounded like voices, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. Suddenly, movement caught my eye. From between the trees, figures began to emerge. They moved with an unnatural grace, gliding rather than walking. As they entered the clearing, I saw that they all shared the same featureless faces as the hiker I'd seen earlier. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there. But I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to move as the figures formed a circle around me. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I felt a pressure building in my head. Just as I thought my skull might split from the noise, everything went silent. The figures stood motionless, their blank faces all turned toward me. Then, as one, they raised their arms, pointing at something behind me. I turned slowly, dread pooling in my stomach. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood another figure. But this one was different. It was taller than the others, its body seeming to shift and change like smoke. And its face. I could see a face, but it wasn't human. It was as if someone had taken every fear, every nightmare I'd ever had, and molded them into a visage of pure terror. The being spoke, its voice resonating in my head rather than my ears. "You who have wandered from the path," it said, "you who have trespassed in realms not your own. What offering do you bring?" I opened my mouth, but no words came out. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. This couldn't be real. It had to be a dream, a hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion. The being tilted its head, an eerily human gesture that only served to emphasize its otherworldliness. "No offering," it said, a note of amusement in its impossible voice. "Then, you must become the offering." The faceless figures began to close in, their arms reaching for me. I could feel the warmth leaving my body, as if they were somehow drawing the very life out of me. In that moment, faced with the impossible, something in me snapped. I ran. I pushed past the figures, their touch cold as ice, and plunged into the forest. I ran without direction, without thought, driven by pure animal instinct to escape. Branches whipped my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmare forest. But suddenly, I burst out of the trees and onto a paved road. I collapsed onto the asphalt, gasping for breath, my mind reeling. As I lay there, I became aware of a sound. A car. Headlights appeared around a bend, and I waved frantically, beyond caring what I must look like. A wild-eyed, scratched-up mess in the middle of the road. The car slowed to a stop, and an older man leaned out the window, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" he asked. I opened my mouth to explain, to pour out the terrifying tale of what I'd experienced. But as I looked back at the forest, I hesitated. In the harsh glare of the headlights, it looked normal, peaceful even. There was no sign of the nightmare I'd just escaped. I got lost," I said finally, my voice hoarse. "Can you tell me where I am?" As the man helped me into his car, explaining that we were just outside the state park boundaries, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced back at the tree line one last time as we drove away. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing there, its featureless face turned towards me. But then we rounded a bend and the forest was lost from view. I never went hiking alone again after that day. Some might call it an overreaction, but I know what I experienced. The forest holds secrets, mysteries beyond our understanding. And sometimes, if you stray from the path, you might find yourself in a place you were never meant to be, a place that doesn't want to let you go. The moment I felt my ankle give way, I knew I was in trouble. The sickening pop, followed by a wave of pain that made my vision blur, told me this wasn't just a simple sprain. As I sat there on the forest floor, miles from the nearest road, I realized my solo hiking trip had just taken a terrifying turn. But I had no idea just how nightmarish things were about to become. The day had started perfectly. I'd chosen a trail I'd never hiked before, eager to challenge myself and explore new terrain. The weather was ideal, cool and crisp, with a light breeze that carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. I'd made good time, covering several miles before stopping for lunch at a stunning overlook. It was on the descent that disaster struck. A loose rock, a moment of inattention, and suddenly I was on the ground, my ankle throbbing and already starting to swell. I tried to stand, but the pain was too intense. I couldn't put any weight on it. Panic started to set in as I realized the gravity of my situation. I was alone, injured, and at least 5 miles from the trailhead. My phone had no signal this deep in the wilderness. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think rationally. I had water, food, and a basic first aid kit. I could figure this out. That's when I heard voices in the distance. Relief washed over me. Other hikers. I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. Hello? I need help. Over here. A few minutes later, a group emerged from around a bend in the trail. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women, all looking to be in their 30s or 40s. They were dressed for hiking, but something about them seemed off. Their clothes looked a bit too clean, their backpacks too new. Are you okay? One of the men asked as they approached. He was tall, with a neatly trimmed beard and piercing blue eyes. I explained my situation, showing them my rapidly swelling ankle. They exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them that made me slightly uneasy. We can help you, the man said, his tone oddly flat. We have a camp nearby. We can take you there, tend to your ankle. I hesitated. Every instinct was screaming at me that something wasn't right. But what choice did I have? I couldn't walk, and night would be falling soon. That would be great, I said, forcing a smile. Thank you. 2 of the men helped me up, supporting me between them as we started moving. The group was eerily quiet as we walked, only speaking in hushed tones to each other. I tried to make conversation, to ease the growing tension I felt, but their responses were curt, almost rehearsed. After about 20 minutes of slow progress, we reached their camp. It was a small clearing with 3 tents set up in a triangle formation. A fire pit sat in the center, cold and unused despite the chill in the air. They helped me sit on a log near the fire pit, and one of the women began examining my ankle. Her touch was clinical, impersonal. It's a bad sprain, she announced. Maybe a fracture. You won't be walking out of here anytime soon. We should call for help, I suggested, reaching for my phone. Maybe if we get to higher ground, we can get a signal. The tall man who had first spoken to me shook his head. No need, he said. We can take care of you here. That's when I noticed it, a flicker of something in his eyes. Hunger? Anticipation? Whatever it was, it sent a chill down my spine. I appreciate your help, I said carefully, but I really think I should try to get to a hospital. My friends will be worried if I don't check in soon. The group exchanged another of those silent glances. Then, slowly, they began to form a circle around me. I'm afraid that won't be possible, the tall man said, his voice suddenly cold. You see, you're exactly where you need to be. Fear gripped me as I realized the terrible mistake I'd made. These weren't helpful fellow hikers. They were something else entirely. What do you want from me? I asked, my voice shaking. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Want? Oh, we don't want anything from you. We want you. You're going to be part of something greater than yourself. I tried to stand, to run, but my injured ankle betrayed me. I collapsed back onto the log, helpless as the group closed in around me. Please, I begged, just let me go. I won't tell anyone about this, I swear. One of the women laughed, a high, unnatural sound that made my skin crawl. Oh, you misunderstand. We're not keeping you here. We're freeing you. As they drew closer, I noticed something I hadn't before. Their eyes, there was something wrong with them. They seemed to shimmer, like heat rising off hot pavement. And behind that shimmer, I caught glimpses of something inhuman. The tall man reached out, his hand inches from my face. Don't fight it, he said softly. Embrace the change. Become one with us. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lashed out, catching the man off guard with a punch to the stomach. He stumbled back, more surprised than hurt. I used the distraction to scramble to my feet. Ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, I ran. I don't know how I did it with my injury, but pure adrenaline pushed me forward. I could hear them behind me, their voices raised in anger and excitement. They were enjoying the chase. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I had no idea where I was going, no plan beyond get away. My ankle felt like it was on fire, but I didn't dare stop. As I ran, the forest around me seemed to change. The trees grew taller, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers trying to grab me. The light dimmed, as if the canopy above was growing thicker by the second. I could still hear my pursuers, but their voices were changing. They became less human with each passing moment, turning into howls and shrieks that no human throat could produce. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I burst through a thick stand of trees and found myself at the edge of a cliff. Below, a river rushed by, its waters dark and foreboding. I was trapped. I turned to face my pursuers, ready to fight if I had to. But what emerged from the trees wasn't the group that had found me on the trail. These creatures were only vaguely humanoid, their bodies shifting and changing like smoke. Their eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and their mouths were filled with far too many teeth. No more running, the thing that had once been the tall man said, its voice a horrifying blend of human speech and animal growl. It's time to join us. They advanced slowly, savoring my fear. I backed up until I felt my heels touch the edge of the cliff. I looked down at the churning waters below, then back at the monsters approaching me. In that moment, I made a choice. I'd rather face the river than whatever these things had planned for me. Without hesitation, I turned and jumped. The fall seemed to last forever. I had time to think about my life, my family, all the things I'd leave behind. Then I hit the water, and everything went black. I woke up on a riverbank miles downstream from where I'd jumped. My clothes were torn, my body battered, but I was alive. And more importantly, I was alone. There was no sign of my pursuers. I managed to flag down a passing car, the driver looking shocked at my appearance. As we drove to the nearest hospital, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been a hallucination brought on by pain and fear? But the scratches on my arms, the lingering terror I felt, it had all been too real. I never went hiking alone again after that day. Some might call it an overreaction, but I know what I experienced. Those things, whatever they were, are still out there, waiting, watching, ready to offer their twisted version of help to the next unsuspecting hiker who finds themselves in trouble. So if you're ever out in the wilderness and someone offers you help, be careful. Look closely at their eyes. And if you see something shimmer behind them, something inhuman, run, run, and don't look back. Because some forms of help come with a price too high to pay. The rusty pickup truck rumbled to a stop beside me, its engine sputtering like an old man's cough. I hesitated, my thumb still raised from hitchhiking, as the driver leaned out. His face was weathered, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses despite the overcast day. "Need a ride?" he asked, his voice gravelly and low. Little did I know, accepting that ride would plunge me into a nightmare I never could have imagined. I'd been hiking the Appalachian Trail for weeks, loving the solitude and the challenge. But a misstep on a treacherous bit of path had left me with a badly sprained ankle. I'd limped along for a day, hoping it would improve, but the pain only worsened. I knew I needed to get to a town, find a doctor, and rest up before continuing my journey. So when I saw that battered pickup approaching on the lonely mountain road, I swallowed my usual caution about accepting rides from strangers. My need for help outweighed my misgivings. "Thanks," I said, climbing into the passenger seat with a wince. "I'm headed to the nearest town. My ankle's pretty messed up." The driver nodded, not saying a word as he put the truck in gear. The interior smelled of stale cigarettes and something else I couldn't quite place. Something metallic and vaguely unsettling. We drove in silence for a while, the trees whipping past the windows. I tried to make conversation, introduce myself, but the driver only grunted in response. After a few failed attempts, I gave up, instead watching the landscape change as we wound down the mountain. It wasn't until I noticed we'd passed a sign for the town I'd mentioned that alarm bells started ringing in my head. I think we missed the turn," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Wasn't that the town back there?" The driver's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. "Taking a shortcut," he muttered. "Know these roads better than any map." I nodded, but unease churned in my stomach. Something was very wrong here. I surreptitiously checked my phone, but there was still no signal. I was on my own. The road narrowed, turning from asphalt to gravel. Trees pressed in on both sides, their branches scraping against the truck like skeletal fingers. We hadn't passed another vehicle in what felt like hours. "Where exactly are we going?" I asked, unable to keep the tremor from my voice. The driver turned to look at me then, pushing his sunglasses down his nose. His eyes were pale, almost colorless, and filled with a hunger that made my blood run cold. "Somewhere no one will hear you scream," he said, his mouth twisting into a grotesque smile. Terror surged through me. I lunged for the door handle, but he anticipated my move. The truck swerved violently, throwing me against the passenger door. My head cracked against the window and stars exploded behind my eyes. When my vision cleared, we were bumping down what could barely be called a road, more of a trail, really. The tree branches whipped at the windshield, and I could hear the undercarriage scraping against rocks. "Please," I begged, my voice hoarse. "Just let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear." He laughed, a sound devoid of any real mirth. "Oh, you're not going anywhere. You're exactly where you need to be." The truck ground to a halt in a small clearing. Before I could react, the driver was out of his seat and yanking open my door. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron, and dragged me from the vehicle. I tried to fight, to pull away, but my injured ankle gave out beneath me. I collapsed to the ground, leaves and twigs digging into my palms. "Get up," he snarled, hauling me to my feet. As he pulled me along, I got my first good look at our surroundings. We were deep in the woods, no sign of civilization in any direction. But what made my heart nearly stop was the cabin. It was small, weathered, its windows dark and lifeless. But it wasn't the cabin itself that terrified me. It was what surrounded it. Bones. Hundreds of bones, bleached white by the sun, scattered across the clearing like a macabre garden. "What is this place?" I whispered, horror threatening to overwhelm me. The man's grip on my arm tightened. Home, he said simply. And now, it's your home too. He dragged me towards the cabin, my attempts to resist pathetically weak against his strength. As we neared the porch, I saw movement in one of the windows. A face, pale and gaunt, peered out at us. Then another, and another. You're not alone, I realized aloud, my voice shaking. He chuckled darkly. Of course not. The forest provides, and we're always hungry. The door of the cabin swung open as we approached. The stench that wafted out nearly made me gag. A sickly sweet smell of decay, mixed with something I couldn't identify. As he shoved me inside, my eyes struggled to adjust to the gloom. But what I saw made me wish for blindness. The interior of the cabin was a nightmare made real. More bones, some still with scraps of flesh clinging to them. Strange symbols painted on the walls in what looked horribly like dried blood. And the people, if you could call them that, they crowded around us, their eyes gleaming in the dim light. They were emaciated, skin stretched tight over protruding bones, but moved with an unnatural quickness. Their mouths gaped open, revealing teeth filed to points. "Welcome," one of them hissed, her voice raspy and dry. "Welcome to the feast." I tried to back away, but the driver still held me firmly. "Please," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "Please don't do this." But my pleas fell on deaf ears. They closed in around me, hands reaching, mouths open wide. I struggled, fought with every ounce of strength I had left, but it was useless. Just as I felt the first set of teeth sink into my flesh, a deafening crash shook the cabin. Sunlight suddenly poured in as the door was kicked open. "Police! Everyone freeze!" The creatures shrieked, recoiling from the light. In the chaos that followed, I felt myself being pulled away, strong arms lifting me. I blinked, disoriented, as I was carried out of the cabin. The clearing was suddenly full of people, police officers, paramedics, men in suits who looked like FBI agents. "You're safe now," a voice said, and I looked up to see a kind-faced paramedic. "We've been tracking this group for months. You're the first victim we've managed to reach in time." As they loaded me into an ambulance, I caught a glimpse of the driver being led away in handcuffs. He looked smaller somehow, less monstrous in the daylight, but when he turned and our eyes met, I saw that same inhuman hunger burning in their depths. The investigation that followed revealed the full horror of what I'd narrowly escaped. The group had been operating for years, preying on hikers and travelers in the area. The bones in the clearing were just a fraction of their victims. They claimed to be part of some ancient cult, believing that consuming human flesh granted them power and immortality. The truth, as far as the authorities could determine, was far more mundane but no less horrifying. A group of cannibals who had developed a twisted mythology to justify their actions. I spent weeks in the hospital, recovering from my injuries, both physical and psychological. The sprained ankle that had started it all seemed trivial compared to the trauma I'd endured. Even now, years later, I still have nightmares about that cabin in the woods. I've never gone hiking again. Never been able to shake the fear that around any bend in the trail, another pickup truck might be waiting. But I'm one of the lucky ones. I survived. And every day, I'm grateful for that second chance. Because I know that deep in those woods, in places beyond the reach of law and civilization, there are still monsters waiting, and they're always hungry. The old ranger station loomed before me, a dark silhouette against the storm-ravaged sky. Lightning flashed, illuminating its weathered boards and broken windows for a split second before plunging it back into shadow. I stood there, rain pelting my face, weighing my options. Brave the worsening storm or seek shelter in this decrepit building that looked like it had been abandoned for decades. Little did I know, my choice would lead me into a night of terror I'd never forget. I'd set out that morning under clear skies, eager to tackle a challenging day hike in the remote wilderness area. The trail was tough but rewarding, offering breathtaking views of pristine forests and rugged mountains. I was making good time, feeling strong and confident. But nature has a way of humbling even the most experienced hikers. The storm rolled in with shocking speed, turning the sky an ominous green-black. The wind picked up, howling through the trees and nearly knocking me off my feet. Then came the rain, not a gentle shower, but a torrential downpour that reduced visibility to mere feet. I knew I was in trouble. The trail, which had been clear earlier, quickly became a muddy, treacherous mess. I slipped and slid, desperately trying to keep my footing as I searched for shelter. That's when I saw it. The ranger station, barely visible through the sheets of rain. Throwing caution to the wind, I made a dash for it. The old wooden steps creaked ominously under my weight as I climbed onto the porch. The door was slightly ajar, swinging gently in the wind. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was dark and musty, the air thick with the smell of damp wood and decay. I fumbled for my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom to reveal a scene frozen in time. Dust-covered furniture, faded posters on the walls, cobwebs in every corner. It looked like the place had been abandoned in a hurry, with half-empty coffee mugs still sitting on desks and jackets draped over chairbacks. "Hello?" I called out, more out of habit than any real expectation of a response. My voice echoed in the empty room, seeming unnaturally loud. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I did a quick survey of my surroundings. The main room appeared to be some sort of office, with a large desk dominating one wall and several filing cabinets lined up against another. A corridor led off to what I assumed were other rooms, perhaps living quarters for the rangers who once staffed this remote outpost. I set my backpack down and began to take stock of my situation. I was soaked to the skin, cold, and exhausted from battling the elements. But I was alive and, for the moment at least, safe from the raging storm outside. I decided to make the best of it and try to get comfortable while waiting out the weather. As I rummaged through my pack for dry clothes, a sound made me freeze. It was faint, almost imperceptible beneath the howling wind and pounding rain. But it was there, a soft shuffling like something moving across the wooden floor. "Is someone there?" I called out, my heart rate picking up. No answer came, but the shuffling stopped abruptly. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably just the old building settling or maybe a small animal that had also sought refuge from the storm. But a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach told me otherwise. Trying to shake off my unease, I changed into dry clothes and set about exploring the station more thoroughly. Most of the rooms were in a similar state to the main office, dusty, abandoned, but largely untouched. It was as if the occupants had simply vanished one day, leaving everything behind. In what appeared to be a small kitchen, I found some old canned goods and bottled water. They were well past their expiration dates, but beggars can't be choosers in a situation like this. I was debating whether to risk eating some of the canned peaches when I heard it again, that soft, shuffling sound. This time, it was unmistakable. And it was closer. I whirled around, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the walls. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Show yourself." For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from the shadows of the hallway. My breath caught in my throat as the beam of my flashlight illuminated a face that was barely human. It, for I couldn't bring myself to think of it as a he or she, was gaunt to the point of emaciation, its skin a sickly gray color that seemed to hang loosely on its frame. Its eyes were sunken and oversized, reflecting the light of my flashlight like a nocturnal animal's. But it was the mouth that truly terrified me, lipless and filled with jagged, pointed teeth. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair in my haste to put distance between myself and this nightmarish creature. It cocked its head to the side, regarding me with an unsettling curiosity. "What are you?" I managed to stammer out. The thing's mouth opened, and a sound emerged that was somewhere between a hiss and a word. Hungry, it seemed to say, though I couldn't be sure. That's when I noticed the others. More figures were emerging from the shadows, each as horrifying as the first. They moved with an unnatural grace, their limbs too long and jointed in all the wrong places. Panic surged through me. I turned and ran, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from those things. I burst through a door, finding myself in what must have been the Rangers' sleeping quarters. Bunk beds lined the walls, their sheets rotted and hanging in tatters. I slammed the door shut behind me, frantically looking for something to barricade it with. I managed to drag a heavy dresser in front of the door just as the creatures reached it. They pounded on the other side, their inhuman shrieks sending chills down my spine. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what was happening. What were these things? Former Rangers transformed by some horrific accident or experiment? Monsters that had taken over the station after it was abandoned? Or had I simply lost my mind, driven to hallucination by fear and exhaustion? I didn't have time to ponder these questions for long. The pounding on the door intensified, and I could hear wood splintering. They were going to break through. Desperately, I searched the room for a way out. The windows were boarded up, the nails rusted but still holding firm. Just as I was about to give up hope, I noticed a hatch in the ceiling, an attic access. With strength born of sheer terror, I dragged one of the bunk beds beneath the hatch and climbed up. The trap door was stuck, swollen with years of damp, but I managed to force it open just as the bedroom door gave way with a thunderous crash. I pulled myself up into the attic, slamming the hatch shut behind me. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see that the attic stretched the length of the building, and at the far end, barely visible, was a small window. Hope surged through me. If I could reach that window, maybe I could squeeze through and escape onto the roof. From there, I might have a chance of getting away from this nightmare. I began to crawl across the attic, trying to distribute my weight evenly to avoid crashing through the old ceiling. Below me, I could hear the creatures moving about, their eerie vocalizations drifting up through the floorboards. I was halfway to the window when my flashlight flickered and died. I froze, plunged into total darkness. For a moment, all I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Then, a new sound reached my ears. Something was in the attic with me. I held my breath, straining my ears. There it was again, a soft scraping, like claws on wood, coming from somewhere behind me. In that moment, I made a choice. Stay still and hope whatever it was wouldn't find me, or make a desperate dash for the window. I chose to run. I scrambled forward on hands and knees, no longer caring about being quiet. I could hear movement behind me, fast and getting closer. My hands hit the wall, and I frantically felt around for the window. Just as my fingers found the edge of the window frame, something grabbed my ankle. I kicked out wildly, feeling my foot connect with something solid. There was a shriek, inhuman and filled with rage, and the grip on my ankle loosened. I didn't waste the opportunity. I threw myself at the window, feeling the old wood give way under my weight. For a terrifying moment, I was falling through empty air. Then I hit the sloped roof of the porch, the impact knocking the wind out of me. I rolled, unable to stop myself, and fell off the edge of the roof. I hit the ground hard, pain exploding through my body. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I forced myself to my feet and ran. I ran through the storm, heedless of the rain and wind. I ran until my legs gave out and I collapsed on the muddy trail. And still, I could hear them behind me, their unearthly cries carried on the wind. It wasn't until I saw the lights of a park ranger's vehicle that I finally felt safe. I babbled out my story to the bewildered ranger, pointing back the way I had come. But when a search party went to investigate the old station the next day, they found nothing. No monsters, no signs of habitation. Just an abandoned building slowly being reclaimed by nature. To this day, I don't know what really happened that night. Was it all a hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? Or did I stumble upon something that defies explanation? A horror hiding in the remote wilderness? All I know is that I'll never go hiking alone again. And if I ever find myself caught in a storm, I'll take my chances with the elements. Because sometimes, the shelter you seek can turn out to be far more dangerous than what you're running from. The first red flag should have been their eyes. Cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of the warmth you'd expect from fellow hikers offering help. But when you're lost in the wilderness, desperation has a way of clouding your judgment. It wasn't until I found myself surrounded, with no escape in sight, that I realized the true nature of their assistance. My name is Alex, and this is the story of how a simple hiking trip turned into a fight for survival against a group of strangers with sinister intentions. It had started as a typical weekend adventure. My best friend, Jake, and I had planned this hike for weeks, eager to tackle a challenging new trail we'd heard about from other outdoor enthusiasts. The weather was perfect. Crisp autumn air, clear skies, and the forest ablaze with fall colors. We set out early, our packs laden with supplies for a full day of hiking. The trail lived up to its reputation, winding through dense forest and offering stunning vistas of the surrounding mountains. By mid-afternoon, we were feeling pretty good about our progress. That's when things started to go wrong. We came to a fork in the trail that wasn't marked on our map. After a brief debate, we chose the path that seemed to head in the general direction we wanted to go. It wasn't long before we realized our mistake. The trail became increasingly overgrown and difficult to follow. We pushed on, hoping it would reconnect with the main path, but it only led us deeper into unfamiliar territory. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, we had to face facts. We were lost. "We should have turned back hours ago," Jake said, frustration evident in his voice. "Now it'll be dark soon and we have no idea where we are." I pulled out my phone, hoping against hope for a signal. Nothing. "Let's not panic," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We have supplies. If we need to, we can make camp and try to find our way back in the morning." That's when we heard voices in the distance. Relief washed over me. Other hikers. Maybe they could help us get our bearings. We moved towards the sound and soon came across a group of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. They were gathered in a small clearing, looking like they were setting up camp for the night. "Hello?" I called out as we approached. "We hate to bother you, but we seem to have gotten a bit turned around. Could you help us figure out where we are?" The group turned to look at us, and I felt an immediate unease. Their stares were intense, almost predatory, but I brushed it off, chalking it up to my own anxiety about being lost. One of the men stepped forward. He was tall, with close-cropped gray hair and piercing blue eyes. "Of course we can help," he said, his voice smooth and reassuring. "We know these woods like the back of our hands. Where are you trying to get to?" As Jake explained our situation, I took a closer look at the group. They were all dressed for hiking, but something seemed off. Their gear looked almost too new, barely used, and despite having apparently been hiking all day, none of them seemed tired or disheveled. The man who had spoken, who introduced himself as Mark, listened intently to our story. When Jake finished, Mark exchanged a glance with the others that sent a chill down my spine. "You're quite a ways off from where you think you are," Mark said, turning back to us. "It's too late to try and make it back to the main trail tonight. Why don't you stay with us? We have plenty of supplies and we can guide you back in the morning." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to decline, to make an excuse and leave. But Jake, ever the social one, was already thanking them for their generosity. "That would be great," he said, relief evident in his voice. "We really appreciate it." As we set up our tent near theirs, the group went about their business with an efficiency that seemed almost rehearsed. They spoke little, and when they did, it was in hushed tones that didn't carry to where Jake and I were. As night fell, they invited us to join them around their campfire. The atmosphere was tense, despite Jake's attempts at friendly conversation. The group answered his questions with short, vague responses, often glancing at each other as if seeking approval before speaking. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being sized up, evaluated. But for what purpose? I couldn't begin to guess. As we ate the food they offered us, some kind of stew that tasted odd but which hunger compelled us to consume, Mark began to ask us questions. Where were we from? Did anyone know we were out here? When were we expected back? The more he asked, the more uneasy I became. These weren't the casual inquiries of fellow hikers. They felt pointed, probing for specific information. I caught Jake's eye, silently willing him to pick up on the strangeness of the situation. He gave me a slight nod, his earlier enthusiasm replaced by a wariness that matched my own. Well, I said, standing up and faking a yawn. We should probably turn in. Long day tomorrow if we're going to make it back to our car. Mark smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Of course, sleep well. As Jake and I retreated to our tent, I could feel their eyes on us. We zipped ourselves in, and I immediately leaned in close to Jake. We need to get out of here, I whispered urgently. Something's not right with these people. Jake nodded, his face pale in the dim light. I know. Did you see how they reacted when I mentioned my girlfriend was expecting us to check in tomorrow morning? They looked disappointed. We formulated a plan in hushed tones. We'd wait until the middle of the night, then quietly pack up and slip away. Even being lost in the woods was preferable to staying with this unsettling group. Hours passed. The sounds of the forest at night were occasionally interrupted by low murmurs from the direction of the other tents. Finally, when we judged it was safe, we began to slowly and silently pack our things. Just as we were about to unzip the tent, a shadow fell across it. A voice, Mark's, spoke from just outside, going somewhere. My heart leapt into my throat. How long had he been there? Had he heard us planning? Before we could respond, the tent was suddenly ripped open. Mark stood there, flanked by the others. In the moonlight, their faces looked almost inhuman, twisted with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. We can't let you leave, one of the women said, her voice eerily calm. You're part of something bigger now, something you can't even begin to understand. Jake and I exchanged terrified glances. This was it. Whatever sick game these people were playing, it was clear we were meant to be unwilling participants. What happened next was a blur of motion and fear. Jake, always the braver of us, charged forward, catching the group off guard. In the chaos that followed, I managed to slip past them, grabbing Jake's arm and pulling him with me. We ran blindly into the dark forest, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. Behind us, we could hear them in pursuit, their voices raised in a chant that made my blood run cold. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmarish chase, but eventually, miraculously, we broke through the trees and found ourselves on a road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the darkness. We waved frantically, and it slowed to a stop. An older couple peered out at us, concern evident on their faces. Please, I gasped, out of breath and wild-eyed. We need help. There are people after us. They ushered us into the car without hesitation, locking the doors as soon as we were inside. As we sped away, I looked back. At the edge of the forest stood Mark and his group, watching us go. They made no move to pursue, but the look in their eyes told me this wasn't over. The couple drove us to the nearest police station, where we spent hours recounting our story. The police searched the area but found no sign of the group or their camp. It was as if they had vanished into the forest. To this day, I don't know who those people were or what they had planned for us. Were they some kind of cult? Opportunistic predators who preyed on lost hikers? Or something even more sinister that I can't begin to comprehend? All I know is that every time I see a news story about hikers gone missing, I think back to that night. And I wonder if somewhere out there, in the vast wilderness, Mark and his group are still waiting, still watching, still hunting for their next victims. I haven't gone hiking since that day. The forest, once a place of peace and adventure for me, now holds only fear and dark memories. Sometimes, in my nightmares, I'm back in those woods, running from unseen pursuers, their eerie chant echoing through the trees. If there's one lesson I've learned from this experience, it's this: be careful who you trust when you're vulnerable and alone. Because sometimes, the people offering help are the very ones you should be running from. The trail stretched before me, a ribbon of earth winding through the dense forest. I breathed in the crisp mountain air, relishing the solitude. It was just me, my backpack, and miles of wilderness. Or so I thought. I had no idea that the friendly stranger I was about to meet would turn my peaceful hike into a terrifying ordeal. I'm an experienced hiker, having tackled some of the most challenging trails across the country. This particular hike was supposed to be a solo weekend getaway, a chance to clear my head and reconnect with nature. The trail was well known, but not overly popular, perfect for those seeking a bit of solitude. The first few hours were blissful. The weather was ideal, cool but not cold, with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. I stopped occasionally to take photos or consult my map, but mostly I just walked, letting the rhythm of my footsteps and the sounds of the forest wash over me. It was late afternoon when I first saw him. He was coming down the trail in the opposite direction, a tall man with a scruffy beard and a well-worn backpack. As we approached each other, he raised a hand in greeting. "Beautiful day for a hike, isn't it?" he called out, his voice friendly and warm. I nodded, returning his smile. "It sure is. Perfect weather." We chatted for a few minutes, the usual trail talk. He introduced himself as Mike and said he was doing a multi-day trek. I mentioned I was planning to camp at a spot a few miles ahead. "Oh, I know that area well," Mike said, his eyes lighting up. "In fact, I know a much better spot just off the main trail, more secluded, with a great view of the valley. I'd be happy to show you if you'd like." I hesitated. It was a tempting offer, but I was wary of deviating from my planned route. Mike must have sensed my reluctance. "No pressure," he said, holding up his hands. "But I'm heading that way anyway. Why don't I walk with you for a bit? If you decide you want to check out the spot, great. If not, no hard feelings." Against my better judgment, I agreed. Mike was charming and knowledgeable, pointing out interesting plants and sharing stories of his past hikes. As we walked, I found myself relaxing, enjoying the company after hours of solitude. But as the sun began to dip lower in the sky, I started to feel uneasy. We had been walking for over an hour, and the trail didn't look familiar anymore. When I mentioned this to Mike, he assured me we were on the right path, just taking a slight detour to reach the campsite he'd mentioned. "It's not much further," he said, his tone still friendly, but with an edge I hadn't noticed before. "Trust me, it'll be worth it." I wanted to argue, to insist we turn back to the main trail, but something in Mike's demeanor made me hesitate. The forest suddenly seemed darker, more oppressive. I realized with a jolt of fear that I was alone in the wilderness with a man I didn't know, far from where anyone would think to look for me. "Actually," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I think I should stick to my original plan. Thanks for the company, but I'm going to head back to the main trail." Mike's face changed then, his friendly smile morphing into something cold and hard. "I'm afraid that's not an option," he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a knife. "We're going to my campsite, and you're going to stay quiet if you know what's good for you." Terror washed over me. This couldn't be happening. How could I have been so stupid, so trusting? I thought about running, but Mike was between me and the way back. And even if I could get past him, I wasn't sure I could find my way back to the main trail. "Please," I said, my voice shaking. "You don't have to do this. Just let me go, and I won't tell anyone. I swear." Mike laughed, a harsh sound that echoed through the trees. "Oh, I'm not worried about you telling anyone where we're going. No one will ever find you." He gestured with the knife, indicating I should start walking. With no other choice, I complied, my mind racing as I tried to think of a way out of this nightmare. As we walked, Mike kept up a steady stream of conversation, as if this were still just a friendly hike. But his words took on a sinister tone. "You know, I've been doing this for years," he said casually, "picking up lone hikers, taking them off the beaten path. It's amazing how trusting people can be." I felt sick. How many others had fallen for his act? How many had disappeared, never to be seen again? The forest grew darker as night approached. I stumbled on the uneven ground, my fear making me clumsy. Mike grabbed my arm to steady me, his touch making my skin crawl. "Careful now," he said, his voice mockingly concerned. "We wouldn't want you to get hurt. At least, not yet." Just as I was about to give in to despair, I saw something that gave me hope. A flicker of light through the trees. A campfire. Mike saw it too. He cursed under his breath, pushing me off the path and into the underbrush. "Not a sound," he hissed, pressing the knife against my back. We crouched in the darkness, watching as two hikers came into view. They were setting up camp for the night, laughing and talking as they went about their tasks. I knew this might be my only chance. Taking a deep breath, I screamed as loud as I could, "Help! Please, help me." Everything happened very quickly after that. Mike tried to silence me, but I fought back with a strength born of desperation. I heard shouts of alarm from the other hikers, footsteps rushing towards us. In the chaos, I managed to break free from Mike's grasp. I ran towards the campfire, towards safety. I could hear Mike crashing through the underbrush behind me, but I didn't look back. The other hikers, a young couple, looked shocked as I burst into their campsite, wild-eyed and terrified. "Please," I gasped. "He's trying to kill me. We need to get out of here." To their credit, they didn't hesitate. The man grabbed a heavy branch, positioning himself between us and the direction I'd come from. The woman pulled out a phone. "I have a satellite phone," she said. "I'm calling for help." Mike appeared at the edge of the clearing, his knife glinting in the firelight, but faced with 3 people instead of one helpless victim, he faltered. "This isn't over," he snarled, before turning and disappearing into the darkness. The next few hours were a blur. Park rangers arrived, alerted by the couple's call. I gave a statement, my voice shaking as I recounted my ordeal. They organized a search, but Mike was long gone. As I sat wrapped in a blanket, sipping hot tea provided by the rangers, the reality of what had almost happened hit me. I broke down, tears streaming down my face. The female hiker who had helped save me put her arm around my shoulders, offering silent comfort. In the days that followed, as the police investigation unfolded, I learned the full, horrifying truth. Mike, if that was even his real name, was suspected in the disappearances of at least 3 other hikers over the past 2 years. My narrow escape had finally put authorities on his trail. It's been months since that day, and Mike still hasn't been caught. The experience left me shaken, my love for solo hiking replaced by a wary fear of the wilderness. I've been seeing a therapist, working through the trauma and anxiety. Slowly, I'm starting to heal. I've even been on a few short hikes, though never alone. I'm learning to trust again, to find joy in the outdoors. But I'll never forget the lesson I learned on that fateful day. The wilderness can be beautiful, but it can also be dangerous. And sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones that look just like us. Now, when I hit the trails, I'm more cautious. I stick to my planned routes. I let others know where I'm going, and I trust my instincts. Most importantly, I've learned that it's okay to say no, to trust that uneasy feeling in the pit of your stomach. Because sometimes, that unease is your subconscious picking up on dangers your conscious mind hasn't recognized yet. I still love nature, still find peace in the quiet of the forest. But now I hike with open eyes, aware that not everyone on the trail is there to enjoy the scenery. And if I ever see Mike again, or someone like him, this time, I'll be ready. The first thing that caught my eye was the tent. It stood alone in a small clearing, a bright splash of blue against the deep greens of the forest. But it was the stillness that made me pause. No movement, no sounds of life, just an eerie silence that seemed to pulse with unspoken warning. I should have listened to that warning, should have turned back right then. But curiosity got the better of me, and that decision would haunt me for years to come. My name is Sarah, and I've been an avid hiker for most of my life. The trails have always been my escape, a place where the stresses of everyday life melt away and I can reconnect with nature. This particular hike was supposed to be a challenging day trip, a test of my skills on a lesser-known path through the mountains. I'd set out at dawn, my backpack loaded with supplies and my spirit high. The trail was tough but beautiful, winding through dense forests and along steep ridges that offered breathtaking views of the valley below. By mid-afternoon, I was making good time and feeling proud of my progress. That's when I saw the tent. It was just off the main trail, nestled in a small clearing that looked like it had been used as a campsite before. But something felt off. There were no other signs of a camp, no fire pit, no chairs, no equipment scattered about, just the tent, zipped up tight as if its occupants had just stepped away for a moment. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing, debating whether to call out. It wasn't unusual to encounter other campers, even on less popular trails. But the silence was unnerving. No bird song, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Hello," I finally called, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Is anyone there?" No response came. I took a few steps closer, my unease growing with each step. That's when I noticed the backpack. It was half hidden under a bush at the edge of the clearing, as if it had been hastily tossed aside. Personal items were scattered around it: a water bottle, a map, a small first aid kit, signs of a camp abruptly abandoned. My heart began to race. Something was very wrong here. I should leave, I thought. Go back to the main trail and report this to the park rangers. But what if someone was hurt? What if they needed help? Against my better judgment, I approached the tent. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "Is anyone in there? Are you okay?" I reached out to unzip the tent flap, my hand trembling slightly. As I pulled it open, the smell hit me, a musty, damp odor tinged with something sickly sweet. The interior was dark, and it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. The tent was fully stocked, as if its occupants had been planning a long stay. Sleeping bags were neatly laid out, clothes folded in piles. A lantern sat in one corner, unlit. But it was the wall of the tent that drew my attention. Pinned to the fabric were dozens of photographs, their edges curling in the damp air. With growing horror, I realized the photos were all of people, hikers, campers, smiling and unaware as they walked along trails or set up camps. And scrawled beneath each photo in red marker were two words: "Not yet." I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This wasn't just an abandoned campsite. This was something much darker, much more sinister. I turned to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. That's when I saw them. 3 figures stood at the edge of the clearing, blocking my path back to the trail. They were dressed in hiking gear, but something about their stance, the way they stared at me without moving, sent chills down my spine. "Well, well," one of them said, his voice eerily calm. "Looks like we have a visitor." I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. "I'm sorry," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. "I didn't mean to intrude. I was just checking to see if anyone needed help." The man in the center, tall and lean with a neatly trimmed beard, smiled. But it wasn't a friendly smile. It was cold, predatory. "Oh, we don't need any help," he said. "But you might." They began to move towards me, spreading out in a way that cut off any chance of escape. I backed up, my mind racing. There had to be a way out of this. There had to be. "Listen," I said, fighting to keep the panic out of my voice. "I don't want any trouble. Just let me go, and I won't say anything about what I saw here, I swear." The bearded man chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "I'm afraid that's not possible," he said. "You see, you're here now. And once you're here, well, you don't leave." In that moment, I understood the true horror of what I'd stumbled upon. The photos in the tent, the abandoned gear. These people had been hunting hikers, luring them in somehow, and then I didn't want to think about what came next. Adrenaline surged through me. I knew I had one chance, one moment to act before they closed in. Without thinking, I hurled my backpack at the nearest figure and ran. I didn't aim for the trail. They would expect that. Instead, I plunged into the thick underbrush, branches whipping at my face as I crashed through. Behind me, I could hear shouts of anger, the sound of pursuit crashing through the forest. I ran like I'd never run before, fear lending speed to my feet. I had no plan, no destination in mind beyond away. Away from the tent, away from those cold, calculating eyes, away from the fate that awaited me if I was caught. The forest blurred around me as I ran, my lungs burning, my legs aching, but I didn't dare slow down. I could still hear them behind me, their voices carrying through the trees. "You can't run forever," one of them shouted. "We know these woods better than you ever could." I knew they were right. I was lost, running blindly through unfamiliar terrain, but the alternative was unthinkable. So I kept going, pushing myself beyond what I thought was possible. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when my legs were about to give out, I saw it. A break in the trees ahead, sunlight streaming through. With a last burst of energy, I sprinted towards it. I burst out of the forest and found myself on a road, an actual paved road. For a moment, I stood there, gasping for breath, hardly daring to believe my luck. Then I heard a car approaching. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I looked like. Wild-eyed, scratched and bleeding from my mad dash through the forest. The car, an old pickup truck, slowed to a stop beside me. An elderly man peered out at me, concern etched on his weathered face. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked. "Please," I gasped, glancing nervously back at the tree line. "I need help. There are people after me. Bad people." He didn't ask questions, just reached across and opened the passenger door. "Get in," he said. I scrambled into the truck, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the seatbelt. As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see my pursuers emerge from the woods. But the road behind us remained empty. The old man drove me straight to the nearest police station, where I spent hours recounting my terrifying experience. The police organized a search of the area, Mom, but by the time they reached the clearing, the tent and all evidence of the camp were gone. In the days and weeks that followed, as the investigation unfolded, I learned the full, horrifying truth. The group I'd encountered was suspected in the disappearances of over a dozen hikers in the past year alone. My narrow escape had finally given authorities a lead, a chance to stop these predators. It's been 2 years since that day, and I still have nightmares about what might have happened if I hadn't escaped. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind can send me into a panic, and I haven't been able to go hiking since. But slowly, I'm healing. I'm in therapy, working through the trauma and trying to reclaim the parts of myself I lost that day. And I'm speaking out, sharing my story to warn others about the dangers that can lurk even in the most beautiful places. I know now that the wilderness, for all its beauty, can hide dark secrets. That sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones that look just like us. But I also know that I'm stronger than I ever realized. I survived. I escaped. And one day, I hope to find the courage to step back onto a trail, to reclaim my love for the outdoors. But when I do, I'll go with open eyes and a wary heart, because now I know that not everyone in the wilderness is there to appreciate its beauty. Some are there to hunt, and their prey isn't wildlife, it's us. The subtle click of a camera shutter broke the stillness of the night, jolting me from my uneasy sleep. For a split second, I thought I'd imagined it, a remnant of some half-forgotten dream. But as I lay there in my tent, heart racing, I heard it again. Someone was out there, watching me, and that was just the beginning of a night that would change my life forever. I'm Alex, an avid solo camper with years of experience under my belt. I've always loved the solitude of the wilderness, the challenge of self-reliance, and the peace that comes with being far from the chaos of civilization. This trip was supposed to be like any other, a weekend getaway to recharge my batteries and clear my head. I'd chosen a remote spot in the national forest, miles from the nearest campground or hiking trail. It was the kind of place you had to really work to get to, which usually meant having it all to yourself. The hike in had been tough but rewarding, and I'd set up camp in a small clearing near a babbling brook. The day had been perfect. I'd spent hours exploring the surrounding area, taking photos of the breathtaking scenery, and simply soaking in the tranquility of nature. As night fell, I'd made a small fire, cooked my dinner, and settled in with a good book. Everything felt right with the world, but now, as I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, that sense of peace was shattered. I strained my ears, trying to catch any sound of movement outside. For a long moment, there was nothing but the usual nighttime forest sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Then I heard it, the soft crunch of footsteps on dry leaves, circling my tent. My mind raced. It could be an animal, I told myself. A curious deer, maybe. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The footsteps were too deliberate, too measured to be anything but human. I reached for my flashlight with trembling hands, debating whether to confront whatever was out there or stay silent and hope they'd go away. Before I could decide, the footsteps stopped, right outside my tent, for what felt like an eternity. I held my breath, waiting. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the pounding of my heart. Then, slowly, the zipper of my tent began to move. Panic surged through me. I clicked on my flashlight, aiming it at the opening tent flap. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "I know someone's out there." The zipper stopped. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a voice, low and gravelly, spoke from just outside the tent. "Just checking on you, friend, making sure you're safe out here all alone." A chill ran down my spine. There was something off about the voice, a hint of malice beneath the fake concern. "I'm fine," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Please leave." A chuckle drifted through the tent fabric. "Oh, I don't think so. You see, we've been watching you for a while now, and we think you'll make a fine addition to our collection." There was more than one of them out there. Before I could process that terrifying thought, the tent flap was suddenly ripped open. A face peered in. A man, older, with a wild beard, and eyes that gleamed with an unnatural light in the beam of my flashlight. I reacted on instinct, swinging the heavy flashlight at his head. There was a satisfying thunk and a cry of pain. I didn't wait to see the result. I lunged out of my sleeping bag and through the open tent flap, nearly tripping over a figure crouched nearby. The cool night air hit me like a slap as I stumbled into the clearing. My eyes, adjusted to the darkness, took in the scene in snapshots of horror. There were three of them: the bearded man, now clutching his head and cursing, a younger man with a camera around his neck, and a woman holding what looked like a hunting knife. They were all dressed in dark clothing, their faces smeared with what looked like camouflage paint. But it was their eyes that terrified me the most. Cold, predatory, devoid of any human warmth. Now, the woman said, her voice sickly sweet. There's no need for violence. We just want to talk. Like hell you do, I spat, backing away slowly. My eyes darted around, looking for an escape route. The path I'd hiked in on was behind them. My only option was the dense forest behind me. The younger man raised his camera, the flash momentarily blinding me. Another one for the wall, he said with a grin that made my skin crawl. In that moment, I understood. The camera click that had woken me, the talk of a collection. These people were hunting campers. For what purpose? I didn't want to know. I ran. I plunged into the forest, not caring about the branches that whipped my face or the roots that threatened to trip me. Behind me, I could hear them giving chase, their excited whoops like a pack of wolves on the hunt. I had no plan, no destination in mind beyond away. Away from those predatory eyes, away from whatever fate they had in store for me. The forest was dark, the trees looming shadows that seemed to reach for me as I passed. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that nightmarish chase. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but fear kept me going. Every time I thought I'd lost them, I'd hear a shout or the snap of a branch behind me, spurring me to greater speed. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when my legs were about to give out, I saw a light in the distance. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I sprinted towards it, branches scratching my arms and face. I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a road. The light I'd seen was a car, heading in my direction. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I must have looked like, wild-eyed, scratched and bleeding, dressed in nothing but a t-shirt and shorts. The car, an old pickup truck, screeched to a halt. An elderly man peered out, his eyes wide with shock. "Good Lord, son, what happened to you?" I glanced back at the forest, half expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the shadows. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. There are people after me. Bad people." The old man didn't hesitate. He reached across and flung open the passenger door. "Get in, quick!" I scrambled into the truck, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fasten the seatbelt. As we sped away, I kept looking back, the dark mass of the forest slowly receding behind us. The old man, who introduced himself as Frank, drove me straight to the police station in the nearest town. The next few hours were a blur of questions, statements, and cups of bad coffee. The police organized a search of the area, but by the time they reached my campsite, there was no sign of the 3 people who had terrorized me. My tent and gear were gone, leaving no evidence of my ordeal. In the days that followed, as I tried to come to terms with what had happened, the true horror of the situation became clear. The police found evidence of other campers who had gone missing in the area over the past few years. My experience, it seemed, was not an isolated incident. They never caught the people who chased me that night. Sometimes, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom sound of a camera shutter clicking in my ears. I haven't been camping since, and I'm not sure I ever will again. But I'm one of the lucky ones. I got away, and now I make it my mission to warn others about the dangers that can lurk in the wilderness. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators in the forest aren't the ones with claws and fangs. Sometimes, they're the ones holding cameras, collecting trophies of a very different kind. So if you're out there in the wild, enjoying the beauty of nature, remember to stay alert. And if you ever hear the click of a camera when you're supposed to be alone, don't wait. Don't second-guess yourself. Run. Run like your life depends on it, because it just might. The phone's shrill ring pierced the eerie silence of the forest, making me jump. My hands trembled as I fumbled to answer it, heart pounding in my chest. When I heard Jake's panicked voice on the other end, I knew our simple hiking trip had taken a terrifying turn, but I had no idea just how deep into a nightmare we were about to descend. Let me back up a bit. I'm Alex, and Jake has been my best friend since college. We've always shared a love for the outdoors, often planning weekend hiking trips to escape the chaos of city life. This particular trip was supposed to be a challenging but rewarding trek through a remote area of the national forest. We'd set out early that morning, the air crisp and filled with the scent of pine. The trail was tough, winding through dense woods and up steep inclines, but the views were worth it. Majestic mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in mist. Everything was going great until we reached a fork in the trail. Our map showed only one path, but here were two, equally well worn. We stood there, debating which way to go, when the argument started. Jake was adamant about taking the left fork. "I've got a good feeling about this one," he insisted, that familiar glint of adventure in his eyes. "Plus, it looks like it might be a shortcut." I shook my head, pointing at our map. "We should stick to the plan, Jake. The right fork follows the route we mapped out. We don't know where that other trail leads." But Jake wouldn't budge. He was always the more impulsive one, eager to explore off the beaten path. Usually, I admired that about him. Today, it set my teeth on edge. Our discussion quickly escalated into a full-blown argument. Harsh words were exchanged, old frustrations bubbling to the surface. In the end, Jake threw up his hands in exasperation. "Fine," he snapped. "You take your safe little trail. I'm going this way. I'll see you at the campsite." Before I could stop him, he stormed off down the left fork. I stood there, anger and worry warring in my chest as I watched him disappear around a bend. "Jake, wait," I called after him, but he didn't turn back. For a moment, I was tempted to follow him, to make sure he didn't get into trouble, but my stubborn pride kept me rooted to the spot. Fine, I thought. Let him go off on his own. He'll realize I was right when he gets lost. So I took the right fork, sticking to our original plan. As I hiked, my anger slowly gave way to gnawing worry. Jake and I had never separated on a hike before. What if something happened to him? I tried to push those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the trail ahead. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The forest seemed quieter than it should be, the shadows deeper and more menacing. Hours passed, and the sun began to dip towards the horizon. I reached the spot where we'd planned to make camp, but there was no sign of Jake. Worry bloomed into full-blown panic. He should have been here by now, even if he'd taken a wrong turn. That's when my phone rang. I nearly cried with relief when I saw Jake's name on the screen. "Jake, where are you? Are you okay?" His voice came through, shaky and filled with static. "Alex, I'm lost. I think I'm hurt." My blood ran cold. "What happened? Where are you?" "I don't know," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I fell. My leg. I can't walk. Please, you have to find me." I tried to keep my voice calm, even as fear clawed at my throat. Okay, can you see anything around you? Any landmarks?" There was a long pause, filled only with the sound of Jake's labored breathing. Then so quietly I almost missed it, he whispered, "There's someone out here, Alex. I can hear them moving around. I don't think I'm alone." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean? Jake, what?" The line went dead. For a moment, I stood frozen, my mind reeling. Then instinct kicked in. I had to find Jake, and fast. I tried calling him back, but it went straight to voicemail. Either his phone had died, or I pushed away the darker possibilities my mind conjured. "Focus," I told myself. "Think, what would Jake have done?" I pulled out our map, studying it intently. If Jake had continued on the left fork, he would have been heading northeast. I looked up, orienting myself using the setting sun. If I cut through the woods in that direction, I might be able to intercept the path he'd taken. It was a dangerous plan. Going off trail, especially as night was falling, was against everything I'd learned about hiking safety. But I couldn't leave Jake out there, hurt and alone. Or worse, not alone at all. I shouldered my pack and plunged into the underbrush. The going was tough, branches whipping my face and roots threatening to trip me with every step. But I pushed on, Jake's frightened voice echoing in my head. As I hiked, I called out periodically, "Jake, can you hear me?" But only the eerie silence of the forest answered. The light was fading fast, long shadows stretching across the forest floor. I flicked on my headlamp, its beam cutting through the growing gloom. That's when I saw it, a flash of bright fabric through the trees. My heart leapt. "Jake!" I shouted, pushing through a thick stand of bushes. What I found made my blood run cold. It was Jake's backpack, hanging from a low branch as if placed there deliberately, but there was no sign of Jake. As I approached the pack, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The ground around the tree was disturbed, with what looked like drag marks leading away into the darkness. A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my headlamp illuminating a figure standing just at the edge of its beam. For a wild, hopeful moment, I thought it was Jake. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized this person was too tall, too broad to be my friend. Well, a deep voice rumbled, sending chills down my spine. "Looks like we've caught ourselves another one." The man stepped forward, and I saw he wasn't alone. Two others emerged from the shadows, their faces hidden by the darkness. "Where's Jake?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "What have you done with him?" The man chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Your friend? Oh, he's safe, for now, and you'll be joining him soon enough." As they advanced towards me, I realized the true horror of the situation. This wasn't a rescue mission anymore. It was a fight for survival. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for the noise I was making. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps heavy on the forest floor. My lungs burned and branches whipped at my face. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmarish chase. But eventually, miraculously, I burst out onto a road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I must have looked like, wild-eyed, scratched and bleeding. The car screeched to a halt, an older couple peering out with concern. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. My friend. There are people after us." They didn't hesitate, ushering me into the car and speeding away. As we drove, I tried to explain what had happened, my words tumbling out in a frantic jumble. The couple took me straight to the police station. What followed was a blur of questions, statements, and a frantic search operation. But despite the efforts of the police and search and rescue teams, we never found Jake. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The case went cold. They told me Jake was probably dead, that I should try to move on. But how could I? The memory of his frightened voice on the phone haunted me. And the questions. They never stopped. Who were those men in the forest? What did they want? And was Jake still out there somewhere, waiting to be found? I couldn't let it go. I threw myself into the search and quitting my job and pouring all my resources into finding answers. I've spent years now, chasing leads, exploring theories, always searching for the truth. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's all my fault. If I hadn't argued with Jake, if we'd stayed together on the trail, would things have turned out differently? But I can't dwell on those thoughts. I have to keep searching, keep hoping, because somewhere out there, in the vast wilderness, there are answers, and maybe, just maybe, Jake is still alive, waiting for me to find him. So I'll keep looking. I'll never stop, because that's what friends do. They don't give up on each other, no matter how hopeless it seems. And one day, I'll uncover the truth about what happened in those woods. For Jake, for myself, and for all the others who might fall victim to the dangers lurking in the wilderness. The moment I felt my ankle give way, I knew I was in trouble. The sickening pop, followed by a wave of pain that made my vision blur, told me this wasn't just a simple sprain. As I sat there on the forest floor, miles from the nearest road, I realized my solo hiking trip had just taken a terrifying turn. But I had no idea that my misfortune would lead me into the clutches of a group whose intentions were far more sinister than I could have ever imagined. My name is Emily, and I've always been an avid hiker. There's something about the solitude of the trails, the challenge of pushing my body to its limits, that I find irresistible. This particular hike was supposed to be a test of my skills, a difficult trail that wound through some of the most remote parts of the national forest. I'd set out at dawn, my backpack loaded with supplies for a long day on the trails. The morning had been perfect, crisp autumn air, the forest alive with the sounds of birds and small animals. I'd made good time, covering several miles before stopping for a quick lunch at a stunning overlook. It was on the descent that disaster struck. A loose rock, a moment of inattention, and suddenly I was on the ground, my ankle throbbing and already starting to swell. I tried to stand, but the pain was too intense. I couldn't put any weight on it. Panic started to set in as I realized the gravity of my situation. I was alone, injured, and at least 10 miles from the trailhead. My phone had no signal this deep in the wilderness. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think rationally. I had water, food, and a basic first aid kit. I could figure this out. That's when I heard voices in the distance. Relief washed over me. Other hikers. I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. Hello, I need help. Over here. A few minutes later, a group emerged from around a bend in the trail. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women, all looking to be in their 30s or 40s. They were dressed for hiking, but something about them seemed off. Their clothes looked a bit too clean, their backpacks too new. Are you okay? One of the men asked as they approached. He was tall, with a neatly trimmed beard and piercing blue eyes. I explained my situation, showing them my rapidly swelling ankle. They exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them that made me slightly uneasy. We can help you, the man said, his tone oddly flat. We have a camp nearby. We can take you there. Tend to your ankle. I hesitated. Every instinct was screaming at me that something wasn't right. But what choice did I have? I couldn't walk, and night would be falling soon. That would be great, I said, forcing a smile. Thank you. 2 of the men helped me up, supporting me between them as we started moving. The group was eerily quiet as we walked, only speaking in hushed tones to each other. I tried to make conversation, to ease the growing tension I felt, but their responses were curt, almost rehearsed. After about 20 minutes of slow progress, we reached their camp. It was a small clearing with 3 tents set up in a triangle formation. A fire pit sat in the center, cold and unused despite the chill in the air. They helped me sit on a log near the fire pit, and one of the women began examining my ankle. Her touch was clinical, impersonal. It's a bad sprain, she announced. Maybe a fracture. You won't be walking out of here anytime soon. We should call for help, I suggested, reaching for my phone. Maybe if we get to higher ground, we can get a signal. The tall man who had first spoken to me shook his head. No need, he said. We can take care of you here. That's when I noticed it, a flicker of something in his eyes. Hunger, anticipation, whatever it was. It sent a chill down my spine. I appreciate your help, I said carefully, but I really think I should try to get to a hospital. My friends will be worried if I don't check in soon. The group exchanged another of those silent glances. Then, slowly, they began to form a circle around me. I'm afraid that won't be possible, the tall man said, his voice suddenly cold. You see, you're exactly where you need to be. Fear gripped me as I realized the terrible mistake I'd made. These weren't helpful fellow hikers. They were something else entirely. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice shaking. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Want? Oh, we don't want anything from you. We want you. You're going to be part of something greater than yourself." I tried to stand, to run, but my injured ankle betrayed me. I collapsed back onto the log, helpless as the group closed in around me. "Please," I begged, "just let me go. I won't tell anyone about this, I swear." One of the women laughed, a high, unnatural sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh, you misunderstand. We're not keeping you here. We're freeing you." As they drew closer, I noticed something I hadn't before. Their eyes. There was something wrong with them. They seemed to shimmer, like heat rising off hot pavement. And behind that shimmer, I caught glimpses of something inhuman. The tall man reached out, his hand inches from my face. "Don't fight it," he said softly. "Embrace the change. Become one with us." In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lashed out, catching the man off guard with a punch to the stomach. He stumbled back, more surprised than hurt. I used the distraction to scramble to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle. I ran. I don't know how I did it with my injury, but pure adrenaline pushed me forward. I could hear them behind me, their voices raised in anger and excitement. They were enjoying the chase. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I had no idea where I was going, no plan beyond getaway. My ankle felt like it was on fire, but I didn't dare stop. As I ran, the forest around me seemed to change. The trees grew taller, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers trying to grab me. The light dimmed, as if the canopy above was growing thicker by the second. I could still hear my pursuers, but their voices were changing. They became less human with each passing moment, turning into howls and shrieks that no human throat could produce. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when my legs were about to give out, I saw a light in the distance. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I sprinted towards it, branches scratching my arms and face. I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a road. The light I'd seen was a car, heading in my direction. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I must have looked like. Wild-eyed, scratched and bleeding, limping on a swollen ankle. The car, an old pickup truck, screeched to a halt. An elderly couple peered out, their eyes wide with shock. "Please," I gasped, glancing back at the forest. "I need help. There are people after me. Bad people." They didn't hesitate. The man reached across and flung open the passenger door. "Get in, quick!" I scrambled into the truck, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fasten the seatbelt. As we sped away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the shadows of the forest. The couple, introducing themselves as Frank and Martha, drove me straight to the nearest hospital. On the way, I tried to explain what had happened, but my story sounded crazy even to my own ears. They listened without judgment, concern etched on their kind faces. At the hospital, as doctors tended to my ankle and the numerous cuts and bruises I'd acquired during my escape, the police arrived to take my statement. I told them everything, from my fall on the trail to the strange group and their talk of change and becoming one. The officers exchanged skeptical glances, but they took my statement seriously. They organized a search of the area, but by the time they reached the clearing I described, there was no sign of the group or their camp. It was as if they had vanished into the forest. In the days that followed, as I tried to come to terms with what had happened, I learned that there had been other reports of hikers going missing in that area. Some had been found, days or weeks later, with no memory of where they'd been. Others were never seen again. The doctors said my ankle would heal, given time and physical therapy. But the psychological scars of that day run much deeper. I haven't been able to go hiking since, the thought of the forest filling me with a paralyzing fear. Sometimes, late at night, I wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of inhuman howls ringing in my ears. I find myself checking my eyes in the mirror, terrified I'll see that unnatural shimmer looking back at me. I don't know who or what those people in the forest were. I don't know what they wanted from me, what kind of change they were talking about. But I do know that I narrowly escaped something terrifying that day. Now, I make it my mission to warn others about the dangers that can lurk in the wilderness. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators aren't the ones with claws and fangs. Sometimes, they're the ones that look just like us, offering help with cold eyes and cruel smiles. So if you're out there in the wild, and you meet a group that seems too good to be true, trust your instincts. And if you see a shimmer in their eyes that doesn't look quite human, run. Run like your life and your very humanity depend on it, because they just might. The dense fog rolled in without warning, transforming the familiar forest trail into an alien landscape. As the mist swirled around me, obscuring the path ahead, an unsettling realization crept over me. I was completely and utterly lost. Little did I know, my disorientation was about to lead me into an encounter that would haunt me for years to come. My name is Sarah, and I've been hiking these trails for over a decade. This particular route was one of my favorites, a challenging day hike that wound through some of the most beautiful parts of the state park. I'd set out early that morning, the weather forecast promising a perfect autumn day. For the first few hours, everything went according to plan. The trail was just as I remembered it, winding through stands of towering pines and offering occasional glimpses of the valley below. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of fallen leaves and wild herbs. I felt alive, invigorated by the solitude and the physical exertion. It was early afternoon when I first noticed the change in the air. A chill crept in, and wisps of fog began to form between the trees. I paused, considering whether I should turn back. But I was more than halfway through the loop, and pressing on seemed quicker than retracing my steps. That decision would prove to be a grave mistake. Within minutes, the fog thickened dramatically. The trail, which had been clear and well marked, seemed to vanish before my eyes. Familiar landmarks disappeared, swallowed by the impenetrable mist. I slowed my pace, straining to see more than a few feet ahead. As the minutes ticked by, my unease grew. The fog should have dissipated by now, but instead it only seemed to be getting thicker. The forest around me fell eerily silent, the usual sounds of birds and small animals conspicuously absent. I reached for my phone, hoping to use its GPS to orient myself, only to find that I had no signal. Of course, I was miles from the nearest cell tower. I took a deep breath, trying to quell the rising panic in my chest. Stay calm, I told myself. You know these woods. Just keep moving, and you'll find your way out. But as I continued to walk, nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed different, older and more gnarled than I remembered. The ground beneath my feet felt softer, almost spongy. Had I somehow wandered off the main trail without realizing it? That's when I heard it. Voices in the distance, muffled by the fog. Relief washed over me. Other hikers. Maybe they could help me get my bearings. I moved towards the sound, calling out as I went. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm lost. The voices stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, a response came. Much closer than I expected. Over here, a man's voice called. We can help you. I pushed through a thick stand of bushes, emerging into a small clearing. As the fog swirled and parted, I saw them, a group of people standing in a loose circle. But something was off. They weren't dressed for hiking. Their clothes looked oddly old-fashioned, and none of them had backpacks or water bottles. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women. They stood unnaturally still, their eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Are you lost, dear? One of the women asked, her voice syrupy sweet. She took a step towards me, and I instinctively backed away. I think I've wandered off the main trail, I stammered, fighting to keep my voice steady. I'm trying to get back to the trailhead. Can you point me in the right direction? The group exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Then the tallest man, a gaunt figure with deep-set eyes, spoke. "Oh, I'm afraid you're quite far from the trail," he said, his tone almost gleeful. "But don't worry. We can help you find your way home." The way he said home sent a chill down my spine. I took another step back, my heart racing. "That's okay," I said, forcing a smile. "I think I can find my way. Thanks anyway." I turned to leave, but suddenly, one of the other men was blocking my path. I hadn't seen him move. It was as if he had materialized out of the fog. Now, he said, grinning widely. His teeth looked too sharp, too numerous. "We insist. It's not safe out here for someone like you." Panic surged through me. I spun around looking for an escape route, but the group had closed ranks, forming a tight circle around me. Their eyes seemed to glow in the dim light, and their bodies shimmered at the edges, as if they weren't quite solid. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. The first woman who had spoken tilted her head, regarding me with an almost predatory curiosity. "Want? Oh, my dear, we want you to join us, to become part of our family." As she spoke, her form seemed to flicker and change. For a moment, I saw something beneath the human facade, something ancient and terrifying. Understanding dawned on me with horrifying clarity. These weren't people. They were something else entirely, something that didn't belong in this world. I did the only thing I could. I ran. I burst through their circle, feeling cold hands grasp at my clothes as I pushed past. I plunged back into the fog-shrouded forest, branches whipping my face as I ran blindly forward. Behind me, I could hear them giving chase, but their footsteps sounded wrong. Too many legs, moving in an unnatural rhythm. Their voices had changed too, becoming high-pitched shrieks that no human throat could produce. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. The fog seemed to grow thicker with each step, disorienting me further. Shapes loomed out of the mist, twisted trees that seemed to reach for me with gnarled branches, rocks that looked unsettlingly like crouching figures. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when I was sure those things were about to catch me, I saw a light ahead. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I sprinted towards it, ignoring the burning in my muscles and the scratches from low-hanging branches. I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a road. The light I'd seen was a car heading in my direction. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I must have looked like. Wild-eyed, covered in scratches, clothes torn and muddy. The car, an old pickup truck, screeched to a halt. An elderly man leaned out the window, his eyes wide with concern. "Good Lord, miss, are you all right?" I glanced back at the forest, half expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the mist, but there was nothing, just the silent, fog-shrouded trees. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. There are things in the forest. They were chasing me." The old man didn't hesitate. He reached across and opened the passenger door. "Get in, quick!" I scrambled into the truck, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fasten the seatbelt. As we drove away, I kept looking back, but the forest remained still and silent. The man, who introduced himself as Frank, drove me to the nearest town. On the way far, I tried to explain what had happened, but my story sounded insane even to my own ears. To his credit, Frank listened without judgment, his weathered face creased with concern. At the local diner, over a cup of strong coffee, I gave a statement to the police. They were skeptical, of course, but something in my demeanor must have convinced them to take me seriously. They organized a search of the area where I'd encountered the group, but found nothing, no clearing, no signs of anyone having been there. In the days that followed, as I tried to make sense of what had happened, I learned that there had been other strange occurrences in those woods. Hikers reported lost time, unexplainable phenomena, and encounters with people who didn't quite seem human. I've never gone back to that forest. The memory of those not quite people, with their too sharp teeth and flickering forms, still haunts my nightmares. I don't know what they were or what they wanted from me, but I do know that I narrowly escaped something terrifying that day. Now, when people ask me about hiking, I warn them, be careful in the wilderness. I say, stick to the trails, trust your instincts, and if you ever find yourself suddenly lost in a strange fog, run, and don't look back. Because sometimes, the things that live in the deep woods aren't animals. Sometimes there's something much, much worse, and they're always looking for new members to join their family. The gentle crackle of my campfire was drowned out by the sudden roar of engines. Headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating my once secluded campsite with harsh, artificial light. As I scrambled out of my tent, heart pounding, I was confronted by a circle of unfamiliar vehicles surrounding me. Little did I know, this intrusion was just the beginning of a night that would push me to the very edge of sanity and survival. My name is Alex, and I've always been a solo camper. There's something about the solitude, the self-reliance, that I find deeply appealing. This particular trip was supposed to be a chance to disconnect from the world and recharge my batteries. I'd chosen a remote spot in the national forest, miles from the nearest designated campground. It was the kind of place you had to really work to get to, which usually meant having it all to yourself. The day had been perfect. I'd hiked in, set up my camp, and spent hours exploring the surrounding wilderness. As night fell, I'd made a small fire, cooked my dinner, and settled in with a good book. The peace of the forest was absolute, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle of leaves in the breeze. But now, as I stood blinking in the glare of those headlights, that peace was shattered. I counted 5 vehicles, 3 trucks and 2 SUVs. They had formed a tight circle around my campsite, effectively trapping me. For a moment, nothing happened. The engines idled, the headlights remained fixed on me. Then, almost in unison, doors opened and people began to emerge. They moved with an eerie synchronization, each person taking up a position in the circle of light. There were about a dozen of them, men and women of various ages. But something was off. Their clothes were oddly mismatched, as if they'd been hastily thrown together, and their expressions, they all wore the same blank and almost expectant look. Hello, I called out, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Can I help you with something? One of the men stepped forward. He was tall, with close-cropped gray hair and piercing blue eyes. When he smiled, it didn't reach those eyes. "Hello, friend," he said, his voice smooth and controlled. "We hope we didn't startle you. We're just here to welcome you to our woods." A chill ran down my spine. His words were friendly enough, but there was an undercurrent of menace that I couldn't ignore. "Thanks," I said cautiously. "But I'm fine, just enjoying a quiet night camping." The man's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh, but we insist. We have so much to show you." As he spoke, the others began to move closer, tightening the circle around me. I noticed now that some of them were carrying things, ropes, odd-looking implements I couldn't identify. Panic surged through me. This wasn't just a group of overly friendly locals. Something was very, very wrong here. "Look," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm really not interested. I think it's best if you all leave now." The man's expression hardened. "I'm afraid that's not an option. You see, you're in our territory now, and we have certain rituals for dealing with trespassers." As he spoke, 2 of the others lunged forward, grabbing my arms. I struggled, but their grip was like iron. The rest of the group closed in, their blank expressions morphing into looks of eager anticipation. "What do you want from me?" I gasped, still trying to break free. The leader stepped closer, his eyes now gleaming with an almost feverish light. "Want? Oh, we don't want anything from you. We want you. You're going to be part of something greater than yourself." Terror gripped me as I realized the full horror of my situation. These people, whoever they were, had no intention of letting me go. I had to act, and act now. With a surge of desperate strength, I wrenched one arm free and swung wildly, catching one of my captors in the face. He stumbled back, more surprised than hurt. In that moment of confusion, I broke away, diving for my tent. My hand closed around the handle of my hunting knife, which I'd left by my sleeping bag. I spun around, brandishing the blade. "Stay back!" I shouted. The group hesitated, eyeing the knife warily, but their leader just laughed. "You think that little toy can save you?" he sneered. "You have no idea what you're dealing with." As if to emphasize his point, he raised his hand. To my horror, his fingers seemed to elongate, nails extending into wicked-looking claws. In that moment, I realized that whatever these beings were, they weren't human. At least, not anymore. I didn't wait to see what other transformations they might undergo. I ran. I plunged into the darkness of the forest, away from the light of their vehicles and the relative safety of my campsite. Behind me, I could hear them giving chase, their voices raised in a chilling howl that was part excitement, part hunger. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I had no plan, no destination in mind beyond away from those inhuman eyes, away from whatever fate they had planned for me. The forest seemed to come alive around me, shadows moving in ways that defied natural law. More than once, I could have sworn I saw faces in the trees, watching my desperate flight with malevolent glee. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that nightmarish chase. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me going. Every time I thought I'd lost them, I'd hear a shout or the snap of a branch behind me, spurring me to greater speed. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when my legs were about to give out, I saw a light in the distance. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I sprinted towards it, branches scratching my arms and face. I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a road. The light I'd seen was a car, heading in my direction. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I must have looked like. Wild-eyed, scratched and bleeding, still clutching my knife. The car, an old pickup truck, screeched to a halt. An elderly couple peered out, their eyes wide with shock. "Please," I gasped, glancing back at the forest. "I need help. There are people after me. Bad people." They didn't hesitate. The man reached across and flung open the passenger door. "Get in, quick!" I scrambled into the truck, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fasten the seatbelt. As we sped away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the shadows of the forest. The couple, introducing themselves as Frank and Martha, drove me straight to the nearest police station. On the way, I tried to explain what had happened, but my story sounded crazy even to my own ears. They listened without judgment, concern etched on their kind faces. At the station, as I gave my statement to skeptical officers, the full weight of what I'd experienced began to sink in. The police organized a search of the area, but by the time they reached my campsite, there was no sign of the group or their vehicles. It was as if they had vanished into the forest. In the days that followed, as I tried to come to terms with what had happened, I learned that there had been other reports of strange occurrences in those woods. Campers gone missing, hikers encountering groups of people who seemed off, somehow, but nothing as direct or terrifying as what I'd experienced. I never went camping alone again after that night. The memory of those people, if they were people at all, with their blank stares and inhuman transformations, still haunts my dreams. I don't know what they wanted from me, what kind of ritual they had planned, but I know that I narrowly escaped something horrifying. Now, when people ask me about my camping experiences, I warn them. Be careful in the wilderness, I say. Stick to designated campgrounds. Let people know where you're going, and trust your instincts. Because sometimes, the most dangerous things in the forest aren't the animals or the elements. Sometimes, they're the ones that look just like us, until they don't. And if you ever find yourself surrounded by strangers in the dead of night, far from civilization, run, and don't look back, because you might just be running for your very soul. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was the silence. One moment, the forest was alive with the usual nighttime sounds, crickets chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze. The next, an unnatural quiet fell, as if someone had thrown a switch. In the stillness that followed, I heard it, soft footsteps circling our tent. That's when I knew our camping trip had taken a sinister turn. My name is Jack, and my best friend Mike and I had been planning this weekend getaway for months. We're both avid outdoorsmen, always looking for new challenges and untamed wilderness to explore. This particular trip had taken us deep into a remote area of the national forest, far from the usual tourist trails. We'd spent the day hiking, marveling at the pristine beauty of the landscape. As night fell, we set up camp in a small clearing near a babbling brook. The spot was perfect. Flat ground for our tent, plenty of dry wood for a fire, and the soothing sound of running water to lull us to sleep. After a hearty dinner of campfire-cooked stew, we sat around the fire, swapping stories and enjoying the peacefulness of the forest. It was the kind of night that reminds you why you love the outdoors. Crisp air, a sky full of stars, and not another soul for miles around. Or so we thought. It must have been around midnight when I woke up, my bladder insisting on a trip into the woods. I carefully unzipped my sleeping bag, trying not to wake Mike, who was snoring softly beside me. As I reached for the tent zipper, that's when I noticed it, the silence. I froze, my hand hovering inches from the tent flap. Something felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. Then I heard it, footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling our tent. My heart began to race. Bears. No, the footsteps sounded too light, too purposeful. Another camper, maybe. But we hadn't seen anyone else for miles. I nudged Mike awake, pressing a finger to my lips to signal silence. His eyes widened as he too noticed the unnatural quiet and the soft sound of movement outside. We lay there, barely breathing, as the footsteps completed another circuit of our tent. Then, they stopped, right outside the entrance. For what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the pounding of my heart, which seemed impossibly loud in the stillness. Then, slowly, the zipper of our tent began to move. Mike and I exchanged panicked glances. What should we do? Confront whoever or whatever was out there. Try to make a run for it. Before we could decide, the tent flap flew open. In the dim moonlight, I could make out a figure crouching at the entrance. It was human-shaped, but something about its proportions seemed off. Well, a voice rasped, sounding like dry leaves scraping across stone. What do we have here? I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on with shaking hands. The beam illuminated a face that made my blood run cold. It looked human, but only just. The skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched too tight over sharp cheekbones. The eyes were too large, too dark, seeming to swallow the light. The creature, for I couldn't think of it as a person, grinned, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Looks like we'll be eating well tonight, brothers, it called over its shoulder. As if on cue, more figures emerged from the darkness, surrounding our tent. They were similarly misshapen, their bodies twisted in ways that defied natural law. Mike and I were frozen in terror, our minds struggling to comprehend what we were seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. But the cold night air on my face and the earthy smell of the forest told me this was all too real. What are you?" I managed to stammer. The first creature tilted its head, regarding me with something like amusement. "We are the forest's children," it said. "And you, my friends, are trespassers." With shocking speed, it lunged forward, clawed hands reaching for us. Instinct took over. I kicked out, my foot connecting with its chest. It flew backward with inhuman strength, crashing into two of its companions. "Run!" I yelled to Mike, already scrambling out of my sleeping bag. We burst out of the tent, pushing past the creatures that tried to grab us. The forest was dark, the moon's light barely penetrating the thick canopy above. We ran blindly, crashing through underbrush, branches whipping our faces. Behind us, I could hear them giving chase, their movements unnaturally quick and silent. They called to each other in a language that sounded like the creaking of trees and the gurgle of underground streams. I had no idea where we were going. All I knew was that we had to put as much distance between us and those things as possible. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. Suddenly, Mike cried out. I turned to see him stumble, his foot caught in a tangle of roots. He went down hard, and in an instant, the creatures were on him. I skidded to a stop, torn between the urge to flee and the need to help my friend. Mike's terrified eyes met mine as the creatures swarmed over him. "Go!" he shouted. "Run!" But I couldn't leave him. I grabbed a fallen branch, swinging it wildly at the nearest creature. It connected with a sickening thud, and the thing fell back, hissing in pain. I managed to clear enough space to grab Mike's arm, hauling him to his feet. But we were surrounded now, the creatures closing in from all sides. Just as I thought it was over, that we were done for, a new sound cut through the night, a long, low howl that seemed to shake the very trees around us. The creatures froze, their heads snapping towards the source of the sound. Fear flashed in their two large eyes. "The Guardian!" one of them hissed. "Run!" As quickly as they had appeared, the creatures melted back into the shadows of the forest. In moments, Mike and I were alone in the clearing, gasping for breath and trying to make sense of what had just happened. But we weren't safe yet. Whatever had scared off the creatures could be just as dangerous to us. We stumbled forward, supporting each other, desperate to find our way out of this nightmare forest. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in pale pinks and golds, we finally spotted something through the trees. A road. With our last reserves of energy, we pushed forward, breaking through the tree line just as a car approached. We must have been a sight, clothes torn, covered in scratches and bruises, wild-eyed with fear and exhaustion. But the elderly couple in the car didn't hesitate. They pulled over, ushering us into the back seat with concerned questions and offers of water and blankets. As we sped away from the forest, I kept looking back, half expecting to see those creatures emerging from the trees. But there was nothing. Just the quiet, seemingly peaceful woods we'd entered so eagerly just a day before. The couple took us to the nearest hospital, where doctors treated our injuries and the police took our statements. They were skeptical, of course. Two young men, telling wild tales of monsters in the woods. We must have been hallucinating, they said. Probably ate some bad mushrooms. But Mike and I knew what we'd seen, what we'd experienced. The terror was too real, the memories too vivid to be a hallucination. In the weeks that followed, as we tried to piece our lives back together, we dug into the history of that forest. We found old legends of forest guardians and nature's children, creatures that protected the wilderness from human encroachment. Most dismissed these as campfire stories or local superstitions. We knew better. I haven't been camping since that night. The thought of sleeping in a tent, vulnerable in the darkness game, sends shivers down my spine. Mike feels the same. We both jump at unexpected sounds, and the sight of a densely wooded area can trigger panic attacks. But we're alive. We survived an encounter with something that most people don't even believe exists. And now, we make it our mission to warn others. Be careful in the wilderness. We tell them, respect the forest. And if you're ever deep in the woods and the night suddenly goes quiet, run, and don't look back. Because sometimes, the monsters in the forest aren't just campfire stories. Sometimes, they're all too real, and they're hungry. The moment I accepted the ride from the stranger, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. His smile, once friendly, twisted into something predatory as he veered off the main road onto a winding forest path. My heart raced as I realized this was no shortcut. It was the beginning of a nightmare I wasn't sure I'd survive. Let me back up a bit. My name is Alex, and I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. I've tackled some of the toughest trails across the country, always priding myself on my ability to handle whatever nature throws my way. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened on that fateful day in the mountains. It started as a typical solo hike. Just me, my backpack, and miles of pristine wilderness stretching out before me. The trail I'd chosen was challenging but beautiful, winding through dense forests and along steep ridges that offered breathtaking views of the valley below. I'd been hiking for hours, pushing myself harder than usual, when disaster struck. As I navigated a particularly treacherous section of the trail, my foot slipped on a loose rock. I felt a searing pain in my ankle as I went down, tumbling several feet before coming to a stop against a tree trunk. Cursing my carelessness, I tried to stand, only to have my leg buckle beneath me. It was bad, possibly a severe sprain, maybe even a fracture. I was miles from the trailhead, with no cell service and dwindling supplies. For the first time in my hiking career, I felt a flicker of real fear. I knew I couldn't stay where I was. Night was falling, and temperatures in these mountains dropped dangerously low after dark. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I began to hobble down the trail, using a sturdy branch as a makeshift crutch. Progress was agonizingly slow. What should have been an hour's hike stretched into 3, then 4. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant reds and golds before fading to an inky black. I clicked on my headlamp, its beam seeming pitifully small against the vast darkness of the forest. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I heard it, the low rumble of an approaching vehicle. Hope surged through me. The trail must be closer to a road than I'd realized. Summoning the last of my strength, I quickened my pace, breaking through a line of trees to find myself on the shoulder of a narrow mountain road. A battered pickup truck was making its way up the steep incline, its headlights cutting through the gloom. Without thinking, I stepped out, waving my arms frantically. The truck slowed to a stop, and a man leaned out the driver's side window. "You all right there, friend?" he called out, his voice gruff, but not unkind. I explained my situation, trying not to sound as desperate as I felt. The man, he introduced himself as Jack, listened sympathetically, then offered me a ride to the nearest town. Relief washed over me. I climbed into the passenger seat, grateful for the warmth and the chance to rest my throbbing ankle. As we set off, Jack kept up a steady stream of conversation. He seemed friendly enough, asking about my hike and sharing stories of his own outdoor adventures. But as the minutes ticked by, I began to notice things that set my nerves on edge. First, there was the route he was taking. Instead of heading down the mountain towards civilization, we seemed to be going deeper into the wilderness. When I mentioned this, Jack waved off my concerns with a laugh. "Don't you worry," he said, his eyes never leaving the road. "I know these mountains like the back of my hand. Got a shortcut that'll get us there in no time." But the shortcut seemed to go on forever, the road narrowing and becoming rougher. Trees pressed in on both sides, their branches scraping against the truck's windows like skeletal fingers. And Jack, the more he talked, the more unsettling he became. His stories took on a darker tone, filled with tales of hikers who had gone missing in these woods, never to be seen again. "Funny thing about these mountains," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "They have a way of keeping people, folk who aren't meant to leave, if you know what I mean." A chill ran down my spine. I tried to keep my voice steady as I asked, "How much further to town?" Jack's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. "Oh, we're not going to town," he said, all pretense of friendliness gone from his voice. "I've got something much more interesting planned for you." Terror surged through me. I reached for the door handle, ready to take my chances jumping from the moving vehicle. But Jack was faster. With one hand still on the wheel, he grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he growled. "These woods aren't kind to those who try to run." My mind raced, searching desperately for a way out of this nightmare. We were miles from anywhere. My ankle was injured, and this man, this predator, clearly knew the terrain far better than I did. But I knew I couldn't give up. Somehow, I had to escape. As if sensing my thoughts, Jack's grip tightened painfully. "Just relax," he said, his tone mockingly soothing. "It'll all be over soon, and who knows, you might even enjoy what comes next." The implications of his words sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I had to act now, injured ankle be damned. In one swift motion, I brought my elbow up, catching Jack square in the jaw. He let out a surprised grunt, the truck swerving wildly as his grip on the wheel loosened. I didn't wait to see if he'd regain control. I threw myself at the door, fumbling with the handle. The door flew open and I tumbled out, hitting the ground hard and rolling down a steep embankment. Pain exploded through my body as I came to a stop against a tree trunk. Above me, I could hear the screech of brakes and Jack's enraged shouts. Ignoring the agony in my ankle and the fresh cuts and bruises from my fall, I scrambled to my feet and plunged into the forest. The darkness was almost total, the dense canopy above blocking out what little moonlight there was. I ran blindly, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I could hear Jack crashing through the underbrush, his furious curses echoing through the trees. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that nightmarish chase. My lungs burned. My injured ankle screamed with every step. But terror kept me moving. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when my legs were about to give out, I saw it. A glimmer of light through the trees. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I sprinted towards the light, branches scratching my arms and face. I burst out of the tree line and found myself on another road, this one wider and better maintained than the one Jack had taken. And there, like a miracle, was a car approaching. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I must have looked like. Wild-eyed, covered in dirt and blood, clothes torn to shreds. The car, a minivan, screeched to a halt. A middle-aged couple peered out, their eyes wide with shock. "Please," I gasped, glancing fearfully back at the woods. "Help me. There's a man." He tried to... I didn't need to finish. The woman threw open the back door, urging me inside. As I climbed in, I heard a shout from the forest edge. Jack stood there, his face contorted with rage. But he didn't approach. Even in my panicked state, I realized he wouldn't risk witnesses. As we sped away, the couple bombarded me with questions. I gave them an abbreviated version of events, my voice shaking as the adrenaline began to wear off. They drove me straight to the nearest hospital, where doctors treated my injuries and the police took my statement. In the days that followed, as I tried to come to terms with what had happened, I learned that there had been other incidents in those mountains, hikers gone missing, strange sightings of a man in a pickup truck. But Jack, if that was even his real name, was never found. I haven't gone hiking since that day. The thought of being alone in the wilderness, vulnerable to predators both animal and human, fills me with a paralyzing fear. But I'm alive. I survived, and now I make it my mission to warn others. Be careful out there, I tell them. Trust your instincts, and never ever accept a ride from a stranger in the middle of nowhere. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators aren't the ones with claws and fangs. Sometimes they're the ones behind the wheel with a friendly smile and a shortcut that leads straight into a nightmare. The first time I noticed something missing from my campsite, I brushed it off as forgetfulness. By the third night, when my flashlight vanished without a trace, I knew I wasn't alone in these woods. Someone, or something, was stalking me, and I had unwittingly become prey in a game I didn't understand. My name is Sarah, and I've always found solace in solo camping. There's something about the solitude, the self-reliance, that I find deeply appealing. This particular trip was meant to be a week-long adventure in a remote part of the national forest, far from the usual tourist trails. I'd spent months planning, making sure I had all the gear and supplies I'd need for an extended stay in the wilderness. The first 2 days were perfect. I hiked during the day, marveling at the untouched beauty of the forest, and spent my evenings relaxing by my campfire, enjoying the peace and quiet. But on the third morning, things started to feel off. It began with small things. A protein bar I was sure I'd packed was nowhere to be found. My favorite camping mug wasn't where I'd left it. I chalked it up to tiredness, to the disorientation that can come from being in an unfamiliar place. But a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach told me something wasn't right. That night, I woke to the sound of rustling outside my tent. I held my breath, listening intently. It wasn't the usual forest sounds I'd grown accustomed to. This was deliberate movement, careful and calculated. I reached for my flashlight, only to find it missing from its usual spot by my sleeping bag. Heart pounding, I slowly unzipped the tent flap, peering out into the darkness. The campfire had long since died down, leaving only faint moonlight filtering through the trees. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a shadow moved at the edge of my campsite. It was too large, too upright to be an animal. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, heavy and oppressive. The shadow had vanished, melting back into the darkness of the forest. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, straining my ears for any sound of intruders. When dawn broke, I did a thorough inventory of my supplies. More items were missing, a few packets of dehydrated food, my spare batteries, even the small first aid kit I always kept in my backpack. This was no longer something I could explain away. Someone had been in my camp, rifling through my belongings while I slept. I debated packing up and leaving, cutting my trip short, but a stubborn part of me refused to be chased out of the woods. I'd worked hard for this vacation, and I wasn't about to let some petty thief ruin it. Besides, I reasoned, I was at least 3 days' hike from the nearest road. Leaving now would mean traveling through unfamiliar terrain, possibly in the dark. So I stayed, but I took precautions. I moved my campsite, finding a more defensible position with my back to a large boulder. I set up rudimentary alarms, strings with tin cans attached, stretched across likely approach routes. I kept my knife close at hand and slept fitfully, waking at the slightest sound. For 2 days, nothing happened. No more items went missing, and I saw no more mysterious shadows. I began to relax, thinking perhaps the thief had moved on to easier targets. I couldn't have been more wrong. On the 6th night of my trip, I woke to the sound of one of my alarms being triggered. The clatter of tin cans echoed through the quiet forest. I sat bolt upright, knife in hand, my heart racing. "I know you're out there," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "Show yourself." A low chuckle answered me, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Oh, little camper," a voice rasped, sounding like dry leaves scraping across stone. "You have no idea what you've walked into, do you?" A figure stepped into the faint moonlight, and I had to stifle a scream. It was humanoid, but only just. Its limbs were too long, too jointed, its fingers ending in wicked-looking claws, but it was the face that truly terrified me. Gaunt, with sunken cheeks and eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light. "What are you?" I stammered, backing away until I felt the rough surface of the boulder against my back. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with something like amusement. "We are the forest's children," it said, "and you, my dear, are an unwelcome guest." As it spoke, more figures emerged from the shadows. They were similar in appearance, each more nightmarish than the last. They moved with an unnatural grace, circling my campsite with predatory intent. "Please," I begged, my mind reeling. "I didn't mean to trespass. I'll leave. I swear." The first creature, seemingly their leader, laughed, a sound like branches breaking in a storm. "Oh, it's far too late for that. You've seen us now, and we can't have you spreading tales in the world of men." They began to close in, their clawed hands reaching for me. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lashed out with my knife, catching the nearest creature across its outstretched arm. It hissed in pain, recoiling. Taking advantage of their momentary surprise, I bolted. I ran blindly into the forest, not caring about the direction, only knowing I had to get away. Behind me, I could hear them giving chase, their movements unnaturally quick and silent. I ran like I'd never run before, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. The creatures called to each other in a language that sounded like the creaking of trees and the gurgle of underground streams. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when my legs were about to give out, I saw a light in the distance. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I sprinted towards it, branches scratching my arms and face. I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a road. The light I'd seen was a car, heading in my direction. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I must have looked like, wild-eyed, covered in scratches, clothes torn to shreds. The car, an old pickup truck, screeched to a halt. An elderly man leaned out the window, his eyes wide with concern. "Good Lord, miss, are you all right?" I glanced back at the forest, half expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the shadows, but there was nothing, just the silent, looming trees. "Please," I gasped, "I need help. There are things in the forest. They were chasing me." The old man didn't hesitate. He reached across and opened the passenger door. "Get in, quick!" I scrambled into the truck, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fasten the seatbelt. As we drove away, I kept looking back, but the forest remained still and silent. The man, who introduced himself as Frank, drove me to the nearest town. On the way, I tried to explain what had happened, but my story sounded insane even to my own ears. To his credit, Frank listened without judgment, his weathered face creased with concern. At the local diner, over a cup of strong coffee, I gave a statement to the police. They were skeptical, of course, but something in my demeanor must have convinced them to take me seriously. They organized a search of the area where I'd been camping, but found nothing. No strange creatures, no signs of my campsite, not even my abandoned gear. In the days that followed, as I tried to make sense of what had happened, I learned that there had been other strange occurrences in those woods. Hikers reported lost time, unexplainable phenomena, and encounters with beings that didn't seem quite human. I've never gone camping alone again. The memory of those creatures, with their too long limbs and glowing eyes, still haunts my nightmares. I don't know what they were or what they wanted from me, but I do know that I narrowly escaped something terrifying that night. Now, when people ask me about camping, I warn them. Be careful in the wilderness, I say. Respect the forest and its secrets, and if you ever find small items going missing from your campsite, don't brush it off. It might not be simple forgetfulness or a petty thief. It might be something much, much worse. And if you hear something moving in the darkness, something that doesn't sound quite natural, don't investigate. Pack up your things and get out of there as fast as you can. Because sometimes, the forests hide secrets that are better left undiscovered, and some games, once you've been drawn in, are impossible to win. I've always prided myself on my sense of direction, but as I stood in the heart of the forest, staring at a trail marker I'd passed 3 times already, I realized I was trapped in an impossible loop. The woods around me seemed to shift and change with each circuit, and a growing sense of dread told me this was no ordinary case of being lost. Someone, or something, was toying with me, and I was walking right into their game. My name is Alex, and I've been an avid hiker for most of my life. I've tackled some of the most challenging trails across the country, always relying on my keen sense of orientation and my trusty compass. This particular hike was supposed to be a simple day trip, a chance to explore a new trail in a state park I'd heard good things about. The morning started perfectly. The weather was ideal, cool and crisp, with a light breeze carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. I set out early, my backpack loaded with water, snacks, and all the essentials for a day in the woods. The trail was well marked and easy to follow, winding through dense forest and offering occasional glimpses of stunning vistas. It wasn't until early afternoon that I first noticed something odd. I'd stopped for lunch at a small clearing, enjoying the warmth of the sun and the peaceful sounds of the forest. As I packed up to continue, I realized the trail marker I'd been following was gone. In its place was a different colored blaze, pointing in a direction I was sure I hadn't come from. Confused, I pulled out my map and compass. According to them, I should head east to get back to the main trail, but the new marker pointed north. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to trust my instruments and set off east. An hour later, I was back in the same clearing. I stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the remnants of my lunch. It wasn't possible. I'd walked in a straight line, keeping a constant eye on my compass. How could I have ended up back where I started? Unnerved but not yet panicked, I decided to follow the trail marker this time. Surely, I reasoned, it must lead somewhere. So I set off north, paying careful attention to my surroundings. The forest seemed to grow denser as I walked, the trees pressing in closer, their branches intertwining overhead to block out most of the sunlight. The air grew cooler, and an unnatural silence fell. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Even the sound of my own footsteps seemed muffled. After what felt like hours of walking, I emerged into a familiar clearing. My heart sank as I recognized it. The same clearing I'd had lunch in, the same clearing I'd returned to before, but this time, it was different. The grass seemed longer, wilder. The trees at the edge of the clearing had shifted, their trunks twisted into unnatural shapes, and the trail marker, it had changed again. Now it pointed west. Fear began to creep in. This wasn't normal. Trail markers don't change on their own. Forests don't rearrange themselves. I was no longer simply lost. I was caught in something I didn't understand. I tried to calm myself, to think rationally. I still had water and food. I had a flashlight if it got dark. People knew where I was hiking. Someone would come looking if I didn't return. All I had to do was stay put and wait for rescue. But as the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing, I realized waiting might not be an option. The forest was changing around me, becoming more sinister with each passing moment. I had to find a way out. So I picked a direction, ignoring both my compass and the ever-changing trail marker, and started walking. I moved as quickly as I could, pushing through undergrowth, scrambling over fallen logs. I walked until my legs ached and my lungs burned, driven by a desperate need to escape this nightmare forest. And then, just as hope began to fade, I saw it. A break in the trees ahead. Relief flooded through me as I quickened my pace. This had to be the way out. I burst through the tree line and found myself back in the clearing. But this time, I wasn't alone. A figure stood at the center of the clearing, its back to me. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs too long and jointed in all the wrong places. As I watched, frozen in terror, it slowly turned to face me. I had to stifle a scream. Its face, if you could call it that, was featureless save for two deep, black pits where eyes should be. When it spoke, its voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Welcome, traveler," it said, the words slithering into my mind rather than reaching my ears. "We've been waiting for you." I stumbled backward, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. What are you?" I managed to stammer. "What do you want from me?" The creature's head tilted to one side, an eerily human gesture that only served to emphasize its otherworldliness. "Want? Oh, we don't want anything from you. We want you. You're going to be part of something greater than yourself." As it spoke, more figures emerged from the forest. They were similar in appearance, each more nightmarish than the last. They moved with an unnatural grace, forming a circle around the clearing, cutting off any chance of escape. "You see?" the first creature continued, taking a step toward me. "This forest is special. It's a place where the veil between worlds is thin, and sometimes it draws in those who are susceptible, those who can be molded, changed, transformed." Understanding dawned on me with horrifying clarity. The changing trails, the shifting forest, it had all been a trap, designed to keep me here until what? Until I became like them. "No," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "I won't let you do this. I don't want to be part of whatever this is." The creature's lipless mouth stretched into what might have been a smile. "Oh, but you don't have a choice. The process has already begun. Haven't you noticed the changes?" With growing horror, I realized it was right. My senses seemed sharper, colors more vivid. I could hear the sap flowing in the trees, smell the decay of leaves on the forest floor, and my skin, it felt too tight, as if something underneath was trying to break free. "This isn't real," I muttered, squeezing my eyes shut. "This can't be happening." "Oh, but it is," the creature said, now close enough that I could feel its cold breath on my face. "And soon, you'll be one of us. A guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets." In that moment, faced with a fate worse than death, something in me snapped. With a cry of defiance, I lashed out, my fist connecting with the creature's face. It felt like hitting a tree trunk, and pain shot up my arm. But the creature stumbled back, more surprised than hurt. Taking advantage of their momentary shock, I ran. I pushed past the other beings, ignoring their grasping hands and otherworldly shrieks. I plunged into the forest, no longer caring about direction or trails. My only thought was escape. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. The forest blurred around me, trees whipping past faster than should be possible. Was I running that fast? Or was the forest itself moving? Just when I thought I couldn't go on, when I was sure those things would catch me, I burst through a line of trees and found myself on a road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the gathering dusk. I waved my arms frantically, not caring what I must have looked like. Wild-eyed, covered in scratches, clothes torn to shreds. The car screeched to a halt, and an older couple peered out, their faces etched with concern. "Please," I gasped, glancing fearfully back at the forest. "Help me. I need to get out of here." They didn't hesitate, ushering me into the back seat. As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see those creatures emerging from the trees. But the forest remained still and silent, revealing nothing of the horrors it contained. The couple took me to the nearest hospital, where doctors checked me over and the police took my statement. They were skeptical, of course, but something in my demeanor must have convinced them to take me seriously. They organized a search of the area, but found nothing unusual, just normal forest trails, with clearly marked and unchanging blazes. In the the days that followed, as I tried to make sense of what had happened, the changes I'd felt in the forest faded. My senses returned to normal. My skin no longer felt too tight. Had it all been a hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? Or had I narrowly escaped a fate too terrible to contemplate? I don't know if I'll ever have answers, but I do know this. I'll never go hiking alone again. And if I ever find myself in a forest where the trails seem to shift and change, where the trees whisper secrets not meant for human ears, I'll run, and I won't look back. Because sometimes the path you start on isn't the one you end up following. And some journeys once begun can change you in ways you never imagined.